All right. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to another stream. Tonight we got two Hebrew Israelite guests, and also, if you're interested in the chat, you're welcome to join the panel. Just make a comment, hit the link, and I'll add you to the stream. If you want to add your opinion or whatever your perspective is, whatever ideology you are, it doesn't matter if you're a Christian, Hebrew Israelite, whatever you are. So, these are my two guests. I got Andrew, and I don't want to mispronounce his name, but I'll let him say it. So that both of you guys introduce yourselves now.
Yeah, Jay, you can go first, man.
All right. Yo, what's up, Ryan? What's going on, man? Shalom. My pages are all over the place, but the majority of them are called the Sacramento Truth Movement. I'm actually working on some new pages right now, so there might be some different ones with different names attached to those soon. But majority of the organization is called the Sacramento Truth Movement. So what's good? My name is Jay. Uh, I do videos, I do live streams, sometimes with ETT on his page and on my second page or on the main page or on T-Mog's page, so we're all familiar with the teachings and agree about mostly on
Right.
everything. There's some disagreements, but that those are very small things. But
Sorry to
yeah,
interrupt.
what's up?
He's speaking for those two, not me. I disagree with. I'm a Christian. They agree. Sorry to interrupt, but go ahead. I just didn't want people to think that
Oh yeah, no, just me and ETT or Andrew on here. Brian doesn't
Right.
believe that.
So anyway, I'll give my little introduction. So I do want to say shalom to everyone tuning in on the chat, whether they're Hebrew Israelites, whether they're on the fence, or someone just listening to be hopefully edified, by what we're going to be talking about. We're all just on here just to build, with one another. Me and the brother were on here last night for a couple of hours. We were trying to have, a decent friendly discussion, on certain subjects in the scriptures. So I definitely thank him for, allowing us, onto his panel, so definitely, thank you to him. So yeah, I'm just here. I'll, of course, say, all praise to the Most High Yahweh and His only begotten Son Yahweh Shai. And I'm just here, for a chat. I hope we can have definitely a good build tonight.
All right. God bless. God bless to Jesus and the Father. That's what I call them. But they got their own names. I got my own name. So everybody is again welcome to join the chat at any point. We're going to touch on a few subjects at some point in this discussion. Andrew, and I believe he's invited his friend to contribute, have accepted a challenge to answer another video I made where I asked, can any Hebrew Israelites show 5 verses to prove that they are Hebrew Israelites? And just for the record, I've given this to everybody. I gave Sons of Thunder 4 days and emails, and I did a show with them. They refused to answer this. I did it with Hassad, Gorilla Hebrew, Deacon Hakah, Captain Tazariak. Every Hebrew Israelite on YouTube has ignored this question in the comments or directly when I'm conversating with them. So let's commend Andrew and his friend here to even, approach the subject and have the honor and integrity to answer the question. So that will be one of the things that we'll get into. Besides that, we can start where we left off yesterday. If you want, Andrew, do you want to start on the marriage, polygamy, your position?
Yeah. Let's we left off on polygamy. We only focused maybe a minute or two on that. So let's get back into that. And
Okay.
you were up first with that, so I'll let you go ahead and bring out what you want on that. But my position is where your position is that polygamy is not lawful in the eyes of the Most High. And my position is that polygamy is allowable and acceptable by the Most High, just for the audience.
Yes. I'm going to be taking the role of the Christian in most of these subjects, just so people know. And they're again Hebrew Israelites, so they're going to have most of that doctrine. But obviously, everybody has their own stances along the way. For me, there's not too many scriptures on polygamy in the Bible, and where I would go is where we were at yesterday, Matthew 19, and then also Mark 10. But Mark 10 and Matthew 19 are very identical almost. So we'll look at them both, but they're really just telling the same story essentially. It's how the gospels overlap, but it's the section. Okay, I got to make sure I'm sharing my screen here. I got to share the screen first. Sorry about that. But yeah, like I said, I'm gonna go to Matthew 19 and just show where Jesus talks about the fact that divorce is something that was considered adultery even if you divorced your wife. So the way I look at this, I'm going to be using this, and then Jesus is going to quote Genesis 1:27, and I believe Genesis 2:24 here. So if we want to just take a look at it, we can see it really starts right here at 19:3, where some of the Pharisees came to test him, and that's Jesus. They asked, "Is it lawful for a man to divorce his wife for any reason, for any and every reason? Haven't you read?" He replied, "that at the beginning the Creator made them male and female." So this is the first scripture, 1 Genesis 27, and this is Jesus answering. So he's obviously going to do a better job answering this question than I am. And I think this totally relates to if we should have multiple wives or not, because they're asking about, can you divorce your one wife? So Jesus's first answer is Genesis 1:27. That at the beginning the Creator made them male and female, and said, "For this reason a man will leave his father and mother and be united to his wife, and the two will become one flesh." So Jesus again goes right back to another scripture, Genesis 2:24, right after that. So we have those two scriptures so far. For this reason a man will leave his father and mother and be united to his wife, and the two will become one flesh. And to me that seems very clear cut, that one flesh, two becoming one flesh, can't advocate for multiple wives. But we'll see how, that's, on the other side, what their opinion is when it gets to them. But so they are no longer two, but one flesh. Therefore, what God has joined together, that no one separate. And again, this is Jesus speaking. So he just quoted two scriptures in Genesis. And now, obviously, we're reading scripture, and we're reading scripture that's coming out of Jesus's mouth. So I'm going to put a lot of weight into this, where he's telling us, what he's saying here. Therefore, what God has joined together, that no one separate. And then they asked, why then? They asked, did Moses command that a man give his wife a certificate of divorce and send her away? Jesus replied, Moses permitted you to divorce your wives because your hearts were hard, but it was not this way from the beginning. I tell you that anyone who divorces his wife except for sexual immorality and marries another woman commits adultery. So right here we see it's adultery. It's a serious sin just to divorce your wife. So that's divorcing your one wife. You're committing adultery if you marry another woman. So how, if divorcing a wife and marrying another woman is adultery in the eyes of Jesus Christ, how would marrying a second wife after you've already been married not be considered adultery in the eyes of Jesus Christ? And right there, it's pretty much all we have. I mean, he just says that it was because your hearts were hard.
Oh, okay. Could I chime in on that real quick?
Yeah,
Let's
yeah. I
say
mean,
for an
that's about
example,
it.
what verse in here would you use to say that it's a sin, right? It's against the Most High's commandments to have more than one wife.
All of them, but specifically here, adultery in Matthew 19:9. I tell you that anyone who divorces his wife except for sexual immorality and marries another woman commits adultery. So let's just ignore the fact that it says divorce in the beginning of the sentence, which we're not ever going to just ignore scripture, but I'm just saying, just for logical context here, and marries another wife. So what if he didn't divorce his wife? So let's look at it from your perspective of polygamy, and let's just cross off the word divorce here and say Jesus say that's not. I'm not going to do all that and change Jesus' words at all. I'm just giving you the logical thought experiment. How is this not adultery? Can you answer that?
Well, let's do this, because the conversation that they're having is about that the Most High wasn't with a man divorcing a wife. So this wasn't even the context of the conversation, was not even on the subject matter of a man sleeping with multiple different women that would be his wife. That's not even the whole conversation that they're engaging in. But let's do this as a response. Could you pull me up the book of Leviticus chapter 21 and verse 10?
I'm assuming you want the KJV. I use the NIV. I prefer the NIV, but we're going to go with both books and obviously any translation that anybody wants tonight. So you want the KJV, I'm assuming, right?
Yes.
Leviticus, what did you say?
Chapter 21 verse 10.
21:10. All right.
Wait, did you just say you read from the NIV?
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Nothing. Nothing.
I mean, we could have a whole nother subject. Yeah.
No, it's good, man. It's good.
I know, but I don't know why some people prefer, the King James. I mean, it was written in 1611. I mean, we have a lot of scholars. I don't know, whole nother subject, but we can branch into that if you guys like at some point. But go ahead. What is the point of Leviticus 21:10 here?
Hey, could you for tonight when we pull up scriptures, could you read them? Because I'm on
Sure.
the phone, so it's not
Sure.
easy for me to see them.
Sure. Okay. And he that is the high priest among his brethren, upon whose head the anointing oil was poured, and that is consecrated to put on the garment, shall not uncover his head.
Hold on a second. Hold on. I believe it was what is that?
You said 21:10.
Yeah, I have it written down. Leviticus chapter 21, verse 10. Are you reading in the King James?
Yeah, King James.
Okay, where are you? Okay, all right, Dan. But go ahead and grab Deuteronomy chapter 22, or what is that? 21 verse 15, I believe it is, talking about a man having two wives.
Type in a keyword or something. I don't know.
No, I got this one. I know it reiterated this in both the books. Maybe I got the book mixed up. That's all right. Just grab Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 15.
Neither shall he profane his seed among his people, for I, the Lord, do sanctify him.
Damn, I said Deuteronomy.
Oh, okay. Well, there's something about a widow or a divorced woman in Leviticus 21:14.
Yeah, it's I swear it was Leviticus chapter 21, verse 10 on down. It spoke about having two wives as well, but maybe it's maybe I got that one mixed up. But I know it's in Deuteronomy, so we'll just go to that.
Deuteronomy 21:10.
Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse, it should be 15.
21:15. All right.
Oh, I got something to add into that though. Question for you, guy. It's Robert, right? Okay, so I just ran your name through the numerology calculator, and it's 33. Oh, Ryan.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, hold on.
33 ain't a bad number though, that's for sure.
22.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not with the 22s as much. Deuteronomy. What did you say again, bro? 25?
No, Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 15.
21, okay. 21:15. All right. What's the subject here? Domestic relations. Okay. If a man have two wives, one beloved and one hated, and another hated, and they have born him children, both the beloved and the hated, and if the firstborn son be hers that was hated, then it shall be, when he maketh his sons to inherit that which he hath, that he may not make the son of the beloved firstborn before the son of the hated, which is indeed the firstborn.
Right. So this is a rule going into how if a man has two wives, he's just not supposed to put his second-born son above his firstborn son, meaning his firstborn son's supposed to receive, a greater inheritance. That's the whole thing is going into. But the reason I went here, because it made a reference to a man having two wives, right? So if this was unlawful and sinful, why would it just skip over that like it's no problem? Is what I'm like intrigued and seeing from your perspective.
Oh, I'm just telling my friend here who's in the chat if he wants to. Israelite Camp Killer, if you want to join the link, I can add you to the panel. Just hit the link at the top and just let me know you hit the link, and I'll add you to the stream. You'll just be on the panel. You don't have to show your face if you don't want to. I mean, just whatever you're comfortable with, man. I thought Jesus just answered that, man. I mean, you're making.
Well, I mean, I disagree with your understanding of that, because the conversation they had was not talking about a man taking more than one wife. That's not what their conversation was about. The conversation was about divorce. So I mean, that's superimposing that onto it.
No. You can't say because a title of a chapter says something that when Christ is directly speaking that we can't deduce logical facts from whatever.
Okay, well let's roll with that. So what in that chapter, what verse says that it's unlawful for a man to have more than one wife. That's what I'm intrigued and seeing, because it's a sin, right?
Yeah, Jesus told you it's committing adultery.
Well, I wouldn't understand it that way. I'd say it's talking about if a man, say for an example, because you're not supposed to put away your wife, as it says, except it be for, a sexual reason, right? So that woman will go get with another man, other than you. So that's what I would say when it speaks about that
Mm-hmm.
it be you committing adultery. So we'd have a different understanding on that. So I wouldn't
Uh-huh.
use that as an example for saying that it's not all right to have more than one wife. We wouldn't
Oh,
we
okay.
wouldn't agree on that.
But wouldn't you agree what Jesus is saying here? Wouldn't you agree that Jesus is saying, I tell you that if that anyone who divorces his wife except for sexual immorality and marries another woman commits adultery. The disciples said to him, if this is the situation between a husband and a wife, it is better to not marry. So the disciples that were actually sitting there and listening to Jesus tell this lesson, they understood the magnitude and the responsibility of marriage so much that they came to the conclusion these are the disciples that it's probably better for us to just not even marry because the risk of if we end up getting divorced, we're committing adultery. So Jesus said, not everyone can accept this word, but only those to whom it has been given. And Jesus also says right before it in 19:8, Moses permitted you to divorce your wives because your hearts were hard, but it was not this way from the beginning. And Jesus quoted the laws in Genesis. So these
Wait, what laws in Genesis says that you can't have more than one wife?
Okay, so do you believe that God didn't make any rules before Deuteronomy, or when do you think God started making rules? He didn't start making rules in Genesis?
Well, I mean, I was just asking where it says, because you spoke about the rules
Yeah.
in Genesis. So I was just intrigued because I never heard someone use
Mhm.
that type of
Well,
wording before. I was
I
just
said
asking
I
you
said the
what you
word
meant.
law, so I can understand if you want to debate the semantics of the word law, and that's why I
Oh
said
well, I
law.
mean, excuse me, maybe I heard it wrong, but
No,
a
I said
rule and a
law.
law are kind of like the same thing.
Exactly. Well, that's my point. That my point is that when do you believe God started giving us laws and rules to follow in Genesis or in Deuteronomy? When did He start doing that?
Well, he gave the Israelites the laws, the statutes, and the commandments on Mount Sinai after they got delivered from Egypt.
So Adam, when he was in the garden and he was told not to eat from the fruit of the tree of knowledge, that wasn't God giving a rule or a law.
Well, yeah, God was giving them a commandment to not do that. Yes.
But you wouldn't call that a law.
Well, I never said that. I never said there was
Well,
no
you have to
rules.
answer the question. I mean, I don't know what you.
Okay. So to answer your question, I'll say yes.
Okay, so we can agree that in Genesis, God was giving laws, rules, whatever we want to use as our vernacular. So if Jesus tells us first to answer the question about divorce, because this is the Pharisees, we got to keep in mind, this is the Pharisees, if we read in verse 3, trying to test the Messiah. So they're trying, this is, later on in Matthew in verse 9, chapter 19, they're trying to think of a way to condemn him. So they're trying to, trap him in an answer. But what does Jesus do? He goes right to Genesis and he tells them this was a rule in the beginning, that at the beginning the Creator made them male and female. He follows it up with, for this reason, a man will leave his father and mother and be united to his wife, and the two will become one flesh.
Where
That's
does it say that it's a rule that? Did you add that in there? Where does it say it's a rule from the beginning that a man could only be with one woman? Like that's what I'm
I'm not.
wanting to imply.
I don't have to say the word rule. I'm just reading what Jesus has
Yeah,
said.
but that's not what it is. Like, let me give you an example. Did you know that Christ made a parable that correlates with polygamy?
I've heard you try to use this before on because I was watching some of your streams just out of curiosity today, and I mean you got a lot of content, but I think you're going to go in a direction that you probably shouldn't. But you're going to talk about the 10 virgins. Is that what you're going to do?
I wanted to bring that up because if polygamy was unrighteous and wicked, why would Christ make a parable about 10 virgins getting with one bridegroom?
Yeah, but
And
that
I know it's not. Hold on, I know it's not literal, but the point is, if polygamy was a sin, right? Why would he make a parable about something that's wicked? That just wouldn't make sense.
well, that parable is not about marriage at all. It's about keeping watch because you don't know the day or the hour. that parable has the same message as the parable of the rich fool. When the parable of the rich fool was the man, had surplus grain, and he said, I'm going to build another barn and another storehouse, and I'm just going to sit back, eat, drink, and be merry. And that's in Luke 12. So
Yeah, I know about that.
But God said, "You fool! This very night your life has been called from you." And if we look at that parable that you're talking about, because, like I said, I looked at it earlier because I saw you using it in other situations. The very last verse in 25:13 tells us the exact same message, which is keep watch for the day or the hour. So this is the parable of the 10 virgins, and the very last part of it says, therefore, keep watch, because you do not know the day or the hour. And if we were to read every line of this parable from 1 to 13, there's not one thing really saying anything about marriage. It's just a metaphor.
No, but here's where we might disagree, because I'm agreeing with you that this is a parable about what you're saying. I'm in agreement with that. But the part that we're seeing differently is I'm asking, as if polygamy is unrighteous, why would he use this as a parable? Because it's 10 women getting with one bridegroom. That's polygamy, right? So I know this isn't literal, but if it was wicked, why would he use something that's wicked as a parable to describe his second coming?
I don't think he's. I think
So
it's pretty
10
clear.
brides getting with one bridegroom, that's not polygamy?
Well, I mean, it's clear throughout the scriptures, God refers to himself as the groom to Israel, who is his bridegroom, right?
Yes.
So why are we going to think that God, Jesus Christ, the Son of God, who is God with the Father speaking, isn't going to be using a parable where he's talking about 10 virgins being the bride to the bridegroom? Why are we going to think that he's not referring to just 10 virgins waiting to get into heaven, which if we read this scripture, it's clearly that's what it's talking about.
Yeah, as I said, I don't think you're understanding. I am in agreement with you, and that's the interpretation. I'm in agreement on that, but all I'm asking is if polygamy was so unrighteous and wicked, why would Christ use something that sounds polygamous as one of his parables? That just wouldn't make sense.
You're exactly right. It wouldn't make sense because it has nothing to do with a
Oh,
man
okay. So,
marrying 5 women. It has to do with 10 virgins trying to wait to get into heaven, and it's God who is the groom. It has nothing to do with one man trying to decide what 5 wives he wants to pick out of the 10 virgins. I mean, we can just read it. I don't know why you're understanding.
all right. Well, we'll just we'll agree to disagree on that for the sake of time then. But here's what I'm having a problem with is say for an example, right? Because you said that it is a sin for a man to have, let's say, 2 wives, right?
Mm-hmm. What?
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. First John chapter 3 verse 4, for sin is the transgression of the law, right? Romans chapter 4 verse 15, where there is no law, there is no transgression, right? So I'm asking is I need to see a law where it says that a man can't have more than one wife, because I just shown you in the law in Deuteronomy chapter 21 verse 15 that it clearly mentioned a man having more than one wife, and it did not condemn him for that. So it's like I'm
I mean,
asking, where does it show it as a sin?
you're like clearly ignoring exactly what Jesus is telling you what the law
No,
is.
I'm not ignoring nothing. I just told you that I disagree with your understanding of it.
Are you? So what do you think Jesus is saying in this scripture about divorce? Is
No,
he
no,
saying,
you know it's funny because this is comparable to how I asked you yesterday. I brought up
uh-huh,
what is that about the men who pierced the Lord's side? I brought up, what is that, Revelation chapter 1
yeah,
and verse 7, right? About even they who pierced him, they would see him. And you said something along the lines as, you didn't really know what they was talking about, which I respect that honesty. But then I could say, well, then you don't agree with the text, then, right? But then I'll take your answer as
what are you
we'll
saying
just
I did
disagree.
yesterday? Because I brought up, I'm the one who brought up Jesus getting pierced. I brought up Zechariah 12:10, and I'm not trying to be contentious with you, man. But if I'm going to answer questions, you got to answer questions. So I
Ha-
mean,
Have
what's your
have I
answer?
not answered your question?
You're just saying we have to agree to disagree, which isn't really answering the question.
What
That I
what
mean,
what did I what question did you ask me that I did
I'm
not answer?
asking you right now because you're saying, show me a law where you can't have 2 wives. And I'm showing you on the screen where Jesus Christ is saying, I tell you that anyone who divorces his wife, except for sexual immorality, and marries another woman commits adultery. So why would you read that and think that Jesus is saying, get yourself multiple wives?
Because I answered this question. I understand this as, say, that woman that he divorced, right? She's gonna go and she's gonna get with another man, right? So this man would be committing adultery because that woman that he now divorced and put away, now she's going and laying with another man. That's not him, right? So that'd be my understanding of it. You don't have to agree with that, but you can't say I dodged your question because I gave you my understanding
I
of
mean,
the
yeah,
scripture that you asked. Correct.
as long as people are clear on the record, understanding what your answer is, that you're saying that that woman leaving him every time is a case of sexual immorality, and you're saying they're always going to go with another man.
Well, I mean, it depends. Most likely, they're going to get with another person because humans are sexual creatures by
Mhm.
nature, right?
Okay, but what about the other parts of this, like we talked about in Genesis, where it's talking about one man, one woman, one flesh?
But again, no, that's not a law. So you really can't use that
Uh-huh.
as
But
a as
that's why I asked you, do you think when God gave Adam the command not to eat the fruit in the Garden of Eden, that that was a command or a
yeah,
law?
I agree that was a command, but there's nowhere where you can show that it's just one man, one woman for life. That's not a law that we find written in the Bible.
It's written right in front of our face if you're looking at the screen. I mean, I don't know if you're looking at the screen at all, but it's
Well,
written
I
on
mean,
the screen.
again, I disagree of your understanding of it. Okay, let's do this then. So, what about Isaiah chapter 4, verse 1? Are you familiar with that?
I'd have to look at that. And what is the subject matter that we're addressing? I mean, what are we going to
No,
move on
it's the same subject. It's the same subject.
to? Okay.
We're
After
addressing polygamy.
polygamy, Isaiah chapter 4,
Yep, and verse
Giggity.
1.
verse 1. In that day, 7 women will take hold of one man and say, we will eat our food and provide our own clothes. Only let us be called by your name. Take away our disgrace.
Right. Well, what do you think about this? You'd say, because I understand that this is talking about the future end time. Um, it's speaking of the end times would be my understanding. So this day has not came yet. But
Oh,
from your understanding, when would you say this day already occurred?
I would have to read this verse here, but I
Yeah, well, if
definitely
you
don't.
read under it, it speaks about, well, you'll get it because you're going, but
The
it speaks
branch
about that Israel is going to be set up
branch
and
of the
basically like a glorious state. So this obviously hasn't happened yet.
and then,
Wait, Ryan, are you a preterist?
No,
am I what?
A preterist.
I don't know what
no,
a
he's
preterist
not.
is.
He's not. I already told him about that yesterday. He's not.
Left his
Oh,
own.
okay. All right. Never mind.
I mean, the Lord will wash away the filth. I don't have any exact timeline on when this is, and I wouldn't ever think that anything that Jesus said is getting superseded here by a prophecy. Because do you have an idea when this? I mean, you're just saying you don't think this has happened yet, but when do you
Well,
think
I
it's going
mean,
to happen?
if you read verse 2 and verse 3 after it, it speaks about how Israel is going to be basically in a glorified state. So we don't see that right now, right? So I
Uh,
definitely be of the position that
I
this
don't know
hasn't
about
happened yet.
that. See, that's the thing when we're reading these prophecies. Israel goes through bad times, and then they have return of glory. I mean,
Okay, that's cool. That's cool.
the
But I do
temple
have
is
to ask though, did Isaiah go off here? Did he make a wicked statement saying that 7 women are going to get with one man? Because that's
well.
sin, right?
If I want to use your interpretation of things, also, I mean, the word Mary is not in this verse at all, but that's a totally separate
So
issue.
when a woman gets with a man in the Bible, that's not considered to be to for them to be married, right?
Well, even if this was marriage, I don't think it would be a prophecy that hasn't already occurred yet. I think if it's talking about 7 women get, which it doesn't say marriage, just out of what I'm seeing here, and if if it was a prophecy, I believe the prophecy already occurred because
Someone's in the back chat, by the way.
oh really?
How do
Okay.
you know
Thanks.
that?
I don't know that. How do you know it did it didn't happen?
Yeah, Jay, you want to add anything on polygamy?
How do you
He's
know
been
it didn't
quiet.
happen?
Oh, no. I was asking ETT. How do you know somebody's backstage?
Christ is Lord.
Oh, I saw,
polygamy is not really my standpoint. I really don't care about polygamy.
that's cool. That's
Yeah,
cool.
I don't really,
I don't see it as a salvation issue. That's
yeah, we
you
could
know
go to
if
salvation, honestly, because if you only have
Well, I mean, let me
well
say
no
this.
let
It's
him finish his discussion here.
sure.
It's just it's not an argument that I want to present myself in. I really don't care
Yeah,
about
yeah,
it.
I'll respect that. That's cool. That's cool. But
yeah, I don't,
what were you mentioned something, Jay?
But
What were you saying?
yeah, I was gonna bring up something though. To go along with this, uh, I thought we should talk about bride kidnapping because I thought this would go along with that pretty well.
126,
You'd probably explain it better than me, ETT, but can you give a brief discussion of that?
Don't you guys understand like time frames though? I mean, if we're talking about like when the Benjamites had a bride kidnapped to keep the tribe of Benjamin alive, like Jesus Christ is coming hundreds. I mean, sometime
Yeah,
depending
but
upon a thousand
so
years.
God's laws. Wait, so you're saying that God's morality changes?
God's laws definitely change under the new covenant.
Well, that's a different subject there, because I can't speak for Jay, but I wouldn't believe that we're in the new covenant. But that's a different subject. Not
I
to
can
go
show
off
you
on
right now.
I would
I
say the
can show
same.
you. I can. Jay, you don't think we're in a new covenant either?
No, I don't.
All right, I'll show
because
you.
because let me give you a reason of why I have that understanding, right?
Well, I'll show
Because
you
if
right
you
now.
read,
Well, no, hold on. I wanted to address the bride kidnapping first before we go into that.
I just tried to address it and told you that we're in a new
Well, no, I
covenant.
was referring to ETT to give like
yeah,
the
well, Jay,
description of it.
he actually knows about that because I brought that up to him yesterday when we had
Yeah.
a chat.
Oh,
I was
okay,
in
all
a,
right, all right.
yeah, I was in
So
a.
it's already been addressed.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
we've
me and
already
him spoke
addressed
about
that.
it. Yes,
Okay, all right, never mind.
I mean, I was familiar with it. I brought it about. We were talking about rape, and I mentioned it, and he mentioned it. But here, right
Right.
now, in Hebrews 8, and I could go to Hebrews 7 and show you the same thing. I'll actually start in Hebrews 7 if you like. But I mean, the title of this chapter, "The High Priest of a New
Yo, the
Covenant."
guy's backstage from the
Yeah, he
chat. Just
said
so
in
you
the
know.
chat he's trying to join.
Oh, okay, I asked him. He's got to hit the link. I
Yeah,
don't know the guy. I just said hit the link, bro. Just scroll up, and here I'll give him another link. I'm adding another link for you, buddy. I thought you were gonna just scroll up and hit the other one. If anybody wants to join, just scroll up and hit it, or hit that one. I guess
all right.
I'll.
So we're on the subject of the new covenant now, correct?
Well, you guys just said that because you asked me if God's laws change or not, and it
Yeah,
does.
they're unchanging.
No, it
Well, so
says.
what do you think about a Hebrews chapter? I believe, what is that? Hebrews 8 verse 13. I believe it
Well,
says,
that's where I'm
Christ the
at right
same
now.
yesterday, today, and forever, right? So again, you say that Christ is God, right? So it's saying that God the same yesterday, today, and forever. Meaning what? So he wouldn't change his morality. So if he was against something back then in the Old Testament times, he'd be against it today as well. Would you
Tell
agree
me
on
when
that?
that guy hits the link and he's in the back because I can't see when I'm sharing the screen.
You
So if
know,
you
this doctrine right here that's being presented about God's law changing, that would kind of go hand in hand with what Perry preaches.
well, I could show you right here. It's not my teaching; it's God's teaching. So here it is.
Perry says the same thing.
Okay,
All right. Well, I'm just going to read the scripture, and again,
go ahead.
I won't say it like that because that I don't like when people say that either. So I apologize about that. I'm not trying to come across like I'm the authority here. I read this earlier today. So what does it say right here in Hebrews 7:12? For when the priesthood is changed, the law must be changed also. And we can read this whole chapter, go into chapter 8 to the new covenant. But what does it say in 7:12? Was I lying or no?
Read it
Can you
again
read
for me.
it? For when the priesthood is changed, the law must be changed also. And we can continue reading if we want. If you guys
I understand that, but what would be your point of contention?
I mean, I was just addressing the fact that you guys were talking about like old laws in Deuteronomy and so forth. And then when I said Jesus came hundreds of years later, 1,000 years later, whatever, depending upon the time from the scripture in the Old Testament, you guys are trying to act like Deuteronomy or something more important than what Jesus said.
Wait. So Christ wasn't judging off of the laws written in the Old Testament?
Christ is the law.
Okay, let me give you an example. Dealing with John 8, right, with the woman taken in adultery, Christ told the woman, "Go and sin no more." He was quoting the law written in the Old Testament when he told her to go and not do those things anymore.
Oh, hold on. Sorry, I missed a couple of you guys. Sorry, IOCK. My bad, bro. I didn't see you back there.
Hello.
Hi, this is my friend IOCK.
What's up, Ryan? Pleasure.
Yeah, first time meeting. Live like this. Go ahead and do a brief introduction if you can for yourself, just so people know.
There's a little echo.
Yeah.
Jay, are you getting that
there is
echo
an
too?
echo.
Yeah,
Hello?
that's not me though.
Just mute. You might have to mute your. You also have two
Well,
things.
if he has a stream going too, that's what the echo usually is.
Well,
All right, hold on 1 second.
I missed. You have two things up too, IOCK, because I missed.
Yeah. Just kick the other one from out of it, and it
Mm.
will keep his one in
Better?
here that we have now.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hello.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
better. That was my fault. Go ahead and introduce yourself to everybody.
Well, first off, Ryan, it's a pleasure.
Yes.
And also to ETT and the other guests. I'm IOCK. It's an acronym for Israelite Only Camp Killer. I believe that all nations can inherit the kingdom. I also believe we're in the new covenant. And I also believe we have to follow Christ and not Moses 6:13. We're no longer under the carnal law. After Christ's death, everything turned into the spiritual understanding of Christ's teachings.
All right.
Okay. Could I ask you something on that though, real quick?
Yes, sir.
All right. You mentioned something about Moses's laws. Could you give me what you mean by that? Because when I've read it, it was the Most High who gave the commandments down to Moses, and then Moses told them to the people. So what do you mean when you say Moses's commandments? Won't they be God's commandments?
That's just what they call them. They call it the Mosaic
Right.
Law.
Well, when you read the Bible, I think it's mentioned over 20 times. They actually call it Moses' law. The law of Moses is what it's called.
Yeah, I understand that, but is it true or not true that the laws were given down by the Most High to Moses?
To Moses to give to the Israelites. See,
Right.
here's
So
where
they came down from God, though, right?
yes, sir. But it was a covenant between Israelites and the Most High. What people don't get is there was a contract between Israelites and the Most High. Being that they broke it by killing the prophets in Christ, they broke that covenant, which needed for Christ to come in to usher in the new covenant. So we're no longer under the carnal law. Like the Most High isn't looking for fringes. He wants fringes of your heart. The Most High isn't looking for circumcision. He's looking for spiritual circumcision now. Because just to read this real quick, because there's a lot of people that like to follow the feast days and the Passover and stuff like that. I'm gonna read what God says in the book of Isaiah.
Yeah, if you want me to go to a scripture, I can do it on the screen for everybody too.
Oh, awesome, Ryan. Ryan, do you think you can go to Isaiah chapter 1
Sure.
and start at verse 13, please?
Okay, what version do you prefer? Do you want King James or NIV or ESV?
I prefer the KJV because that's what most One West camps use.
Sure. Okay, so you said chapter 1, verse 15, and then I'll just keep going.
Verse 13.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's fine. Thank you. God says, "Bring no more vain oblations, incest, and abomination unto me. The new moons and Sabbath, the calling of assemblies, I cannot away with. Your new moons and your appointed feasts, my soul hated." The Most High, Christ, is no longer looking for us to fulfill the Mosaic law. What he wants us to do is keep his spiritual law. That's why when you read Matthew 17, Ryan, if that's possible, if you can go to Matthew 17 real quick.
Sure. Gotcha.
Because this is the pivotal point where we're no longer under Moses' law and we're under the spiritual law right here. Matthew 15:17. This is where God himself tells you to stop following Moses.
Did you say 17, 15, or 15, 17? Sorry.
Matthew 17.
Okay. What verse?
We'll start at the first one.
Okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
And this is where the actual split between following Moses and Christ occurred. Well, not occurred, was authorized by the Most High. We'll start at verse 2. Well, actually, verse 1. And after 6 days, Jesus taketh Peter, James, and John his brother, and bringeth them up into a high mountain apart, and was transfigured before them, and his face did shine as the sun, and his raiment, that's a very powerful word, raiment means doctrine, was white as the light. And behold, there appeared unto them Moses and Elias talking with them. Moses and Elias represent the prophets and the law. Then answered Peter and said unto Jesus, Lord, is it good for us to be here? If thou wilt, let us make 3 tabernacles. He was basically saying, let's follow all 3 of you guys. One for thee, and one for Moses, and one for Elias. While he had spoke, behold, this is when the Father comes into play. A bright cloud overshadowed them, and behold, a voice out of the cloud which said, this is my beloved Son, not Moses, not Elias, in whom I am well pleased. Hear ye him. From that point on, we were following Christ. If you read, I think it's Numbers 18:10, Moses prophesies about this when he said, a prophet shall come like your brethren, unto him you shall hearken. And when the disciples heard it, they fell on their faces and were so afraid. And Jesus came and touched them and said, arise and be not afraid. And when they had lifted up their eyes, they saw no man, not Moses, not the prophets, no man except Jesus only. This is the point where we no longer follow Moses' carnal law and follow strictly and only Christ.
I think you're superimposing that on this, because what in here makes it seem like that they went from following Moses and Elijah to now following Christ. Well, how did you come to that understanding in Matthew 17?
Because when you read verse 14, Peter is asking, should we build a tabernacle for the 3 of you? And God specifically said, no, you're going to only hear Jesus. That's powerful, brother.
I'd say that I'd say we disagree on the significance of that. I think that they were just making them a dwelling place for them. I wouldn't say it's what you're saying.
Well, question, what do you mean by a dwelling place? Because these are spirits, brother.
Well, it's they were like asking, like, do you want us to make you a tabernacle that you can dwell in? That'd be my understanding of it. But I'm like,
but question, do you realize that their bodies are transfigured? They're spiritual beings now. A spiritual being does not need a carnal tent.
Yeah, I understand that. Maybe they didn't understand that though back then.
Well, question, do you agree that all scriptures have 2 understandings, a carnal and a spiritual one?
Could you repeat that?
I said, do you agree that Bible verses have 2 understandings, one carnal and one spiritual?
You mean all scriptures, like literally every single verse?
Well, the whole entire Old Testament is a parable.
I've never heard that perspective before.
Yeah.
Neither have I.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right. Well, then, Ryan, let me add this. Do you
Are
guys
you a
agree?
preterist by any chance?
Are
you a preterist?
No. What I am is I follow Christ's spiritual doctrine.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree that Joseph was converting all the Egyptians?
What do you mean by that?
Watch this. Ryan, if you could, sorry, Genesis
Sure,
49.
Because I mean, you're jumping around to a couple different standpoints, so I'm trying to keep up with everything.
All right, well, let me just add this, brother. I'm showing you that you're reading the Bible literally, and that's your problem. I'm gonna read you Genesis 49, right? I mean, sorry, Genesis 41. Sorry.
Okay.
Well, we do actually read the Bible literally. Like through many different streams that we've had, we've stated before that we take the Bible very literally. Bible literalist. So
you can't read it literal, because if you do, you're gonna miss out on Christ's spiritual interpretation. Like, I'm gonna show you right now.
what do you mean by spiritual interpretation? So you're saying every single text has like a spiritual implication to it as well?
Well, I'm gonna give you an example.
Ooh, can I ask
Genesis.
you a question before you do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's your name again?
You can call me Yeshaya.
Yeshaya.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's my
Um.
Hebrew name.
All right, Yeshaya.
And it's
What's
Jesse
going
in
on?
English, but in Hebrew it's Yeshaya. So you can
Yeshaya.
choose.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I'll probably call you Jesse. That's a little bit
Okay.
easier to remember.
Okay. All right.
So are you? Because what you're saying right now, it seems like you're about to go into like a kind of mystic doctrine. Are you a Gnostic?
No. I'm gonna show you why you have to do this, and I'm gonna show you right now. It's in the book of
Well,
Job.
no. I was just asking because from what you're going with and like the last two arguments you had, I've been in the lack of knowledge of hearing these things. So
Okay.
what you just said right now, Christ is spiritual doctrine. This is probably
Correct.
something that would be a one-off thing that not a lot of people agree with.
Well,
So, are
well,
you a Gnostic?
let me read this one real quick. It's in the book of Job.
Well, no, I'm just asking. Like, it's like yes or no. Like, are you a Gnostic?
Hold on 1 second. No, no, sir.
Okay.
1 second. Okay, where they are. Ryan, do you think you can look up on something? It's a verse. It's in the book of Job, and
Uh-huh.
it says that wisdom is double to that which is.
Okay, so you want me to just type in wisdom is doubled or something?
Yes, and that's in the book of Job.
All right.
And then I'm gonna
Yo,
grab the.
not LOP. ETT, you see John the Ghost trolling in the chat as sacrifice?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's the Ghost.
Oh, all right.
Do you also have your cell phone where maybe you could type in a few things yourself?
Yep.
Jesse?
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Just to say this as well, since we have 4 people here,
Yeah.
we'll take this wherever it goes. But if we don't get to everything tonight, I'll definitely come back again because I am free the next couple of nights. So if we don't
Yeah.
get to everything tonight, I definitely can come back again. Just a little heads up.
I'm with you on that. And just for the
Because
record,
as I said earlier, when I came on here, I did only have about 2 hours or so. So in case we
yeah.
don't get to everything,
You just
put
lost
that
him.
out there.
Jesse, you
Yeah,
gotta
drop a link for him again.
yeah, you gotta hit the stream again. I don't know why I lost you.
If he has a phone, he was trying to look something up. Sometimes that can kick you from a stream. That
Yeah. I
happened to
don't
me.
know if he was doing it separate on his computer or what, but yeah, just hit the link again, Jesse, to come back on. I'll add you back on. I'm sorry I missed you before. I didn't know you were in the back chat because I didn't see you. But just
But why before he comes back? It's
sure.
like because I was trying to ask him because I'm getting a little confused with what he's saying, right? Because he's talking about the law of Moses versus the law of Christ. So I was asking him, even though people call it the law of Moses, it was still the Most High who gave Moses those commandments, right? So those are still God's commandments, right?
Yes.
So he didn't really give me an
Yeah.
answer on that.
And for the record, everybody
Yep.
who's speaking hey, Jesse, go ahead. The floor is yours. I'm just going to say something for 10 seconds, 30 seconds here. When everybody's speaking, we all are being, and keeping our agreement. Everybody's just respect.
You're cutting out, man. We can't hear you.
Oh, okay. I apologize, but yeah, I didn't agree with everything that Jesse was saying at times about everything spiritual, but I understood what he was saying too. But I actually enjoyed the 3/10 interpretation he had because I never looked at it that way. So I think there's a happy medium, and we all should just see each other's opinions and listen to them, and
Right.
also learn because I never looked at it that way, and I liked that perspective. So let's just continue what we're doing and just keep it
Yeah. I never heard that perspective. That was the first time. And again, I've been doing this for years, listening to people have conversations and doing it.
Yeah.
I've never heard that perspective.
I actually liked it too. So like I said, I didn't agree with everything, but I definitely liked. I was learning and also interested in a lot of what he had to say. So Jesse, go ahead and just tell me whatever
Yes, sir.
scripture you say. I'll just go to it.
Okay, well, the first scripture is going to be Job 11:6, and I'll read it real quick.
Okay.
This is the secret to wisdom. And that he would show thee the secrets of wisdom, that they are double. The verses have two meanings, brother. They are double to that which is. Here's another precept to prove that. Hosea 12:10. I have also spoken by the prophets, and I have multiplied visions and used similitudes by the ministry of the prophets. I'm going to give you an example. Genesis 41. You never heard it taught this way ever. This is your first time hearing this. Genesis 41 is going to prove that Joseph was converting the Egyptians to the Most High. And I'm going to prove it right here. Genesis 41, verse 27. Verse 37. Ryan, if you want to go to that. Genesis 41, verse 37. The problem that One West has, they don't realize the forefathers were converting all Gentiles. And
They
they
were
were never
also
taught that.
Masonic too.
Okay, so let me read this. And the thing was good in the eyes of Pharaoh and in the eyes of all his servants. You got to pay attention to the words, they have double meanings. And Pharaoh said unto his servants, can we find such a man as this is, a man in whom the Spirit of God is? The Pharaoh is acknowledging that Joseph has the Spirit of God in him. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, for as much as God has shown you these things, there is none so discreet and wise as thou art. Thou shalt be over my house. The Pharaoh is putting Joseph, who has the Spirit of the Lord, which is the word of God, over his house. And according unto thy word, which is the word of God, shall all my people be ruled. Only in the throne will I be greater than thou. And the Pharaoh said unto Joseph, I have set thee over all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh took off his ring. This is when the Pharaoh gave Joseph the power to convert all the Egyptians. And Pharaoh took off his ring from his hand and put it upon Joseph's hand and arrayed him with vesture. Oh, my phone's dying. Wow.
Said spirit, man. It's working.
That was beautiful poetry. You're reading the scriptures, and then it's just like technology 2022. Continue until until we lose you, Jesse. If you're still there. I guess
I think he died.
I think it might have
He's
died.
off.
Well, either way, you guys should like the way he was operating, because he was going to scripture after precept upon precept, and that's what you guys do. And we're talking here, so you can't knock the guy's hustle. He was doing it. So Jesse, if you charge your phone, and if you're hearing this, feel free to come on back. It sounds like we lost you, so we're gonna just continue to move on. And again, with
all right, well, let's move into this then, because I do want to be fair, because you asked me about why we think we're Israelites, so we'll touch on that for a little bit.
Okay, that's a great subject, because I've been waiting for that one from any Israelite camp or person.
Right. And as I said, I'll give you a couple perspectives. Some of them you probably have heard before, but maybe some of them you haven't.
Okay, I'm interested.
But I am intrigued because, of course, one thing which I think would be obvious that would show who these people really are today would of course be the curses, right?
Okay. Yep.
But there's one question I have on that, because let me say this: the only curse I'm going to use for argument's sake would be one of the big ones in there, which would be the last verse about going into Egypt again. But what is your understanding of that?
To me, every single curse has already happened, and none of the curses are still occurring today. I believe when Christ came, every single curse was already over with, and we have evidence from the scripture, such as Jeremiah 11:8, that all the curses had already occurred by the time of Jeremiah, which was around 600 BC-ish. And we can also go to Daniel in 9:11 and 9 through 9:14, and he'll show you that the curses had already come in that time. It's just all throughout.
But I'm focusing on verse 68 though. That's what I'm focusing my point here around, is verse 68.
Yeah. Okay. So to answer your question, in Jeremiah 11:8 here, when he says, and I could put it in the KJV too, because it says the same thing, that all the curses of the covenant came. So, but they did not listen or pay attention. And by the way, welcome, Seraphis Christ. We'll get you in there, or just chime in whenever you see an opportunity. I appreciate you coming in. But they did not listen or pay attention. Instead, they followed the stubbornness of their evil hearts. So I brought on them all the curses of the covenant I had commanded them to follow, but they did not keep. So wouldn't you agree that the word of God is telling you that that Egyptian curse happened in the time of at least
Well, I mean, when he says when he said he brought it on them, I agree with that, but I wouldn't say that it came upon them and then goes away. Would that be the perspective that you had on it? Because my position is obviously these, say for an example, the blacks in America, which hell, I'm near downtown Easton, right? I can't even tell you how terrible the level of poverty that these people, which is primarily mostly blacks, are down here, living in this terrible poverty down here. And that's one of the curses, right? So obviously Israel is not following the Most High's commandments, because if you read the whole chapter starting from verse 1, it speaks about a list of blessings that the Lord would put upon them if they did hearken to his commandments, and keep them and serve him as the Most High, and they didn't do that, right? So they got curses put upon them, right? So for the sake of the conversation, I think I'm just asking you, like, from your understanding, when can you point to, say, in history, or what event would you say was the fulfillment of Deuteronomy chapter 28 verse 68?
I mean, historically, I can't give you the exact
right, and you see, and this is where we're gonna disagree on that, because
well, you'd have to let me finish a little bit, but
yep, go ahead.
I see Jeremiah here telling me all the curses have come. I can also go to Daniel 9:11 through 14, and he'll also be telling us about the law of Moses' curses coming. But what I'm going to say to you is, if you acknowledge that all the curses did come, because it says it in this verse, and we'll also show it in the KJV that it says all the curses came, you need to tell me what was the time frame like. So Jeremiah, like I said, was 600 BC or prior. So when did this going back to Egypt curse happen again? Or did it go on a 2,000-year drought and it started up again during the transatlantic slave trade? Because
I can answer that, but in response to that, would you agree that the Old Testament, let's say for an example, Jeremiah, Isaiah, certain other books, Daniel, you'd agree that they have prophecies in them written of the future, right?
Yeah, I mean, come on, that's a rhetorical question, man.
Everybody. Okay. So if we agree on that, how could I not say that Deuteronomy chapter 28 verse 68 is a prophecy dealing with the future?
Well, I'm asking you when you think it occurred, because you just
asked me. Well, let me respond to that. When I say it happened in the future, I'm talking about, say, from that time. So it already happened. It's now in the past in our current time. But from back then, when when people were reading these things, say 2,000 years ago, that was talking about a future prophecy was going to happen. So I'd say it was the transatlantic slave trade of the 1600s.
So you think it happened prior to 600 BC, or around, let's just say around 600 BC, because the time of Jeremiah, and then it didn't happen for Christ came, and then it didn't happen for 2,000 years from when it happened last, or did it happen like once every couple?
No, they've always been under the curse.
No. So what historical events show you that Israelites were under that curse from the time frame I'm asking you? See, you have a 2,000-year time gap, is what I'm telling you. So it's a very
you're talking from wait, just so I understand, you're talking about from when Christ died all the way up to the present, correct?
I'm going back even farther. I'm going back to where Jeremiah, because we all can read it right here in Jeremiah 11:8. In the King James, it says, "Therefore I bring upon them all the words of this covenant," which is the same thing as all the curses. And I could also go to other prophets showing you that these curses came, and I can even demonstrate it in Ezekiel or Jeremiah or Habakkuk or any of the prophets. But I'm asking you, you have to understand, if you're saying this Egyptian curse 2868 did happen because Jeremiah is saying all the curses came, you have to again answer to me what I'm asking you. Did it wait 2,000 years to happen again, or did it happen in year 50 years before Christ?
Well, I'd say that particular curse happened in the future.
but that's a very general word. I mean, what's the future? I mean, I'm asking you from
Like it didn't happen at that time for the
from
people living that.
so from 600 BC till the transatlantic slave trade in 1400s, which you're saying that's what the curse is talking about. Did it happen any other time, or was there a 2,000-year gap? Approximate.
Yeah. There was a gap of time for that particular curse.
But I needed the amount of time you think.
Well, I mean,
It's
and here's the thing. Let me respond to that. You can't necessarily put a date on it because it doesn't tell you, the curses started on this date or that year, or this empire. It doesn't tell you that. So, that would be up to personal interpretation is what I would say, because it doesn't tell you an exact date.
Okay, I'm not going to beat you to death if you don't want to answer the time frame. Nobody else wants to answer it. That's fine.
No, but I mean, realistically speaking,
the time frame is the same as history has happened. That's the time frame.
So it happened, like we're seeing. You guys acknowledge that all the curses happened. Do you acknowledge that Jeremiah is telling us that all the curses?
Well, see, it's hold on, guy. It's easy to comprehend. Like, you're putting a lot of thought into it. When Christ came, they were still under the curse, and when he left, they were still under the curse. So the transatlantic slave trade was the prophecy of the Israelites being put on the ships into slavery. And during this time, they were still under the curse, and that was the transatlantic slave trade. When the blacks were put on the ship named Jesus and brought to the Americas, they were still under the curse. They're still under the curse today as well.
Okay, so the ship being named Jesus means that Jesus himself was.
No, that's just no. That was just a little fact that I throw in there because
I'm asking
that's how it has happened.
Was it God trying to tell the black people, like, hey, look, I'm giving you the Deuteronomy curses. That's why I put my name on the ship.
If you want to say so, I mean, that's just a little fact that I throw in there.
Well, let's deal with this. What is the Egypt that it's talking about? Because you'd say it is talking about.
Well, hold on. I was about to finish off with that.
Yep.
So he asked the question, when has it took place? The way that history has been taught already, that's how it has took off and took place. There's no different alternative dates to what has happened. The way that we see it already is how it went down.
Okay, I don't know if you're running. That was somewhat general. I mean, I wanted you guys to answer me if it happened. If I think you understand my question. If all the curses already happened from the time of Jeremiah, and I'm going to show you also what Daniel says in here from 9:11 to 9:14, and I'll look at it in the King James version.
Well, let me give you an example real quick. Because say for an example, it speaks about how if you lay with a wife, another man's going to take her, right? Nearly paraphrasing it. So that particular curse, that's going to a man who, gets a wife and gets married. So that particular one, that one applied to a man who is, single, who he, decided, that he's going to be single and not get married to a wife, right? So that curse would apply to a man who did get a wife, right? So not every single curse is upon each of the individual Israelites, if you're understanding what I'm saying, because again, that particular one that I mentioned, that only applies to a man who is married, compared to a man who is not married. Would you agree on that?
I don't know what curse. What are you talking about? A Deuteronomy curse?
Yeah, I'm referring to. I don't know the verse off the top of the head, but in Deuteronomy 28, there's a verse in there that speaks about that if you lay with a woman, right, you take a woman to be your wife, but then another man shall take her. Nearly paraphrasing it, right? So that would be one.
I mean,
that
I
wouldn't
know
apply
there's
to a single man,
about
right?
like the children will, like your daughters will be taken also. I don't know if that's what you're referring. Are you talking about marriage specifically? I believe.
Well, I was referring to marriage in particular in that.
Yeah, well, that's why we can look for whatever verse you're
okay,
talking
but here's the thing. What is the Egypt that they were taken into? Because that's a big one, right?
I didn't want to get away from 2868. You were just asking me a question. I'd love to stay on 2868, honestly, because I think that you could look at Egypt literally, or you could look at it as a metaphor. I'm not going to argue if somebody wants to interpret Egypt as a metaphor or if it's literal or not, but I mean, I'll look at it in the King James version afterwards. But if I were to actually read, because I don't think everybody always reads this verse. I think they kind of just hear about it from their friends, like through.
So you said you didn't have a problem with it if someone used it as a metaphor. So would you then agree that Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 68 is a fair proof that the blacks today in America would be the Israelites?
No, and I'd like to continue reading the entire verse just for reasons of why I believe
Can
that.
I ask a quick question?
Yeah,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
we'll just read the verse
Okay.
after you ask that, though. Go ahead.
Okay. Who do you subscribe to the Israelites being? Because there's usually three general running ideas. You have Hebrew Israelism, which is the blacks, Latino, Hispanics, and the Native Americans being the Israelites. Then you have British Israelism, which is people subscribing to the idea that the Germanic Viking and Celtic people, the Anglo-Saxons, are actually the real Jews. And then there's the wider spectrum is that the people in Israel today, Khazarian, Sephardic, Ashkenazi mix is actually the Jews. Which one do you subscribe to?
None of those three choices. What I would say is historically, I know for a fact Jesus Christ was black, and I also would say because of that fact that most of the characters and the Israelites in the Bible were predominantly black. Do any of us have an exact ratio? Like, if I had to put a number on it, can I tell you 100% were black and there wasn't any other type of Hispanic or Caucasian or Asian or Arab or any type of other person? No, none of us can do that. We are all just speculating. I would say the Israelites historically were predominantly black people, but I will also tell you the rest of Africa was filled with predominantly black countries also. So me and Andrew talked about this yesterday. Everyone in, well, predominantly, we'll say predominantly for these countries, but Egypt was black. Kush was black. Libya was black. The rest of Africa, Southern Africa, Middle Africa was black. I'm sure there were parts of Asia that were black. So why aren't Americans that are black descendants of any of those other countries today? Why are they just descendants of Israel?
Ooh, that's a very good question. Have
Sure.
you looked into the original skin color that the native aboriginals were? And if you look into like before colonization and the interbreeding of
Mm.
the Spaniards and the Italians and the Europeans, the Native Americans that we have today are a very light skin color. Before the arrival of Christopher Columbus and all the colonizers, they looked black. They genuinely had like dark skin.
Did they
They,
look
they
like?
didn't look like they didn't look like Africans,
Did they
but
look
they
like
did have
Egypt?
really dark skin.
Okay, so you're not going to the Bible, but you're saying because they had really dark skin, they couldn't have been from Egypt or Libya or Kush or any of the other black
No,
countries, but they had to be
n-
Israelites because of the color of their skin.
uh I wouldn't phrase it like that
Well, that's
because I'm
go
I'm
ahead
not
and
denying
rephrase it.
anything from that region, but I'm
Uh-huh.
just
And
adding to the
here's
fact is that
something
the
just to
Israelites
add
were
on that.
really dark.
Just to add on that, as I know that he doesn't subscribe to the Apocrypha, but in Second Ezra, the 13th chapter, it speaks
What do you
about how
mean?
the.
Yeah, I say I
No, I'm not.
subscribe
I'm
to
not
the.
talking. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the other
Oh,
person we're talking to.
Your buddy
Um,
was like, "What are you doing to me, man? I like you."
but anyway, in Second Ezra 13, it tells you how these people got to. It calls it Arsareth, but I'd say that's America. So that's how I would understand that the Native Americans got here before the other Israelites were brought over in the slave trade, right? But I guess we can't go there because he doesn't, subscribe to that book.
I mean,
Just
you
to
can
add that
mention
fact.
it. You can surely mention it, and we can add it just like any information that's just off Google or something. I'm not stopping you from adding any information. Please continue to bring whatever.
oh, I don't mean to cut anybody off, but I have a friend from Twitter tuning in.
Sure. What
Danae
do they want to
Smith in
join?
the chat.
Do they
I
want to
don't
join?
know if she'll. I'm not sure if she wants to,
Oh,
but I sent her the link.
okay. All right. Cool. Yeah. Just tell me if they're in the back chat because when I'm sharing the screen, I can't see it. But if you guys want to just walk with my logic here, is what I'm telling you is the entire continent of Africa had black people on it. If we were to compare the population of the entire black people, and I'm not attacking you guys, I just want you to really think about this. Like, what would you say the population of black people, let's just say hypothetically, like in a math question, hypothetically, 100% of the Israelites were black. Do you think the population of
Yeah,
Israel?
that's already a running idea amongst Hebrew Israelites. There's groups that teach that only black people are Israelites, and the Native Americans and the Hispanics, Latinos aren't actually Israelites. So that's already a running idea.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm trying to like give to your guys' premise. I mean, so I'm not trying to go against your premise. So whatever you want to call it, if you want to say 100% of the Israelites are black, Latino, Native American, that's fine. That I'm just trying to give 100% of the population to what you guys are saying it is. What would you think the comparison of the population of Israel was to the rest of Africa? So, for instance, would it be, say, 1 million?
It'd probably be about 90%. Just to be honest with you.
So like if it was 1 million, let's just throw out random numbers that we know they're just random numbers, just to get a perspective. If it was 1 million Israelites, would it be fair to say that the rest of Africa was 3 million, 5 million, 10 million of black, Latino, and what would you guys say? Just your estimates, because I just have a guess. I don't have a factual understanding. I just know it's more than what was in Israel. So what would you guys say?
So my answer to that would be the way that people look now are very different from what they looked back then. They may have been of a brown skin color, the Latino people that you're bringing into the mix. I'm referring to Israel, not all of Africa, by the way. So the way that they look, they could have been a lot darker than what they actually are, because through prophecy and through the genetic mixing, we can all agree that people are very lighter and have very different facial features and body features, and skin color wise, pigment, to be very different from what they originally are at that time were.
Do you have a number?
So,
like if this was a math question and you were in math class and you had to circle a number, like Israel's population, I'm basically trying to get, like, is it 1 to 1, 2 to 1, 3 to 1, 5 to 1, 10 to 1?
Well, I'm not necessarily sure what you're asking right there. I'm speaking from the general population. Yeah. If you have people that tend to be of a brown skin color, but a really, really dark brown skin color, but not of African appearance, and you take them from that region and implement them into another region where they're interbreeding amongst other people who have a lighter pigment, the way that the children of the people that were put in that land tend to look very different. Like if you look at a northern African today and look at an African American, the facial features, the head structure, and the color pigment are very different looking.
I totally agree with you, bro. I mean, we're talking about two different points, I think, because I think everybody on the panel will agree with what you're saying. When people mix, cultures, races, it changes, and the skin color changes. What I'm asking is to identify who the children of Israel are, because what we have today is black people in America telling us, hey, I'm the descendant.
Well, you have a black person in the chat. You should probably drop a link, I think.
I mean, the link's been dropped, man. They just need to scroll up. I can drop it again, but they can scroll up and hit the link. Just okay, True Banaka, whatever. But can anyone on this panel answer my question? Are other people understanding? I'm asking, like, if this was math class. I want the population of Israel compared to the rest of Africa. For instance, is it 1 million to 1 million? Is it 1 million Israelites, 2 million the rest of Africa?
I think I get what you're saying, but can you phrase it differently?
There's no way to phrase it. I'm just asking you a simple question to identify if black people in America are the Israelites today. It's very relevant to know how much of a population of black people they were. For instance, if there was one black person
here's the thing.
And there was 10 million black people in other nations, could all the black people say they're the children of Israel? No. So that's an extreme, but the population is very relevant. So we just I need to understand.
I have an answer to that.
What is your mathematical number? Is it 1 to 1, 2 to 1, 3 to 1, 5 to 1, 10 to 1,
Can
100 to 1?
I answer it?
Can someone please? Yeah, please.
Okay. I get what you're saying, and
Mhm.
there are scriptures to that. The Egyptians were compared to the Israelites to look very similar to each other. And there's a verse on that. I forgot the verse regarding to that. I think ETT might know that. But you're saying 1 to 1, 2 to
Just
2 to
your
2, or
best guess. Just your best guess, man, because we're all guessing. I don't have the answer.
okay. So I'll use my own percentage wise, because I
Yeah.
like using percentages on a lot of things.
Yes.
So from blacks in that region on a spectrum of percentages from 1 to 100, I would say roughly maybe 90 to 85% in that region were black, because there were people coming and
No, bro,
going.
that's not my question. My question is the population of black people or Latino and Native Americans in Israel. If somebody else is understanding my question, can they please interject here? I'm trying to ask, say, for instance, I live in New York and I say there's so many black people in New York. Compare New York to the rest of America, and I ask, what's the population of the black people in the rest of America? That is the exact.
Oh, that was the general population then. There were probably people from other nations living in the area,
That's what I'm saying.
but
What was the
the
population
whole
difference for
population there
Israel
was
and the rest of Africa?
legitimately 100%, because these were the lands the tribes came from. These are their lands, so the general population would be the Israelites,
You're not answering the question. Can someone else
and
please answer it?
they would
I'm
be.
not really sure what you're getting at with this.
My
I'm
what
Yeah,
I'm
I'm trying to
getting
understand it, but
at,
I'm
what I'm getting at is it's very relevant how many black people are in Israel, because if they're the progenitors and black people in America are the descendants, it matters. If there were
Oh,
two,
you're talking about? Are you talking about how many black people are over in the land of Israel right now?
no,
no. He's talking about then. How
I'm
many
talking about
live there?
then, because if there were two black, for instance, we're going to use an extreme here. If there were two black people in Israel and the rest of Africa had 200 million, nobody in America today should be going around saying, oh, I'm an Israelite. I'm an Israelite, because the numbers are so drastically different. I am pretty sure, if not positive, the rest of Africa's population of black, Latino, and Native American people in Egypt, Libya, Kush, Southern Africa, Middle Africa, every other place on earth in Africa besides Israel, that population exceeded the population of Israel. I was trying to understand what you guys would say the population difference was. For instance, just me throwing out a ballpark number, I would say it was probably at least 5 to 10 to 1. So the rest of Africa was at least 5 times as many black people to 10 times as many black people as the nation
Oh
of Israel.
yeah, okay, I get it now. But yeah, what you're saying is a fact. That, I mean, that's just logic sense. There's
So
more
what's your
black people
number?
in Africa
What's the number you
than
guys
actually
want?
Israel.
Because
I would say it's probably, on a percentage wise, it would probably be about 25% to 100 black people from Africa to Israel.
so Israel was 25% of the black people in Africa to you. That's fine if that's your answer. I'm just asking.
If you call Israel a part of Africa.
Yeah, yes. Okay, so does anybody else on this panel have a math answer?
Well,
Yeah, I
I'll
don't
say
think
this: we
ETT really
can't.
understands what you're saying.
Well, let's say this. Let's say this.
I think it's very
First of
relevant.
all, wait a second. Wait, we can't even know how many people were even living back then to begin with. So we don't really know what number to even base it off of. You know what I'm saying? So just for
Yeah, but
argument's sake,
it would be a smaller number
Yes.
than
yeah, definitely,
the larger
definitely would.
population.
So
Yeah,
that's my point. We'll
definitely.
move on. We'll move on, because that was just my point. And like ETT said, I am just speculating, and I admitted that. I didn't try to throw out a number and say, well, the rest of Africa's population was this and Israel was this. The Bible, when he did that wicked act that he wasn't supposed to do and counting the Israelites, their population was this. I'm not coming at it like that, man. I wasn't trying to make it that complicated of a question, but I think it's really relevant if every black person in America, or black, Latino, and Native American in America today, is going around saying, well, I'm a descendant of an Israelite. Well,
But wait a
wouldn't your
second though. When you say every black person doing that, hell, there's only maybe a couple thousand people who are black going around saying that, which
well,
is now more popular. So maybe just for argument's sake, let's just say it's 1 million people, which it
uh-huh.
obviously isn't. But let's just say that it was that. So obviously that's not every black person
Okay, I
going around
misspoke
saying
for sure there.
Do
I
you have
apologize.
somebody backstage, Ryan?
Yeah, sorry, Danae. I misspoke there completely, and I totally apologize. I wasn't saying that. I wasn't trying to say,
No
but I did
worries.
misspeak there. I wasn't trying to say every black person. There's tons of black people that don't subscribe to it. What I'm saying is what the black Hebrew Israelites teach is that every black person with a black dad is an Israelite. That is what I was trying to say. I apologize to every black person on the planet Earth or America misquoting that, because that was not at all what I was trying to say. But what I'm saying is, guys, I mean, I don't know if you ever played poker, but if you got a 25% chance of winning a hand or a 75% chance, so it's 3-1, or you're 90% and the other hand's 10%, you'd rather have that 90% chance because it's more likely that the 90%'s going to be the result. So if there's 90% or 50% or 80% of the population of Africa that is not Israelites, that are black people, every black person in America that subscribes to the Hebrew Israelite doctrine has a better chance of coming from one of those countries. And I didn't even finish getting into Deuteronomy 28 because the very last sentence in that verse does not apply to the transatlantic slave trade at all. So we'll get into that. But let's welcome Danae, and I hope I pronounced your name right. Go ahead and introduce yourself, please. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're absolutely fine. I don't know. I've been following a call for an uprising for a while, and then I actually recently found Jay's channel. So yeah, I've been following like this truther thing for a couple of years, and my parents actually introduced me to people like you guys are exposing what's really going on behind the scenes. So it's nice to meet all of you. I'm kind of new to the YouTube community and stuff, and I'm gonna start making videos about like the New Age movement because there's a lot of deception there, and there's a lot of young people in our generation who are just looking for like healing, and they're going about it the wrong way. Speaking from experience, because I was actually involved in that myself, and I was able to stop before I got too far in it, but yeah, it's really a mess, but it's nice to meet all of you guys.
Well, God bless, and I think I speak for all of us that we should listen to you more because your voice is a lot better sounding than mine and the rest of ours. But if anyone else, if ETT or whomever wants to continue, like I said, I have an issue with this, but no one.
Well, let me chime in on this real quick. The
Sure.
reason I asked you about this, because again, this is why this is such a significant scripture dealing with Deuteronomy 28 verse 68, is because I would correlate this with a couple other precepts I would use to prove that we're Israelites, because the Israelites would be redeemed from a place called Babylon, right, or Mystery Babylon in the end times, right? So we correlate this Egypt here with America, because if you go to Revelation chapter 11 verse 8, speaks about a great city that is spiritually compared to ancient Sodom and ancient Egypt, right? So if you go to, I'll give you an
You want me to
example.
go to it now?
Go ahead and grab the book of Jeremiah, chapter 16, verse 14 for me.
Okay. For the record, is this you? Is this like verse 2 on you? Because Deuteronomy 28:68 was your first verse. Is this like verse 2 that you're going to use to try to? Because I asked for 5 verses to show you're Israelite. Is this verse 2?
Yeah, this is verse
All
2.
right. I'm going to write this down because I'm going to be interested. Jeremiah, what was it?
Chapter 16, verse 14.
Yeah. And I'm definitely happy to hear your direction, Danae. God bless you. And I encourage you to start your own channel too, because I went on other channels to start, and you don't get as much time to speak, and it's hard, but just go and make your own channel and just get the word out, and you'll grow, and you know
Thank you.
speak your story. Yeah, what did you say? Verse 16.
Verse 14.
All right, I apologize. So I'm in the KJV here. So this is going to prove that black people in America are Hebrew Israelites.
Well, but wait, again, though, you have to go by the premise I just brought up, that the where they're at now, which is compared to Sodom and Egypt, we'd understand that this is America. So this is where the Israelites are going to be delivered from. But we can read this and then
You can give your breakdown, and then I'll respond, or someone else will respond. Okay. Therefore, behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that it shall no more be said, the Lord liveth, that brought up the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. You want me to continue, or?
Yep, keep going.
Okay. But the Lord liveth, that brought up the children of Israel from the land of the north, and from all the lands whither he had driven them, and brought them into the land of the Egypt, and I will bring them again into their land that I gave unto their fathers.
Right, right. Now, just to clarify real quick, when you go up to the first one, this Egypt that's talking about, this is not talking about America here. This is talking about the ancient Exodus story when they were brought out of Egypt, right? So even to this very day, thousands of years later, after, the Red Sea crossing and that, miracle event with, the Israelites in the wilderness, we're all still talking about that to this very day, right? So it's telling you that when this new deliverance happens, which is deliverance from this place, Babylon, now this is going to be the new talk of the town, right? And then he's going to take the Israelites and he's going to set them back in their own lands, right? So we'd use this to show that we are the Israelites because we've been taken into this land, right, Babylon, and we're soon going to be delivered and taken back to the land that our forefathers were given.
That it shall no more be.
Because again, we're still talking. You agree with me that to this very day, we're still talking about the Exodus story. You agree with me on that, right?
Yeah, of course. Of course, it's in the Bible, and it's a very
Right. So
story.
going by this, it's saying that there's going to be a day when there's going to be a new deliverance that's going to overthrow that old one. So people are not going to talk about that ancient deliverance anymore because this new one, this is going to be the talk of the town. Is basically what it's referring.
So you don't think that this scripture has anything to do with Jesus when it says God will restore them, and the new talk of the town isn't going to be Jesus? It's going to be when the black Hebrew.
Well, I never hold on a second. I think you're misunderstanding.
Yeah,
Because
I might be.
Christ is the one who's going to come back and redeem them because he's going to put them back in the homeland. So yeah, Christ is going to come and redeem the Israelites. That's the whole point with it. So I'm not sure where we're seeing differently on it.
I don't know. I mean, I'm missing the point of this.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and get Revelation chapter 11, verse 8.
You're saying this is a prophecy. Well, hold on. Let's just look at this I'm just looking at the NIV to maybe see if, because sometimes the King James is a little unclear to me the way it's written, the vernacular. However, the days are coming, declares the Lord, when it will no longer be said, as surely as the Lord lives, who brought the Israelites up out of Egypt, but it will be said, as surely as the Lord lives, who brought the Israelites up out of the land of the north, and out of all the countries where he had banished them. So don't you think that's talking about where they were actually in captivity under the curses in Deuteronomy, when the Assyrian Empire, the Babylonians, and the Persian, Persians all had them in captivity? You don't think that Jeremiah 16:15, when it says bring them out of the land of the north, you think this is talking about something that has happened?
I'd say the land of the north is talking about America.
The land of the north is talking about
that would be the general understanding among the Hebrew Israelites.
Wow, that's really so.
Well, wait, did you quote a scripture a second ago about the land of the north? I didn't hear you.
No,
he didn't.
Trying to understand why this is not something that, because it says it won't be said as surely as the Lord lives. Because when I read this, what I read is they're not going to talk about God freeing them from the Egyptians. They're going to talk about God because of all the miserable curses. Like in the time of Jeremiah, we know this is like Lamentations, when the Israelites are literally eating their young, they're walking around, they've been hit with all the curses of Deuteronomy, the sword, the plunder, the plague. They've literally been starving in the street and eating their young. I mean, we're all familiar that those are the curses that occurred in Jeremiah's lifetime. So when this verse 15 says it won't be talking about, the time God brought us out of Egypt, but he restored us, this to me is talking more about the time like when King Cyrus of Persia around 500, 560 BC to 530 BC restores the temple. Like if I were to go
all right, well, if that's true, why is it today that we're still talking about the ancient Exodus story then? Because it said that when this event takes place, people are not going to talk about how the Lord delivered the Israelites from out of the land of, Egypt, that we all know the Moses, story with that. We're all still talking about that today. But the text tells you that once this event takes place, people are not going to talk about that ancient event anymore.
Well, I mean, that's a question that I don't think. I mean, you're trying to act like none of us that word should be taken completely literally, and no one should ever speak about that story again, which is
No,
not.
no, you're not understanding. I'm saying this verse has not happened yet, but this shows that we're the
Well,
Israelites we're gonna be redeemed, or as Christian would call
no,
it,
I know
raptured
you're
out
claiming
of
you didn't, but
Babylon.
I'm trying to show you in Scripture a time when after Jeremiah, because Jeremiah was around 600 BC, a couple years the other way, on the other side, 650 BC, whatever. This is around 560 BC, and this is when God, and you can read about this in Isaiah, and it's one of God's greatest prophecies that can be proven if you Google God proving a historical prophecy, because Isaiah prophesied about Cyrus 200 years before Cyrus even existed, and the prophet Daniel was a contemporary with Cyrus and telling Cyrus that the Father, God of Israel, and Jesus Christ were the reason he had his power. And that is why, if you read these verses in Ezra 1, you'll see that Cyrus not only helped the Israelites rebuild the temple and the wall, but he gave them all the silver and gold back that the Babylonians had taken. I mean, all you have to do is read Ezra 1 to read about the restoration of the temple, to say that Jeremiah verse is talking about this time, not 2,000 years later, about people in America in a foretold prophecy that hasn't even happened yet. So we're still 2,000 years later, and that word of Jeremiah hasn't been fulfilled. That would go against.
Wait a second. So you're of the belief that all of the things that Jeremiah spoke about have already happened?
No, not all of them, but definitely this one has occurred.
Wait, so not all of them so you agreed that there's some that have not yet happened, but
You're
it's so
entitled to your
far-fetched to say
opinion
that this
to
one hasn't
argue.
yet happened.
You're entitled to your opinion to argue that it
No,
hasn't.
I was just asking you because that just
Yeah.
seems hypocritical, because you just agreed with me that there are some things that Jeremiah wrote about that are yet to happen in the future. So I was just asking, well, wait a second, going by that reasoning, how is it so far-fetched to say that this is one that's going to take place in the future? If you agreed with me that there are some things in Jeremiah that are yet to take place, right?
Yeah, I agree with you on that. But what I'm saying here is, like, if you read Ezra 1, this is, King Cyrus of Persia. I encourage everybody to Google him and see that he was prophesied about in Isaiah. And I could go to the scriptures in Isaiah if you like, but he was prophesied hundreds of years before he even existed. And it's one of God's greatest prophecies that he had a king of Persia restore Israel. And you can see he got back all the gold and silver of what the Babylonians took, and it even goes through and gives an inventory on everything. And King Cyrus and the Persian kings after, like Artaxerxes and so forth, they're responsible for building God's temple and all those other things, the walls of Israel, and restoring Israel after all the curses of Deuteronomy did happen already. So
Man, I'm so lost right now. I don't even know what this topic's about.
Okay,
Honestly,
yeah, go ahead, please.
yeah, I was gonna say, like, and you're all like really smart in the way that you're dissecting it. But when I really think about it, and you guys can go to Acts 17:26, because it explains how God made everyone from one man. So when I think about like who the true Israelites are, to me that just means people who choose to really truly follow and believe in God. And I think that the argument about like who these people have who they are like racially and their nationality has been it's been left up to perspective for a while, and I feel like people always argue about it, but on a soul level it just feels like the true followers of Christ are the ones that are going to be taken care of in that way. And that's my perspective as a Black woman in America. Then there's a lot of people who, like, I think they apply it to their own right out of ego, in my opinion, but that's just my 2 cents on it.
Well, I give you a raise because your 2 cents was very, very valuable. That's a couple dollars where I'm from, and amen to that. Because if we do we didn't get into it tonight, but if we did ever get into who salvation is for, what you just said about believing in Jesus and the Father, that is paramount. For all of our goes, Romans
Right.
9:6. We could go to Titus. I mean, we could go to Titus 3:9 right now, just to say what you just said is valid, that we shouldn't be arguing over these genealogies. I mean, it's written right here in Titus 3:9, but avoid foolish controversies and genealogies and arguments and quarrels about the law, because these are unprofitable and useless. So this will coincide exactly with Romans 9:6, because he's saying, why are you arguing about genealogies when it's about believing in Jesus Christ? And we'll go to Romans 9:6 real briefly, and then I'll let ET get back to his build. I'm not trying to interrupt it. We're going to go to Revelation afterwards, because he is at least taking on this challenge of trying to prove he's an Israelite. None of these other guys even try to do it. But right here, in other words, it is not the children by physical descent who are God's children, but it is the children of the promise who are regarded as Abraham's offspring. For
Right.
this was how the promise was stated: at the appointed time I'll return. And we can go on from there. You know, I mean, it's just the beginning of Romans 9 also, you know, builds on this, because, you know, he's talking about, you know, he wishes his fellow Israelites could see what he sees, you know, and you know, I think I agree with you, because right here, this is what we're arguing about right now. Romans 9:6. It is not as though God's word failed, for not all who descended from Israel are Israel. So why are people even worried if you're descended from Israel, if this verse has, you know, value?
Exactly. I agree 100%.
But thank you for your contribution. Continue to build with us. Please don't go anywhere. ETT, you want to go to Revelation 11 now, or try to build it with the Babylon?
Yeah, just grab verse 8 there.
And I appreciate you guys. It's hard with so many people involved to you know, have a build, and this isn't a debate. If you guys were going to debate 5 verses to prove you're Israelites, you would have a one-on-one debate. So nobody, please don't construe this as a debate, because we're not debating tonight. A debate, each person gets an equal amount of time, and they get to present all their information and explain their ideas. So this is just a bunch of people on the internet trying to, you know, find the truth in God. So Revelation 11:8.
Yes.
Okay, I'll go to the KJV too.
Wait, but I got a question for you. So
Sure.
earlier when we were having a conversation about polygamy, you'd say that's not a debate, right?
I mean, if you want to call this whole thing a debate, I'll call it all a debate. Yeah, I was trying to just, you know,
Yeah, I just asked because if you
Yeah.
look up the definition of the word debate, it simply means, say for an example, two people coming together with two different ideologies, you know, and reasoning together on why they might see differently, right? The information from both sides is being presented.
Yeah.
So that's literally what we're all doing
Okay.
here, right?
I'm
So whether
totally
one
cool
wants to,
calling it a debate.
yeah, whatever. If someone wants to call it a discussion or a debate, both of them are technically
Please
correct.
call this a debate, and let's see if you guys prove with 5 verses you're Israelites. Please call it a debate.
Well, I mean, I was just simply saying by the definition of what the word actually means. That's all I was.
Hey, well, that's what I could go either direction with it. You know what I mean? Like I said, I was trying to heed the fact that more structured debates give each side their time to present.
Yeah, that's cool,
I don't
man.
think
That's
I've been
cool.
giving you as much time as you would want to present in an actual debate. That's all.
Yeah, that's cool, man. That's cool.
You know?
But just a heads up, as I said, I don't have much time on here, so I do want to give you the rest of these scriptures. So
please,
don't even worry about the. Actually, go ahead and read it since you're already there. We'll
let's get the 5. We've got 2 verses.
Are you guys gonna bring up reincarnation at all? In salvation?
Yeah, we'll get to
I was
that
prepared
in a
for
little bit,
salvation.
maybe.
Okay, and their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified. And do you want me to keep going, or?
No, you can stop there. But I brought this up to show that there is a city that's spiritually comparable to Sodom and Egypt, right? So we'd use this to say that the Egypt in Deuteronomy is talking about the same Egypt here, because now we understand. I think you'd agree as well. At going by this, there is somewhere in the world, why we might disagree on where it is, but you would agree that there is a place that is spiritually compared to ancient Egypt and Sodom, right?
Yeah, according to Revelation, yes.
Okay, so would you say that it's a possibility that this place that's comparable to Egypt could have a connection with Deuteronomy 28?
The curse is in Deuteronomy 28 now.
Specifically speaking of verse 68.
No.
But how could it not be though?
Because I believe all the curses are over with when Jesus Christ came. we came into
Wait a second. I got a question for you. Can you please pull up Revelation chapter 22 and verse 3 dealing with the curses?
Okay, and welcome back. Yeah, Danae. Yeah, join in again. Sorry, thanks for telling me you're in the back chat. I was wondering where you went today, Danae. Let me just add her real quick. If she sees the link, let me put the link. I was not trying to lose our better half, guys. Sorry. she was speaking more logic than myself, so we need her back. Yeah, Danae. Let me get to the chat. If you see the link in the chat, but I'm posting it again right now. I apologize. Go ahead and hit it, and then I'm going to go to Revelation 22. And ETT, me and you can have a separate build sometime, one if you want to. I appreciate you bringing all this traffic over to my channel, honestly, because my channel is not usually like this. So these are your people, your supporters, and I appreciate you.
Oh no, man, no, it's actually my people.
Okay, you too.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man. Thank you too, bro. I saw you at 13,000 followers. You're doing your thing, man. Yeah, Danae, whenever you hit that, I can add you. I can go to Revelation 22 in the meantime. If somebody just wants to tell me when she's in the back thing there, I'll get her in.
ETT only brought 3 people, and one of those was me.
Yeah,
the rest of the people are from my Discord.
Yeah, man, you're doing your thing over there. I saw 13,000. I was impressed, man. Yeah, Danae, whenever you hit that, just let me know if you hit that link.
Yeah, and Ryan, like I also have a question, if that's okay.
Yeah, no, interject at any time. I'm not in charge here. It's I'm just one of 8 equal people.
Yeah, let's deal with this one thing here, and then we'll let him ask the question. We'll be fair to him. But first, let's read this because this goes into what we were talking about dealing with the law.
Okay, so
or excuse me, the curses. Excuse me.
Okay, what verse?
Verse 3.
3. Okay, and there shall be no more curse, but the throne of God and of the Lamb shall be in it, and his servants shall serve him.
Right. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up, because again, this is in the kingdom of heaven here. So it's saying in the kingdom of heaven, there's going to be no more curse. So if the curse is done away with today, well, what is this curse that's going to be done away with when the kingdom of heaven is established?
Well, I mean, if you want my answer, my exact answer is I'm not going to be able to give you a great answer on this because this is speculation. But what I will say is if there are curses, like Paul said to somebody, curse you if you don't believe in Jesus. I believe, I don't know who else would be doing curses besides God.
So it wouldn't be reasonable to say that the curses here that are being done away with are the curses in Deuteronomy 28. That wouldn't be reasonable.
Just because the word curse is in there, no. I mean, you can't.
But I mean, what other curse could it mean?
It could mean another curse that God decided. Like, for instance, when people, went into the temple and did rituals, like the kings of Israel did things, and they got leprosy or something like that. That was a curse from God, right?
Yes.
Okay, and when the man of God betrayed what he was supposed to do when he went over to the guy's house who lied to him and said, I'm also a prophet, and he ate with him, and then the man of God died on the road. I mean, and the lion and the donkey sat next to him. That was also can be considered a curse. I mean, that's my opinion at least. So I'm just saying God can be cursing people, and the word curse can be used by punishment from God. I don't think we could just say, just like the word slave being in Deuteronomy doesn't have to mean American slavery. There was Israelite slavery. There was slavery, all Muslim slavery, Arabic slavery. There was Chinese slavery. There was Russian slavery. There was slavery all over the world. I mean, the Holocaust wasn't exactly freedom. I mean, there was all sorts of slavery. You can construe it however you want.
All right. I'll accept it. I'll accept that answer for the sake of time.
Okay.
So just let the guy.
Is this one of the 5 verses that prove you guys are Israelites because it says the word curse?
No, that was just a side note.
Okay. All right. I mean, it's revelation, man. It's really hard. Like, any of us would be liars if we're like, oh yeah, I know exactly what the 10 horns are. You know what I mean? It's like, so the word curse, I can just see as a punishment from God, But go ahead, Israelite Jesse.
Awesome. Well, that's an awesome challenge. Giving them 5 verses. I'll take it up a notch. I would like to hear one verse that proves only Israelites are going to get the kingdom. Just one verse. And to keep it where the brother of ETT had it in chapter 22, I have a question for him. In chapter 22, well, chapter 21, verse 24, who are those nations that are walking into the city?
Could we pull up the scripture?
Sorry, Danae. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's Revelations verse 21, chapter
Yeah,
21, verse
let him
24.
give him a second to pull it up. He's doing something behind.
Oh
the
yeah,
scenes.
no, I forgot about getting Danae in there. I apologize, Danae. Sorry. What was it? Revelation 22 what?
21, verse 24.
Okay, 21.
Yeah, because my challenge is
Mhm,
I need one verse that proves only Israelites will get the kingdom. But
mhm.
the question for ETT was, since he went to chapter 22 in the book of Revelations, if he could explain to me who are these nations that are saved in Revelations 21, 24.
But before we read this, could I have you clarify what you mean with your statement about? Matter of fact, could you just reiterate that for me? Because there was something I wanted to ask, but I forgot the exact words of how you
Okay.
used it. You said something about all nations get in the kingdom or something like that. Could you restate that
Okay,
for
yeah.
me?
The brother Ryan, he put a challenge up to show him 5 verses um where you can prove you're a bloodline Israelite. My challenge is show me one verse where you can prove only Israelites will get the kingdom.
Okay, thanks for reiterating that. But I had to respond and say, what do you mean by get the kingdom?
Inherit the kingdom, have power in the kingdom. Whatever you guys call the kingdom, I would like to hear one verse that says only Israelites and not the other nations will get the kingdom.
Well, are you familiar with how the Israelites teach that the other nations are going to be servants in the kingdom?
And question, according to Matthew's 25 10:25, Jesus says the master and the servant are both equal.
Well, I mean
And
that's a we can get that, but I'm saying, are you familiar with the Israelites saying that the servants that the other nations are going to be servants in the kingdom of heaven? Have you ever heard of that idea before?
yeah,
Ooh,
they have the theory.
when you guys
There's
are
a
done, can
theory.
I put
Mhm.
something into that?
Yes.
Right, right. But let's go ahead and read the scripture on the screen, and I'll answer his question.
Okay. 1 second, because you're talking about the so-called hierarchy in the kingdom, right?
Well, I didn't say anything. I was just asking you if you ever heard of that idea before.
Yes. And according to Christ's own words, this is Matthew's 10:25. In the kingdom, there's going to be servants and masters, but they're both equal. Matthew's 10:25. It is enough for the disciple that he be as his master and the servant as his Lord. There is no hierarchy when it comes to Christ. You're either a
Yeah, yeah.
part of a body.
I wouldn't say that's talking about the kingdom. I'd say you're superimposing that. But hey, if that's your view, you're welcome to say that. But I wouldn't have that same perspective.
So, all right. So, question: when it says it is enough for the disciple to be as his servant and the servant as his Lord, how do you take that?
Well, I mean, just like I'll give an example how back then, you could have servants, right? So you'd have to treat the servants that you had, the Israelite servants, you'd have to treat them basically as a family member, right? You couldn't unjustly, steal from them, unjustly, beat them. There was laws on these things. So I wouldn't say this is talking about the kingdom here. I mean, if you want to say that, you're welcome to say that, but I wouldn't
Okay.
have that same
Well,
perspective as
then
you
if
got
I
it.
can, let me just last one, Ryan. Sorry. You was in Revelations 22, Revelations 21, 24. These nations that are walking into the kingdom, who are these people that are saved?
Let's read the verse for me.
hmm I could read it if you like.
Yeah, that's cool if you got it in front of you.
Yep, it's in Revelations 21, verse 24. And the nations of them which are saved shall walk in the light of it, and the kings of the earth do bring their glory and honor into it.
Yeah, I can answer that. From our understanding is that all these other nations are going to be in the kingdom of heaven, and they're going to have to their kings are going to bring their riches to the gates of the kingdom. It even elaborates on that in the book of what is that, Isaiah the 60th chapter. It makes a reference to it. Also Isaiah the 49th chapter. it makes references to it. So we'd say, and I can't speak for Jay, but from my research, we'd say that the other heathen nations, they're going to be in the kingdom of heaven, but they're going to have to learn the ways of the Israelites. And it tells you, if you go to Zechariah chapter 14, verse
14.
16
Yes,
on
correct.
down, right? It speaks about how, say for an example, the Egyptians going to have to go and worship before the Lord and observe, these
Mhm.
Oh no, I'd
days.
agree with that. I'm kind of like of the mind of how T-Mog sees it though.
What
Yeah,
Yeah,
verse?
but
which I disagree with
14
him, but
what?
that's a different subject.
yeah, but question though, these nations that are saved, are they also written in the Lamb's Book of Life?
No.
These other nations are going to cling to the Israelites. And in some ways, people call these the nations that are grafted in. So basically, the other nations are going to be in servitude to the Israelites, and they're going to be following the law, the ways of how the Israelites live. They'll be
Okay,
reflecting what they
got you.
do.
Well,
So, like when the
question.
Israelites go to pray against the Lord, the other nations will also be doing that. They'll be
All
in
right,
servitude to the
got you,
Israelite.
got
But
you.
the
I
Hebrew Israelites teach that well, majority of them teach that the heathen nations will be beaten and whipped and all this as like a reflection to like
mhm, of like
the
slavery.
American
Yeah, slavery.
slavery. But
All right. Well, if I
I'm
can just
of
add,
different to that mind.
if I can just add, I asked a question if these nations are written in the Lamb's Book of Life, and one of you guys said no. Is that correct?
Who said no?
I said that they're not.
Okay. Can you read verse 27, please? Well, do you mind if I read it?
What verse? What?
Before you guys do that, can I say something?
Zechariah 27. You
Well,
said?
no. Well. First, let me read Revelations 21, verse 27,
Okay.
that tells you about these nations. Listen to this. And there shall in no wise enter. Now, remember, you just said these kings are entering into the city, right?
Yes.
Okay, ready? There shall in no wise enter into it anything that defileth, neither whatsoever worketh abomination or maketh a lie, but they which are written in the Lamb's Book of Life. These nations are in the Lamb's Book of Life. And if you keep reading chapter 22, the leaves of the tree that's in the kingdom is for their healing. So how do you explain
It's
nations
easy
that are
to
written in the
explain
Lamb's Book of Life?
because it's easy to explain because there's going to
Okay.
be other empires that exist on the earth that are under Christ's dominion. So there's going to be other empires, say nations that exist on the earth. Why Christ has his empire on the earth, but he's going to have dominion over those nations. That's why they're going to be tributaries to him. So they're going to have to bring their riches as tributaries to Christ and his empire, but he's going to have dominion over them. Like I'll give you an example of that. If
Yeah.
you go, I believe it's Revelation, the 16th chapter, it
Mhm.
speaks about how Christ have the kingdoms of this world have became the kingdoms of our Lord and Christ, nearly paraphrasing the scripture, but it tells you in that chapter that Christ is going to take dominion over these empires that are established on the face of the earth. So it's very easy
Christ is going to
to
take over,
understand.
or are the Israelites?
Well, the Christ and the Israelites, because I'll give you an example. If you go to Revelation chapter 2,
Mhm.
verse 25 on down, it speaks about, and this is Christ speaking. It
Mhm.
says, to him who overcomes, he's going to gain power over the nations and he'll rule them with a rod of iron, right? So Christ and the elect of Israel, they're going to have dominion over these other nations, would be
Now,
my understanding.
whoa. You said something. You said he who overcomes. According to the book of John, he went unto his own received him not. So he gave power to everybody to become the sons of God.
Wait, so all of the Jews rejected Christ?
Oh,
Well,
sorry,
didn't
J-Man. Sorry to interrupt, guys. I didn't see J-Man's comment. Sorry, J-Man. When I'm sharing the screen, I can't see who's in the back. Yeah, you need the link too. I
okay.
apologize. And Danae, jump in whenever you're ready. Guys, I'm just gonna play the back and DJ for a
Can I
minute.
say something though? I've been
Well,
waiting to
let me
bring up
just add
something.
this real quick.
Yeah.
According to
Oh
John
well,
19, just real quick, it'll take me 2 seconds. John 19 states that the Pharisees and the entire nation went against Christ, and that's John 19 verse 11.
I mean, you'd have to read that because it's certain that not all the Jews went against Christ. I'll give you an example. If you just go to, I want to say, what is that? John the 12th chapter, when Christ was entering to Jerusalem, right? People were there gathered together, to say Hosanna, and give praises, to him and respect him as the Messiah who they believe came, right? So if you go read that in that chapter, it's clear that some of the Jews did accept Christ as the Messiah. So to say that
True.
all of them rejected him, that certainly can't be true. Did some of them reject him?
Yeah, but
Absolutely.
here's
But not
here's
all
the
of them.
problem, right? Because according to Psalms 149, God only dealt with Israel as a whole. So he didn't just punish one Israelite, he punished everybody. Watch this. John 19:23. Pilate answered, am I a Jew? Thine own nation and the chief priests have delivered thee unto me. And watch what Christ tells an Edomite. Then thus says Pilate unto him, thou couldst have, Jesus answered to Pilate, thou couldst have no power at all against me, except it was given thee from above. Therefore, this is Christ speaking to an Edomite, he that delivered me, speaking of the Israelites, unto thee have the greater sin. Why would Christ tell an Edomite that his nation has a greater sin than the Edomites?
Well, it was the a certain groups of the Jewish people who delivered him. And we already established that it was not all of the Israelites who gave Christ away.
But here it says thine own nation did it.
Yeah, I'm not denying that the Jews did give them, but that's not talking about all of them.
So, but my question is, why would Christ tell an Edomite that they have a greater sin than the Edomites do?
Well, I'd say that we'd have to read the whole thing in context. 'Cause just like going back to what you did earlier, when you went to Matthew 17 and you were trying to use that they built, 3 tabernacles, so that you using it to say something along the lines as, we only have to follow Christ or something like that. So again, I'd say that we're both having just a misunderstanding of it.
Okay.
But hey, look, if you want to reach out to me, we can set up a entire dialogue with me and you on it, and we can have a
Awesome.
conversation about it longer. If you're willing to do that, you're certainly welcome to do so.
Okay, and listen, I totally apologize for hogging up.
You didn't.
I'll stay quiet. So
No,
I just
no,
had
no.
a couple questions.
You didn't hug anything.
Okay. Can I
Go ahead.
bring up something now since that's over?
Yeah,
Yep.
can somebody just tell me when J-Man's in the back chat? Because I want to stay on the scriptures. So
Well,
everybody
we can't see when he's in the back chat. The only
Okay.
time we can. Oh, he's in there now. I
He
saw
is?
his message. The only
I
time that we
Okay.
can see,
waiting to get
the only
on.
time
I
we
don't
can
see
see if
it.
somebody's back there is if they put up a message in the back chat. Other than that, only you can know who's back there.
I only see 6 people. Oh, I only can have 6 people because I'm on the free thing right now.
Well, listen, Ryan, my phone has, I don't know if it's acting weird. There's something weird happening where it's losing power. I have 2%. I don't mind like jumping off. And
Well, it's whatever. I mean, you're on here now. I mean, it's
Okay.
up to you. Whatever you want to do. J-Man, that's my issue. I'm gonna upgrade my service so I can get 10 people on here. But that's why I haven't seen you, bro. I apologize. Go ahead, 2 leader and build. But yeah, I just want to be able to show the scriptures on the screen when people are jumping around. But J-Man, that's the issue. Whatever your name is, man. I'm sorry, 2 leader J. I don't.
Yeah. That's my name. Okay, ETT. You were talking about the curses earlier. I was gonna bring this up, but we started talking about something else. You didn't mention one of the curses, Isaiah 3:16 to 17, about the hair. Are you familiar with that one?
I'd have to see it. I wouldn't know.
Okay, I'll read it for you.
Which one?
Because Isaiah 3:16 to 17. The
Oh.
Lord said, because the daughters of Zion are haughty and walk with outstretched necks, glancing wantonly with their eyes, mincing along as they go, tinkling with their feet. Therefore the Lord will strike with a scab the heads of the daughters of Zion, and the Lord will lay bare their secret parts. And then there's in the NIV it says that they the secret parts, it legitimately says that they're bald. What would be your take on that?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I've never looked at that verse before.
Okay, all right. Well, the way that I interpreted this right here, because if I'll read it for you in the NIV. Let me go back to that. Let's see. Here we go. I'll read the last portion of it. It says, "Therefore the Lord will bring sores on the heads of the women of Zion. The Lord will make their scalps bald." I would say that this would be referring to the a curse onto Israelite women. If you look into the African American women, they do have like a problem, you know, with hair, trying to grow it. If that makes kind of sense, like if you ever realize that, I don't know if you have. I think that would be one of good ways to like pinpoint a certain uh ethnic people as the ancient Israelites. I don't know if you see that as I see it.
Yeah, I'll have to do more research into that then. But
Yeah, you should.
I have a quick question for ETT. And first off, it's a pleasure, guys. It's a pleasure to be with all you guys. We're all on a journey, and we're all learning like every day. You know what I'm saying? But if I may, one quick question for ETT.
sure.
Wow, that just all right. I had the question there. Sorry, it just left my mind. Sorry, guys. What the
You were
What
being
did it
too
relate
kind
to?
and gracious and
heck?
being too nice to everybody. We're in the
Yeah.
debate world right now. We're battling. You got to go out. Stephen A. Smith mode, man. You know.
Well, what did it contain to, so to speak, or
Well,
pertain
my
to? In
my
other words?
thing is this. Like where do you get the concept that only Israelites can get the kingdom? Like where, like
It's a
when?
quote
Well,
from
let me
Christ. He came
Well,
from the
let
Israelites
me
only.
answer that real quick. Let me answer that because I was raised in the Christian church. That's definitely
Mhm,
true. So if you were to ask me, 8 years ago, whatever, could anyone be saved? I'll be like, oh yeah, Jesus came, John 3:16, But
mhm,
then after I did more research, and started to listen to these Hebrew Israelite groups, hey, look, these guys break down the Bible that I've never seen anybody be able to even match before. I've never seen a Christian pastor, go into the Bible like
mhm,
these guys, can. So that shows you something that these guys, hey, they got to know something. And then they go to precepts to show, like, I'll give an example. When Christ
mhm.
said in Matthew 17, excuse me, what is that scripture? Matthew chapter 15, verse
15
24.
verse 24. Correct.
Yeah, that he was only sent for the lost sheep of the house of Israel, right?
Yeah,
So
but
just
question,
one like that,
ETT
or
ready? Yeah,
Wait.
ETT.
Hold on a second. Wait. You asked me
Okay,
something, man. Let me finish.
sorry.
Or I'll give another one. John 3:16. Right, on face value, it does appear that anybody can be saved. I'll agree on face value. It looks like that. It does. But once you go deeper into it, we find out that the world it's talking about is actually the Israelites, according to Isaiah chapter 45, verse 17.
All right, now, brother, hold on,
Among others.
wait, because you brought two verses up. I'm a show that makes no sense. First off, are you aware that Mark 7 is Matthew's 15? It's the same story.
Yeah, I know that. I know that the Gospels they reiterate the same story in some of them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mark 7 says he didn't go to Israel only, he went to Israel first. And I'll read it to you. But Jesus said unto her, speaking about the Canaanite woman, let the children first be filled. Whereas Matthew's, it says only. That's where the problem's happening there. And then you actually brought up a second verse. What was the second verse again?
Well, I went into John 3:16, right? Everyone
Okay,
knows
all right,
that, and
ready?
I gave my understanding of what that means.
Yeah. World, in the word world that's in the book of Isaiah 45:17 does not mean earth, brother. It means time period. It's two different words. When you try to use John 3:16 world, which means cosmos, and compare it to Isaiah 45:17, which that world means eon or something like that, that's time period. That does not mean the
Well, I
same
mean,
word,
again,
brother.
that would be your personal opinion with that because words can have different meanings. So say for an example, if you look up a word and it has 3 different meanings, you can pick one of those meanings to go along with what you say, right? So someone could say, I'm doing that, that's fine. But you could also do the same thing, right? So going by the scriptures, we'd use something like that to show that Israel can be compared to a world of their own. But I mean,
Yeah,
if you
but that's
see
the
different
problem,
meanings,
brother, that that word does not mean anything about earth at
and
all,
but
brother.
how do you know though? Are you going by what somebody said from their own opinion, or like
Well,
how do you
Ryan,
know that?
Ryan, you could do me a favor. You can hit up the blue letter Bible
Yeah, but you
and go
see,
to,
here's the problem though. You can't necessarily do that because I'll give an example. What they'll do is they'll give it. If I look up the word hell, right, they'll tell me that it can mean a place, where wicked people go when
Mhm.
they die and burn or something like that. But that concept, that's not in the Bible. All right,
Yeah, but
so
you know what the
stuff like
difference is,
that.
brother, is? Like if I
Go ahead.
look up a word, I look up every example that it was used in the Bible. I don't look for the biblical usage. I look for every single time that word was used in the Bible. The word in Isaiah 45:17, it's never once used for the word earth. It's used for time period, long lasting, everlasting. That's why when you read it, and I'm just teaching you this because One West
Wait, and
likes to
when did
trick
I
people.
say that in Isaiah 45 verse 17 that it meant the actual world, the ground that we stand on? Did I say that?
Why
Yeah,
do you keep mentioning One West?
because One West all has the same doctrine. They teach Joseph is the father. They teach only Israelites can get the kingdom. That's a One West Abba Bivens doctrine.
Tell them what the name of your channel is, Jesse.
Israelite only, camp killer. I
Yeah,
kill the
I seen
Israelite
it in the
only.
chat.
Yeah,
Like and subscribe.
Well,
but
no,
ready?
see, here's the thing
Yeah.
wrong with One West though is that it was a Masonic lodge, so not all the Israelites who subscribe to a similar teaching teach the very same thing that they taught or
Mhm.
still teach.
Yeah, but I was just proving ETT. Never compare John 3:16 with Isaiah 45:17. Those two words, world, are two totally different meanings. One means
Well, I
time
mean,
period.
I disagree. I disagree with your understanding of that because I had to ask you, when did I make a statement and say that in Isaiah 45 verse 17 that it meant the world like the ground that we stand on? Did I ever make a statement and say that?
Okay, you brought up John 3:16, right?
Yes.
You said John 3:16, the word world is speaking of the Israelites, correct?
Correct.
And then you said, and also in Isaiah 45:17, correct?
Yes.
All right, Ryan, if you could do me a huge favor, are you able to go to Blue Letter Bible and look up Isaiah 45:17, please?
Sure. Like I said, I'm
Yeah,
trying
yeah,
to
we can
like
do that, but here's
Because
the thing
I'm a
though.
kill. No, no, listen, I'm a kill
Blue
that.
Letter Bible? What
Yes,
version
I'm
is
a
that?
no. Well, it tells you the word and how many times it's used and what it's used for.
he just wants the
Yeah, but
concordance. That's
yeah,
what
yeah,
he's
I
Oh,
understand that, but
okay, okay.
here's the problem though. What
what
this is doing,
verse?
like I gave an example
It
because I was in
it's
a
the book of
debate.
Isaiah
Wait, well,
45:17.
hold on. We're gonna address what you just said, but I want to make a
No, sorry.
statement on this real quick. Because a
Okay.
few days back, I was in a conversation with somebody and they tried to do the same thing. We were talking about hell. I was saying that it's not what they said, but then they went and looked up words and they say, oh, well, see, it says right here that, it's a place where people go when they die and burn. So see, that's what it is. And I asked them, oh, wait a second, wouldn't you agree that this is what they believe, as in, say, the scholars, what they interpret it to mean? So just because that's what they interpret it to mean by their studies, that doesn't necessarily mean that's
It make
what this means here. So you can't necessarily always go to the definition of what a word means and
brother,
expect it
I'm
to
not
be
going to the
actually true
definition.
dealing
I'm
with the
going
Bible.
to all the times it's used in the Bible. I don't read a man's definition. I take the word in Isaiah 45:17 world, which is I think eon, and look all the times it's used in the Bible. It's only used for time period, never to describe a group of people and never to describe earth. And if brother Ryan can do this, because my phone's about to die.
45:17 you said?
Yep. And look at the word world.
In 45:17 Isaiah?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if I see world in that. Oh, world right there. Okay, so you
Yep.
want me to go to the
Yep.
tools interlinear?
Just so we could put an end to anybody trying to use that with John 3:16 ever again.
All right. And I don't personally, just out of all honesty, I don't give Strong's Concordance all authority. So we do have to be careful over, emphasizing one concordance. So, but I go ahead and make your point. But just out of fairness, I don't always agree with Strong's Concordance. But
I'd agree with you on that, Ryan. There's a lot of
without
flaws and issues in it.
click on world here, though. I mean,
Yep.
that's the brother Bill.
Yep, click on it. Now let's see if that word world talks about anything about earth or people.
Oh, I clicked on the wrong thing, probably. That's not what I was supposed to click on. I clicked on world and it jumped over there.
Look up biblical usage. Look up the biblical usage.
Do I click on?
Is my mic working? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
What do I click on? Interlinear?
Yeah, no, just scroll down and then go to biblical usage.
Okay, because I don't always use this, so just walk me through what you want me to do here.
Do you see the word world?
It was world without end. It was combined.
World. Yep, and then hit the H704 number.
Okay, hit that or
number. Yeah, world.
I see 769. I don't see a world separate. It has.
Well, go up more. World is the next one.
Go up more.
World. Okay, no, down. Sorry, world.
Yeah.
This one, right there. Yep. This one. Hit that number.
Just hit this 769 one. Okay.
Yep.
It's got the phrase there. So I don't think it's just the word world here. I think
now
it's the phrase.
Scroll. Okay, ready? Look, this is the time period, everlasting. Forever, always. That has nothing to do with a group of people or earth. That's why when you read the verse, watch what it says. And if my phone turns off because it's acting weird, guys. Sorry.
Wait, but hold on a second. But this is man's opinion on what they believe it means. Same thing with hell, right?
No, brother, you can't run to that because man wrote the whole book, brother. So hold on one second. Let me read that for you. Isaiah 45:17. Ready? But Israel shall be saved in the Lord with an everlasting salvation. Ye shall not be confounded, ashamed nor confounded. Time period without end. It means a forever rulership. It's not calling Israel a world. It's saying Israel's going to have a time period forever. So when you try to use John 3:16,
I disagree with your understanding of that, but I'll respect your viewpoint.
Okay. Well, I was just pointing that John 3:16 world means cosmos, earth.
Okay, can I ask you something? Do you believe in that there's a place called hell where people burn? Just real quick.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, you do believe that?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Are they there right now?
Well, let me tell you what Jesus says.
No, I was just asking. We don't need to get into discussion for just.
No, it'll take 5 seconds.
I expected you to say no because I perceive it that you were previously probably Hebrew Israelite, but now you come against it. Am I correct or am I incorrect on that?
Oh yeah, you can say that. But let me read Christ real quick because he speaks about it. Ready? Matthew's, I think it's. Wait, sorry, because I got like 2 Bibles. Hold on, wait. Matthew's.
Oh no, I'm on fire.
Let's go to Matthew's, and he brings up hell, and it's very interesting. Okay. Okay, ready? Matthew's 25. This is when all the nations are gathered in front of Christ. If you read 41, he's talking about hell, and a couple verses he talks about heaven and come to the kingdom prepared for my Father, But let's see what verse 41 says. Matthew's 25:41. This is Christ's red letters. Then he shall say unto them on the left hand, depart from me, ye cursed, into everlasting fire prepared for the devil and his angels. That's what hell is. Everlasting fire.
So where in that text does it say that's hell?
Because if you read up, it says come ye. Hold on, wait. If you read verse 31,
this is the lake of fire, correct?
Come ye blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you. So there's 2 options. There's only left and right. Left is everlasting burning, and right is in the kingdom. So whatever you want to call everlasting burning, I call it hell because that's what people know it as.
Oh, okay,
But
but
there's
that's
gonna
the lake of fire, right?
no, I think that the lake of fire is the earth when the Most High burns it.
Okay, we to be in agreement on that then.
hmm
But I wouldn't. So if you're in agreement on that, then where is this hell at that you believe? Because I believe hell is a condition of suffering that takes place on the earth, and there's plenty of precepts on that.
Yeah, I
But
mean, you can go to Jonah. I mean, what's the
but like
whale
where
story?
is this hell that you're talking about? Is this a spiritual realm? Is it underneath the world, or where is this hell that you
Well,
are
Christ
using?
says, Christ says in Matthew 25 that he's going to gather all nations. He's going to split them into two groups. It has nothing to do with fringes or what nationality. Like if you read it, he tells you why he picks them. He separates everybody into two groups. On the left side is the people that are going into everlasting fire, prepared for the devil and his angels. And on the right side is everybody going to inherit the kingdom, prepared for you from the foundation of the world. So I don't know what it's going to be exactly, but everlasting burning sounds a little bad, if you ask me.
Can we hear what Danae speaks? Because she's been really patient, and so has everybody on the panel. It's just hard with so many people. But can we hear? Because Danae also, I see J-Man said IOCK used to be one Western, and I didn't know that. But I'm also proud Christ has touched your heart. But she shares a similar journey. So I mean, if she wants to speak about anything in that nature or this subject or anything, I just want to give her the floor for a minute or two, guys, if that's all
No
right.
problem.
Yep, go
No
ahead.
problem, Ryan.
Yeah, go ahead, Danae.
J
Thank you.
Man's not a woman. That's a guy.
No, I know. Danae's been waiting to speak. I know.
No, but did you just call J Man a woman?
No.
Oh.
Your sound's a little low, Danae. Can you guys hear her yet or no?
No.
No.
Maybe does she have her hand over the speaker?
Yeah, you might. I don't know if you muted yourself or.
Maybe she's not even there. Maybe she had to.
I
No,
can hear.
we can hear her. She might just have to leave and come back though.
It's really low.
Damn, I can't even hear her.
Yeah, I can't hear either.
Yeah, I
But
don't know.
brothers, if my phone dies, I'm
Yeah.
at 1%. So if I click
Okay.
off. But this is a beautiful platform, Ryan.
Yeah, please.
This is awesome. You know,
back.
I want to say big up to J Man.
Yeah.
He's an awesome dude, and to ETT and the other gentlemen that are on. I care about everybody, and I want everybody to make it. And it's a beautiful thing where
bless.
two doctrines can build back and forth and
Well,
peacefully.
what did you say was your channel again? I'll reach out to you.
It's IOCK, is Israelite Only Camp Killer.
Okay, cool.
I'm glad I'm finally getting to speak with you, Jesse, because it's like
Likewise.
for a bunch of the comments, and I've watched your channel, and you always put out great content. But actually hearing you break down scriptures, like I said, that way you interpreted the 3 tenths, I was a big fan of that. That was really interesting. Okay, Danae's back, so hopefully her sound's going. But yeah, everybody just hang in there, and J-Man, hopefully we get you in there at some point if somebody else leaves. But we just so we show her chivalry's not dead, and that, she's new to this. Let's try to let Danae speak. Talk about her journey and everything.
Thank you. I was just gonna agree with Ayak. I think I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, but I was agreeing with you in the concept of I do believe that hell exists. There's some people who think that if you don't believe that you just kind of die here. I've heard some Christians say that, but I don't really resonate with that because it does seem like there's Bible verses that point to hell being a thing. But yeah, I was a part of the New Age movement for probably like 4 or 5 years, unfortunately. And it's really crazy how it happened. So I went to Christian school for from diapers till 7th grade because it was a school that had access to. We went up until I think it was 8th grade, and I went to public school, and that was a culture shock. But when I was 16, I guess like my mom was going through her own spiritual stuff, and she actually took me to like a Santeria priest. And apparently it's run in the family for like generations and stuff. And she even got initiated. And apparently, like, somewhere throughout that process, she got scared and decided to stop what she was doing. And she was also, ironically, trying to marry a Christian man. And he basically said, you know, if this is going to work, you can't continue what you're doing. He
Wow.
actually
Yeah. I mean,
experienced,
if you want to keep going, I mean,
yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I remember one time I was smoking weed in the garage. I must have been like 17. And at this point, my mom had actually done a couple rituals in Cuba and came back. And my stepfather at the time like ran into the garage and I was hitting my bong. And he was like, he looked really scared. I was just like, what the fuck is wrong with him? And
okay, we're good. Let's go ahead. Sorry.
oh no, okay.
I had bad service for a minute. I apologize.
Oh, no worries.
Okay.
And he just seemed like really like stressed out. I was just like, what's wrong with him? And he was just like, I saw a spirit on her. So whatever kind of stuff my mom was tapping into, it wasn't good. You know, I guess maybe he got some kind of bad energy off her. But, you know, the entire point with all these other ungodly religions is you expose yourself to deities and kind of become like this open channel for spirits to work through you, from my understanding. And I think that's what's happening to like a lot of people in the New Age movement, for example. Like they tell you to open your chakras and then you literally become a channel for all of these different spirits. And so I didn't dabble in Santeria though, but I was inspired to get involved into the New Age movement from that exposure. And it led down to a really dark and depressing path. And you know, there's a verse that says that even Satan disguises himself as an angel of light. And I think that's why a lot of young people are being misled because they're searching for healing and they're trying to be their own healers. And a lot of us can probably relate to having like religious trauma, you know, if we had Christians or parents or family who were like super religious. And because of that, people run the other way and then they run into this New Age movement because it's made to look like it's something good and it's really not. So I learned my lesson by having really bad experiences and actually experiencing spiritual warfare. Um, and yeah, it's been a wild ride to say the least. But thankfully, you know, my mom after she got out of that witchcraft shit, she told me that I really need to focus on God and remember the truth. So I'm really thankful for her reminding me of that and kind of guiding me back to the truth because if it wouldn't have been for that, I think I'd still be lost in it.
Yeah, that's like I said, that's similar to my story. I didn't find God in a very traditional way either. Unfortunately, evil like came into my life too, and that's what when you're in that situation and you need God like to get out of it, you realize, you know, God is good and God is the only thing any of us have because God saved me in a situation like that. But did you say you were in a Hebrew Israelite specific camp? Because I mean, could you speak on how they treat women? Because to me, it's just very unfair and it's just old school sexism. And I like, especially camps like IUIC, I see treating women like, thankfully, like ETT Andrew here, and I don't know what his other friend is, but ETT's not even in a camp. So these guys, they're just having their own belief system, but they're not you know, in camps. Were you in a specific camp?
No, not
No.
at all.
No, okay. Was it like a boyfriend or anything or no?
When you say camp, like, what do you mean?
I thought you said you were a Hebrew Israelite at one point. You
Oh,
never.
no.
Oh, okay. Okay. You just went through way worse stuff, honestly. But yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead, continue. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Well, let me real quick. Let me just say, son, I can only stay for 25 more minutes. So I mean, if you
Okay.
did want to touch on the other scripture I'd had for you for why
Yeah,
I'm an
sure.
Israelite,
Sure.
if you want to give it a mic for a couple more minutes, that's fine. But I just want to give the heads up that I can only stay for maybe 25 more minutes.
I
It's
mean,
getting
me,
late where
me
I'm
and
at.
you can probably build whatever. I mean, if you want, because you probably want to explain what you're saying. It's you know let's let her speak for a little bit more, just because her story's interesting. And whenever she wants to pass the mic to you, then you just go with the flow. And then I also just added another guy, so Leviticus or whomever can jump in afterwards. I think we kind of had so many people tonight, Andrew. It kind of got rough to, get it
Yeah,
back.
yeah. I mean, just go ahead and retitle this video as an open panel or something like that.
Yeah,
And in
well,
the future, I'll reach out to you again, and then we can we'll
yeah,
work something out where we can come on. I
we
think
could do
it's
what
fine
we
with
did
me,
last
you, and
night.
Jay on, but if we have everyone on, it gets away from
Yeah,
the subject matter.
it kind of just snowballed, like I thought it may be one or two people, and then it kind of got, you guys have popular channels, and it started moving it. But yeah, so me and you could do what we did last night anytime, Andrew. And I appreciate you guys, and I know I was asking some tough questions tonight, and you guys did a good job answering them with scriptures and whatever your beliefs are. And me and you going one on one will definitely help. But yeah, if
Right.
Danae wants to continue on, because I mean that was an interesting story, and then pass the mic to somebody else afterwards. Whoever
Okay.
feels like speak, go ahead.
I mean, yeah, it was almost like even though I grew up like hearing about God, it was almost like I had to, learn through like my own bad decisions and choices, what the truth was. And I've seen that happen with a lot of YouTubers. Like Stephen Bankhurst, for example, his story is really inspirational for me because he was in the New Age movement and he was a huge influencer. And I guess, at a certain point you get involved in so much darkness and become consumed by it to where you're forced to realize what the truth is. And that's what happened to me. I actually experienced I don't know if I would call it like, I mean, for the sake of not sounding like crazy, but at least like demonic oppression, where it felt like something kind of came over me. And I wasn't even intending on that happening. And it was really, really scary. So, and it almost felt like I don't want to say like I was disconnected from God, but I felt like energetically like him distance himself from me spiritually. And I had never felt that, any point in my life before. And then that was like kind of like the breaking point for me to realize like, okay, like what am I doing here? And then it was just I mean, I prayed and I asked for forgiveness and I just cried because I spent so many years thinking that I was helping people, because that's all anyone's trying to do is help themselves. And this entire concept of people trying to be their own gods within the New Age movement is so deceitful, because people are still struggling. They don't even really realize it. I mean, the Illuminati literally controls people through like technology and subliminals and stuff. And I mean, you literally become a puppet for them and in their agenda and don't even realize it. And so many other influencers online who are a part of the spiritual community are falling into that agenda and don't know it. So now at this point, that's why I'm inspired to, make content to try and speak out against it as much as I can, while still protecting my identity and stuff. But just trying to wake people up out of, what I was existing in, so maybe people can learn from my mistakes too.
Amen. That's very similar to my story, and I can definitely speak with you. Maybe you can comment on the video, subscribe, whatever, or give me your channel, and we could talk, because I have a very similar journey,
Of
and
course.
it's really something that a lot of people, they don't understand how mathematics and sound, and I'm sure I'm speaking the language, just the music itself, the
Mm-hmm.
frequencies. We don't, it's tough on these public platforms. We don't know what to say, but you know what I mean. It's like when you've actually lived it and you can share it with people, it is a refreshing thing to see people come out on the right side of it. Because unfortunately, like what you were just saying is very true, and people don't realize, they think it's only billionaires that are in that little group you were talking about, when really everybody has people on their friends list on Facebook that will backstab you and send you in that direction if you're not careful. I
Exactly.
guarantee it. It's the misconception that it's the billionaires, but no, you have people on your friends list, so you have to be grounded in God. You have to have a foundation in God to protect yourself from those evil situations, and God will protect you and give you the knowledge beforehand. I can speak for my own situations where I didn't listen to God at times, but God literally was giving me the foreknowledge before the evil situation occurred. But because of my lust and whatever other sin I had, I fell into the pit a few times. But God literally, I mean, I've had in my mind before God saying God wouldn't want you to do it, when a friend of mine was trying to set me up. And I'm haunted by not listening to that voice. So I
Yeah.
definitely can relate to your story. And what people think is far fetched and just in the movies or whatever, no, real life's stranger than fiction. So thank you for being here, because you added
Totally.
that's really important, especially what you said about people wanting to be gods. Because I think in these camps, a lot of times they all teach that you're a god. They'll use Psalms 82:6 and say, "See, ye are gods," but they won't read 82:5 or 82:7, where it says you'll die like a mortal, and they don't read Job 37-40, because if you did, you could never call yourself a god, because there is only one God, Jesus and the Father. So yeah,
Exactly.
something else. Continue. Everybody's been patient today. Continue.
Can I add something into that?
Of
Yeah,
course.
I heard you.
converse with
I
her.
heard you mention you gotta watch out for people on your friends list, because ETT is one of those people on your friends list you gotta watch out for. He's a real damn dirty devil heathen.
Damn. Dude.
He's definitely
Yeah.
sketchy, man. I can tell you that. I saw him on vocab, and I was like, I'm not gonna leave
Inside
my wallet
joke.
on that, dude. No, I'm joking, man.
That's the DDDD, right? The damn
Yeah.
Oh,
dead.
what's up, LOP? What's
Demon.
up?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up, Andrew? Which is not even your name, but it's fine.
Well, Andrew is my my second account.
Is it like your alter ego?
No,
That's his middle name.
I've been using YouTube.
No,
I want to say
no, but
well over 10 years, so I
Yeah.
definitely have a couple accounts. Because as I told
Yeah,
you
but
before,
your,
LOP, I have-
but Samuel
hold on a
Owen
second.
is the only one
Hold
who discovered your real name, Nathan Thompson.
Okay,
So-
but I have a couple different accounts, because on some of the
Yeah,
accounts
just
I
come
have
on
my,
here and dox his whole identity. Yeah, that's real.
Yeah,
My,
man, like
okay, well, let me
Nathan,
answer that real quick.
Sam
Let
Owen
me
is smart,
answer what he
bro.
asked me. Okay.
But why
So,
would you
I
come on
use
here and say
different-
that anyway?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Who?
You, LOP.
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
because
Let me respond to that,
coming with a
LOP.
wrong name is disingenuous, isn't it?
All right, hold.
You'll deliberately dox somebody, not even realizing you're doxing them.
I didn't, because by the way, Nathan Thompson isn't his name. So
Yeah, but
only
I'm just
Nathan.
saying.
Well, like, for saying first name, come on, how many Nathans are there? There's like millions of Nathans in the USA, so that's not doxing. Doxing means sharing your everything, address, stuff like that. So I didn't do that. So it's just a
Okay.
joke, man, with Samo and stuff. I'm not really doxing.
Hey, well,
No, I'm just
now we'll
saying.
introduce him to this is our buddy here, LOP. You know, LOP comes around our page once a while.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
he's
hang
he's
out with
Russian.
I'm a regular on J and ETT sometimes too. Yeah.
Is Danae still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. I thought
There was a
everybody
question
tuned
in the
out.
chat. Whether you are Cuban or not? Somebody asked. I think Kyoko.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm African American and Caucasian. And then, well, I think we've got some Cherokee Indian in us, but the way that,
Oh, for real? I'm
yeah,
Cherokee.
Okay.
so Santeria is a Afro-Caribbean religion, so it actually does root back into the Black community. You'll find, a lot of African Americans engaging in African spirituality, and that consists of like for Santeria, I think it's like the five Orishas. And it's interesting because it seems like every other religion is like basically a spin-off off the Bible. I mean, they have like little like parables and stuff within Santeria, and they'll use like someone as an example to describe some kind of moral story and stuff to try and give people advice, because I've been to a couple of Santeria readings before, and but it's just so weird. I mean, I remember when I went there, the Babala, the priest and stuff he would give you like a cowrie shell and I think like a stone, and then he'd have you like shake it in your hands and then like open your hands and show him what was in your hands, and he would pray. But whatever they're praying to, I mean, it's definitely not of God. But people get deceived in these witchcraft religions because they're monitor spirits and stuff who are able to tell you things of the world that are going on. But that comes with the price and what you're exposing yourself to. But yeah, it's just really dark stuff. I mean, I was 16 when I went there, and I'm fully aware that they do like animal sacrifices and stuff, and it's just it was dark.
That's like ETT. He used to be a
I know.
Muslim before he became a Hebrew Israelite.
I know only this kind of stuff from like movies. What you talk about with the satanic animal sacrifices.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's disturbing to me.
Like he said, Ryan, that real life stranger than fiction. Yeah.
Yeah, it really is. And I'm thinking about making some
Stranger
kind of
Things.
like boot camp or workshop for people who are going from New Age to Jesus. But, you know, I have to be stronger in my faith too. I'm a born again Christian of like what? It's been like, I don't know, 4 or 5 days. Because I mean, I've always grown up hearing about God, but I've never had like a real relationship with Him, you know, up until here recently. So this is a new journey for me. And I only recently started to study the Bible as well, like seriously. So I'm learning a lot being here. I appreciate getting to know all of you guys and having a platform to share my story and also, you know, hear more about your guys's.
Well, I'm
ETT's a born again Hebrew Israelite.
Yeah.
serious real quick. I'm humbled right now, and it's God's will, because everybody in this room, even though we might have different ideologies, we are all trying to serve God. We're on the right side, and we're trying to serve God. We're human beings, and it's like politics. Some people are Republicans, some people are Democrats. So that's kind of, if you're new to this
Or
type of,
communists.
you know,
ETT would disagree with it.
I disagree too. There are
Yeah.
not just two sides.
No, oh no, of course not, of course not. But what I was just saying, because she said she's, you know, new to these forums. I mean, she literally said 4 days ago, God bless, amen. She's, you know, finding the truth in Jesus Christ and the Father, and just know Jesus and the Father will never abandon you, Danae. That's one thing I can tell you. Please maybe comment, or like I said, subscribe, and me and you could speak, you know, when we have more time too, because we've shared a very similar journey, and I definitely would like to speak to you again in the future too. And also just be fair
Yeah,
to
of
everybody
course.
been on here. But God bless that, you know, you're here, and whoever's channel led you here, God bless them for, you know, that just shows we might be messing around or just thinking we're doing frivolous thing, but God's always working, you know, just like Jesus said, you know, to the people, you know, when they said, why do you heal on the Sabbath? He said, you know, my Father's always working. So Jesus is always working. So things like this, I heard Einstein say, coincidence is God's way of remaining anonymous. So that's something I apply in my life when I see a lot of coincidences, and I'm, you know, looking for things from God where I'm not testing God, but I'm just, you know, trying to be aware. If I see enough coincidences, I say, you know, this is for a reason. But yeah, in Leviticus, you seem like
Those would be called synchronicities, though. If that's not a coincidence, like if
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying, with the stuff that you know cannot be coincidence because logically it makes no sense. That's synchronicity. We call that, right?
what's your
sure.
background? Are you a Christian or a Hebrew Israelite, or what do you subscribe?
No, he's
No.
Russian and he's Eastern Orthodox.
Okay, Jewish.
No, that's
that-
Eastern Orthodox is like an offshoot of Catholicism.
I'm terrible with stuff. I'm sorry.
Jay is just messing. He's speaking for my. Are you speaking for myself, Jay?
Totally.
Well, you cannot do that.
Why can't I?
Because you're speaking for myself.
I know you
ain't
don't.
got no goddamn sense to speak for myself. And I'm quoting Breaking Bad now. You know, Tuco, when he said, like, you're speaking for myself. Like, I ain't got no sense to speak for myself. You know? But anyway, yeah,
so.
my background is, he's right. I'm Eastern. I don't have really Russian ancestry, but some Ukraine and German,
That's
and
Russian,
it's a
man.
mix. Yeah, I know, but a lot of also German, Austrian ancestry and all that stuff. As far as like religion, I'm from the most atheist. Sorry.
He's an Elamite.
One of the most atheist country in the world, actually in top 3 after China. It's the most atheist country. And I grew up without any you know, religion. My parents were not religious.
They were Muslim.
They were they were like agnostic, I would say, or something like that. But yeah, when I was like 16 or whatever, I got interested in the Bible, and yeah, it kind of goes from there. And I read it like I got so obsessed with the Bible. I read it like so many times, like 20,000 times. I mean, 20,000 is like as per chapter, so it means like 10 times, 12, maybe
All right,
13
real
times.
quick, I got
Why
to
do you always gotta leave when everybody starts getting personal, man?
Because ETT
Oh well, I
doesn't
said
like me. I'm
like
just
half an
kidding.
hour ago that I had to hop off, man, because it's getting late for me here. I got to get to bed.
Yeah, if you want to close out, go ahead, ETT. I mean,
Oh yeah, it's like 5, 4
Let
a.m.
me.
here.
I'll reach out
It's
to
not
you, man, and
5,
then
it's
we'll
like
set up.
2.
uh-huh.
Oh,
We'll
2.
set up.
Okay.
We'll set up a future discussion then, man. But I do thank you for bringing me on. You know, it was good. You know, discussing the subject matters we were able to.
Yeah, I'm with you on, me and you setting up a time and just, have a build like we did yesterday, because obviously, that's the best way to get to it. And I appreciate you coming on and also attempting to do something that nobody else in the community, and you can go around and see I've challenged them all. None of them
Right.
have even attempted it. So, not everybody goes to fight David and Goliath, and you didn't take the easy battle. You took the hardest battle possible.
Did you guys talk about
I think,
reincarnation yet?
No.
We'll have to do
I
Do
that.
think
you want to
ETT,
save that topic for next time, or
I think ETT got offended because J-Man just called him a caveman.
No, I saw that. I saw that in the chat earlier, and he's right on that.
What?
Just messing
Nice.
with you.
Yeah. Caveman.
But yeah, it was nice to come on with you guys for about 3 hours now. But yeah, I'll reach out to you, man, and we'll work something out. And hey, if you ever are around and you see us live on any of our pages, man, you're definitely welcome.
Like I said,
to stop
I was
by.
already on your
Same
page
thing for
today.
everyone else listening.
Yeah, I was already on your page today, so I'll definitely be in touch, man. I'll definitely keep in touch.
I actually watched the debate, the whole debate with ETT and you when it was just you and him. I think it was yesterday.
Yesterday,
or 2 days ago. Yeah.
I mean, that wasn't
it was interesting. Yeah.
It was just us having a build. You know what I mean? I mean, we didn't have any subject really before we started. We just kind of build. But yeah, I mean, I'm fine with calling anything a debate when we're exchanging ideas.
Like I have to say, for ETT being only 19, like he has a good, like he always remembers, like, oh, I want to say it's in 2 Corinthians, whatever.
He's
like he has a good,
man.
for his age.
he
for
has
sure.
a photographic memory?
Yeah,
Is what I think
maybe.
it is.
Real
Maybe he does. Yeah.
Way ahead of me, and I was
But
shocked.
bad grammar, but that's fine.
Old. I honestly was thinking about that today when he said he was only 20 years old. I was
bad grammar.
But J-Man,
what he does, he spells does as DOSE or.
Well, I got dyslexia.
Dose.
Yeah, he spells does as dose, and many other words he spells wrong. But that's dyslexia.
Yeah, but again, that's because I got something called dyslexia, right? So sometimes it'll, make me see the word a little different. But that's just
you have autism.
Actually, slightly.
Really?
So
do
I do.
Do you
have
take like Adderall or?
No. It's like I'll give an example. Do you know who Andrew Ashby is?
Yeah.
No.
Andrew Ashby wears boots.
I don't.
Okay, not you, LP. You wouldn't know about this. This goes back.
But I want to know.
Years. Ask Rich Napper about
trolled
it.
him.
He'll tell you.
Oh, Regis trolls. Yeah, okay.
Andrew Ashby used to be one of our enemies back then, because let me say this, we've been asking him to have a debate with us about the scriptures, but literally about 6 years now we've been asking the guy, and he won't do it. Same thing with these other cats out here. We ask him, let's have a discussion about the scriptures, and they won't do it. Like there's a guy out there, I believe his channel name is Faithful Servant of Christ, something like that. I've been coming at this guy since 2019, late 2019.
And good servant.
Let me on for an hour. Let's have a chat. Hey, here we are, 2+ years later, and he won't do it. Same thing with good servant. I reached out to him literally almost a year ago now, which actually literally is almost a year now, over 11 months. I was like, hey, let's have a chat. And then I reach out to him, and when I see him live,
that's more likely to happen though than Andrew Ashby and you talking.
Yeah,
good servant eventually will come around.
Yeah, maybe good servant maybe in 1 year will come around.
Yeah, that's true. But anyway, guys, I gotta hop off. I do thank you for having me on, and it was a good chat.
Have a good night.
It was a funny comment you said.
Shalom.
Yeah, okay.
Rock upon Yahweh.
Andrew.
Rock upon Yahweh.
Rock upon Yahweh.
J-Man or whoever.
J-Man, there's a question for him. Is he a sodomite? Somebody's asking.
He'd have to hit the link. He's been waiting for a while. I feel bad. I only have 6 people allowed on my thing right now, and he was in the back chat. So, J-Man, if you're still here.
J-Man is a racist.
And
I seen what
sodomite,
him and Nick
apparently.
said, and Adam Snow White or whatever his name was, Alan Snow White or Alan or Adam Snow White, Nick and J-Man, they're all 3 of them are racist. They were calling Sakari SGT the N-word backstage.
Oh, no,
wow.
he didn't say that. I saw that video that you're talking about with Deacon.
No. See, what
you
people
and
don't
I-
realize, though, hold on. What people don't realize, though, is that when Nick ended that stream, J-Man, ETT, me, Sakari SGT, and Nick's one of his friends, they were all backstage for like an hour, so we were all talking. Some of that wasn't recorded.
All right, well, you were there. I'm not going to speak for what I just spoke out.
ETT
I
was
wasn't
also there.
so I don't know. I
I'll let
don't
him
know.
defend himself if he wants to come on and defend himself too. But,
I wasn't there, so I don't know. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, if J-Man wants to defend him,
J-Man is a racist.
the whole
Even though
thing.
he's
if he's
supposedly
still
black.
here, he can come on to debate his case.
Don't you think all black Hebrew Israelites are racist though? Like, it's kind of hypocritical.
Yeah, but it's hypocritical. But they didn't say anything racist at the moment. And Nick's friend was calling Sakari SGT the N-word. He called him. I don't want to say it because there's black people present, but
yeah, I heard.
He called him the N-word.
I saw.
That's the fear. That's the fear in your heart. That's why you cannot say it.
And I'm not justifying.
Well, no, because it's disrespectful.
You know? We're supposed to turn the other cheek and forgive our enemies.
I went to Gonzo's panel and they got offended because I played a clip with that word.
Well, I will say it. It's just
It offends many people.
People of color. I don't say it to people's faces. But on the offhand chance of like a debatable,
it's can be
debatable or like a discussion.
Depends on the person. To someone you can say to them, and they will not even care at all. It depends on a person.
Yeah. Well, J-Man, I don't know if you just heard what the other guy said, but I don't know if you want to defend yourself on that.
Yeah, J-Man's a heathen, man. He sits around with the racists, and even though he's the person of color, he backs racism, white supremacy.
Person of color means like he's. I don't understand the expression.
J-Man, I hope you're just messing with me because I'm not a racist.
Yes, you are, man. You hang out with racists, so by logical deduction, that makes you a racist.
So you watch Sakari videos. You watch Sakari videos. Hakal calls black people racist. I mean, I'm sorry. He calls black people the N-word. He calls black people coons. So by your own logic, you hate black people.
What are you referring to?
Come on, man.
I'm not sure who a car is. I don't know who that character is.
I said Hakka. Are you just messing with me?
No, I don't know who that is. I only know the deacon.
Are you
the deacon? Really?
Are you a black Hebrew Israelite, J-Man?
I don't follow Sakari.
Then how do you know about everything that's going on?
Because I was there when that all took place.
Dude, really? Because he made a video and that's how it went like viral, dude. Don't act like you don't follow him.
I follow him whenever ETT shares a video. That's the only time I tune in.
ETT didn't even share the video.
Yes, he did in his Discord.
Dude, come on, man. Dude, if you're just messing with me, tell me you're just messing with me. Dude, if you're just messing with me, tell me you're just messing because really get into me, dude. Because I'm not a racist.
That's okay.
Yeah, you're homophobic too.
But
what do you mean I'm homophobic? What does that mean?
It means you hate gays.
Well, actually,
yeah, I know that, but why is he even saying that? Like, what does that have to do with anything?
Homophobic.
Well, yeah, but what does that even have to do with the conversation?
I don't know. I just threw it in there.
Are you like messing with me? Because it sounds like you're just messing with me.
No, man, I'm serious. I'm absolutely serious. By logical deduction, you are a
Oh my God.
racist man.
Because it sounds like you're just messing with me. Like you. I don't even
Your name shouldn't have a J in it. It should be R for R man, because it would be the racist man.
Wait, what was funny? You just typed something. Ray? I mean Ryan. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just telling you that was good timing on your when he said, "What's a homophobic?" and you said, "Yeah, that you hate gay people." Like I don't know.
No, but we are just Jay is
mean,
just
I don't
trying to
hate gay
diffuse the
No, I
tension
am
here
not
in
trolling.
the
I
tunnel.
was there
No,
when
yeah.
Nick's friend was backstage calling Sakari SGT a nigger, and I was sitting there, and J-Man did not say anything. And when everything cooled down, he was buddy with Adam or Alan Snow White or whatever the hell his name is.
Oh.
Okay,
The
now you're
chomo looking
lying.
guy.
Now you're lying, dude.
Well,
You know
can you
why?
provide
No, I
video?
No,
can't
I
because I don't
cannot
have the
provide.
video of
Nobody
it.
was
I don't have the
recording
video
when
of it, but now
we
you're
were
lying,
all
dude.
backstage. Nick ended the
Okay.
stream, and
Okay,
I
so
was
question,
there.
so question, Ryan. So whatever your name is, Jay.
Two liter.
Did I tell them they were all wrong?
But he goes by
I
Godfrey.
don't remember that. No, but even if you did,
So
you're
now you
still
don't
on their
remember now.
streams.
So now you don't remember because I said they were all
Oh
wrong.
no, hold on. Even if you
So what?
did,
So now you're
even if
just
that's
picking
the
and
case,
choosing what you wanted to hear.
no, I'm not picking
He's
and
getting
choosing
That's what
anything.
it
Just let me
sounds like,
finish.
dude. Because I said they were
Hold
all
on.
wrong. And how do you
Hold on,
expect
big
me to
man.
say anything when they were
Hold
all
on, big
yelling
man.
at each other?
Calm down,
Dude.
Calm
Yeah, they
How do
down.
were
you
all
expect me
yelling
to
at
say
each other.
anything
So
when they were all yelling
that's
at each
why
other? And
hold on,
you
hold
know
on.
how many times I've even
That's
said
why I
that?
said when it died
Dude, you're
down, you
picking and
didn't
choosing what you
say
want to
anything.
say. You're trying to say I'm a racist. Like, really?
Yeah.
Hush.
No.
You
Just
don't even
calm
sound
down,
Because
black,
calm
man.
down.
You
you
sound
literally
Mexican.
follow One West doctrine. One West doctrine,
I
literally,
do
like
not follow One West
yes,
doctrine.
you do.
You're
I
not
just
even
heard you, dude.
familiar
Oh,
with
so
what
you
I
don't.
teach.
Oh, so now you don't like it, right? Now you don't like it. People calling out on your bull.
No, but he's getting emotional, Jay.
I know, I see it. He's in his feelings. He's what in the West we call salty.
You're stupid.
But
You're
no.
an idiot.
West Coast.
Hold
You are.
on, man.
You're a
Hold
stupid
on.
idiot, racist.
Hold on, gangster. Hold on. I was backstage, and you said
Yeah, and you're
everybody was
lying about
arguing.
what
You
I
couldn't.
said, and you're
No,
lying
hold
about
on.
what happened.
Hold on.
Because
Let
guess
me
what? I can
explain.
bring Adam over here right now, and he can tell you what went on.
Hold on. Why would I bring? Why would the guy calling Sakari a nigger be a good
Okay,
person
so
to bring
how
in?
come you don't tell
Hold
Haka
on.
anything for him calling people
Because
niggers?
I'm not sure who Ka is. I know
Dude, you
him as
just said his
Sakari
name, dude.
Sergeant.
You
I
just
don't know
said
Say
his
him.
my
name. Stop being a
No,
liar,
you
dude.
did. You did, and I said
Dude,
his name
you
afterwards.
just said, dude, like
Sakari
you literally
SGT.
catch it.
That's
You're literally
even.
getting caught up right now, dude. You
No, hold
like
on.
literally. He's been making.
You're talking over
Weren't
me.
you
I
the one
haven't
that
been
came
able
on with the
to.
rat sandwich? Weren't you the one that came on with the rat sandwich?
Yeah, that was me.
I knew it. I knew it was you.
No offense to either of you guys. I just got to intervene for 5 seconds because this is going way left. I mean, we're just trying to talk about the Bible, and I understand you guys have personal issues, but if you guys could do this not on the internet and speak about it privately.
I also don't really know what are they arguing
I
about.
just muted both of them just so I could say this. Also, that I don't want the 2-liter J guy using that word, so please just don't use
You
that
can
word.
use it, but like nigga without the hard R. I'm just kidding.
Please, just please stay away from that word because we lost Danae, and we got to think about this guy. She just told us she was just trying to find God within the last 4 days, and Jesus literally got her out of hell from Satan. And you guys are over here arguing about some petty stuff. So I'm going to unmute both you guys because I don't want to be controlling things. I just think we got to regain our perspective. And 2-liter, just please don't use that word, and just maybe, because Danae obviously seems like she might have been black and she could have been offended. She left right when you guys were talking about it. So it's a sensitive word, man. We all know that. And, please, let's just try to get this back.
Yeah, no, totally. I'm just I'm presenting
Yeah.
what Adam or Alan or whatever the hell his name was told Sakari SGT. I'm not calling anybody that word. I don't mean to offend anybody with it. It's just our buddy J Man's not letting me explain the situation. He says
Dude,
they were
you're
all
lying,
talking
dude.
over each other.
You're
And
lying.
that's
You're
why
acting like I didn't say anything at the end. You're lying, dude.
Ryan,
I
can you
literally
mute?
said they
Can you
were
mute
all
him for a
wrong. You're a
second?
liar, dude.
I don't want to mute either of you guys
Okay,
again. I just wanted to get a little
two
control.
things. Just let me get across, man, before you start saying I'm lying. You
'Cause you
said they were
are.
all talking over each other, and yes, they were. They were all yelling and racial slurs back and forth, and somebody was called a choma or something. I think Sakari SGT told Adam or Alan, he said he looked like a pedophile. Um, so when everybody stopped talking, you didn't say anything, or if you did, I don't remember if you did. And even if you did try to say anything, you're still on their streams every day, buddy with them, even though they're admitted racist. And I don't.
Dude, I haven't even gone on their stream, dude.
What are you talking about?
I
You're
haven't
on their
even gone on
pages a
their
lot, man.
streams. Dude, I'm not even on their streams anymore, dude.
You're in the comments, man. That's still the same thing.
Oh my god, no, it's not, dude. I'm not even going on their shows anymore. Man.
If you say so, man, you're still in the comments. That's still on the show.
Remember,
They're
guys,
still mentioning you,
So
and you still
why
like
are
what
you
they
in the
post.
comments of what you consider a racist? Why are you in the comments?
Where's the racist?
Dude, you
calling
just
Ryan
said
a
that you
racist?
saw me in the comment section, dude. Why
And
are
he was
you
there
in
as
there?
an
If they're
observer.
and
Because
supposedly you say they're racist,
tune
why are
in.
you in there?
I tune in every now and then to see who's in the comments because I'm either looking for Perry
Okay, then
or
why
somebody
are you
else.
in there in the first place, dude? Because supposedly they're racist, supposedly they offended you. Why are you in there?
I'm looking around, seeing what's what, man.
Come on,
See
man.
where the drama is,
You're
so I
literally
can go
being a
get
hypocrite, dude.
entertained.
You're telling me something. You're telling me something which you should like fall. Like literally, you should go by your own. What's the word? Status. Like, come on, man.
Okay, let's take a breath
Savage.
for a minute.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, I mean, racism, no matter what, against white people, against black people, against or sexism,
Asian.
hating gay people, any sort of hate.
Yeah, that
Isn't it-
hating gay people, that also is what J-Man does, man.
Yeah,
He's homophobic in nature.
What do you mean I'm
His-
homophobic? I'm not
His
homophobic.
doctrine is very
just
homophobic.
messing with you there, man. I mean, you guys really.
I mean,
should
it's
try
like
to
most those Baptists. Baptists
Yeah,
are
like
homophobic.
J-Man, man. He's like a fake Baptist Hebrew Israelite. He wants to be his Hebrew Israelite, but
I'm
he's
not
still
even a
clinging
Baptist.
into.
Come
he's
on,
still
man.
clinging to that
You don't
Edomite
even know
doctrine
what I
and that
believe. I'm
racism,
not a
man.
Baptist.
Then a Presbyterian or whatever the hell you are, man.
I mean, 2 leader.
I'm not a Presbyterian either. You see what I mean?
I mean,
You don't know what you're talking about.
Just to push
yeah.
back a little, like if you're going to condemn racism, like, do you get mad when white people are called the devil?
I do.
No,
Yeah, I do, and I have my own definition to that. I don't subscribe to Hebrew Israelite in that kind of way. I don't subscribe to any of the camps.
All right,
but what is
Sure seems like
similarly
it.
preached, what is very similar, what is almost the same preached is what I agree with. So I believe in the reincarnation.
It's just a watered
I believe in the
down. You're preaching
UFOs and
something
all
that's
this.
watered down. That's all you're
Basically,
doing.
in that kind of sense.
It's the same thing.
What do you mean
Very
watered down?
similar, but it's not the same.
It's the same, dude. I hate how y'all Hebrew Israelites y'all try to say, oh, it's not the same, dude. It's the same thing. It's just watered down. That's all it
But
is.
Jay is not a Hebrew Israelite, is?
Dude, he literally preaches the same thing. I heard him
Closely, very closely.
Guys, that's not the person.
Okay.
I kind of like T-Mod, how he says
say something because
very
I agree
similar
a lot
stuff,
with
but doesn't
T-Mod.
they'll
subscribe
say the
to it.
most reasonable thing out of all of us because all of us haven't learned already. So let's let Danae just maybe be the mediator here.
Yeah, it's just J-Man's a racist, and he defends it, and he don't want to admit it.
J-Man, just turn
Really,
the
dude?
this moment.
I'm not a racist, dude.
Maybe if you have anything to say Danae.
Should go to Hakas something. Don't tell me.
Voice of reason. I don't know.
Who just joined? Jimmy?
No, Danae. I don't hear you if you're trying to speak. I don't know if you're having a sound issue.
She said she has a connection problem, so maybe that's why.
All right. Well, either way, guys, like I said, I think the 2 leader guy just jumped off. I don't know if he was trying to, instigate.
Oh, he left? Okay.
Yeah, he was trying to instigate you, J-Man. I hope you calm down a little bit. I didn't mute your mic. I don't know if you muted yourself or what's going on there.
No, I muted. I'm pissed.
Oh, okay. Well,
But don't hey, can I just say something? Like, don't let this get to you, man. Like some random guy on the internet getting pissed off. I did the same with Jay.
Look,
It happened to me
look.
too, bro. No,
With all
listen,
due
listen.
respect, with all due respect, like I understand what you're saying, but with all due respect, this whole week, these guys, like, actually, I think it's probably been about 2 weeks already. They've literally been like hounding me, saying stuff about me. They literally went to some other like channels, calling me a racist, saying stuff like not like nobody was taking my side. Everybody, and it's
It
just a Hebrew
happened to me
Israelite
too,
tactic.
man. Don't let it get to you, bro. It happened to me too on his Discord. Everybody called me a racist too because of something out of context. Somebody made a screenshot with a conversation with someone, and then everybody hated me there. Just let it go, man. They'll forget about it or whatever, and they will get off your dick, pardon my French, but really, like, just let it go, man.
yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the way the internet works is somebody's going to tell somebody, and they're going to try to play a clip of somebody doing something out of context at all times. And I totally feel your side of it, J Man, where it's like you weren't even on the panel yet, and he was kind of, I don't know if you heard what he was saying, but he was saying you were saying things in the back chat that nobody could hear, like after the live show. Like we all know how StreamYard works. You could just do an unrecorded thing. And he accused you of doing some pretty serious stuff. And for me, he just was too comfortable dropping the word a couple times, and it was just like, all right, man, like keep that
No,
out.
I feel like it's hypocritical, like to just say N word. Just say the word. Like if you're just not saying it, you're a coward. That's my position on
Well,
it. I think he was not like
we
he
all
was
know you
free
don't.
to say
We
it.
all know you wouldn't have that position if you were in the Pittsburgh Steelers locker room, my friend. So that's not. That's
Yeah,
not.
Yeah,
but we're not. We are on
that's
the
not a good
internet,
word. Like
so
Your
it
rat
doesn't
life, you know what I mean? You're not going to be in the middle
doesn't
of
that
matter.
Brooklyn
that's
and say,
not a good
"Oh,
word. Like
I'm going to live that ideology." So
It's
I mean,
just
it
a word like
sounds good
any
on the
other
internet,
word.
but
Come
it's not
on.
a good word though. It's
sound,
not like the
yeah,
history behind the word. It's not good.
no, no, no.
Yeah,
And
but I'm saying like it shouldn't be so
Yeah,
stigmatized.
but every time it's used, it's not a good
It's like
word.
mixed
It's
people
not.
are saying like it's
No,
the biggest
but
deal.
see,
They get
but
so
see,
upset.
okay, but here's the thing. Look, okay, like black men literally they call themselves this word, but like
Yeah.
there's a whole history behind it. I can say that because I'm black. Now I'm not gonna go and call other people like other men this word. I'm not, because I know the history. Like even though
Okay,
other
wait.
men do it, other black men do it to each other, I'm not gonna do that. Like I'm
Wait,
just not.
you're black and you're complaining that Jay is saying it while you say it also on the daily basis. So that's
I don't
hypocritical,
say it
man.
on a daily basis. I don't say it.
No, you
I don't
just
say
said
it.
that black
It may
people
have came
say
out
it
of my
all the
word.
time.
I think I said it one time by accident when I was up here right now, but it was an accident. I didn't mean to say it. I don't say that word. It's not a good word.
yeah, so
Yeah,
at some
I'm
point,
not black, so I don't really.
I'd agree.
Just for as a joke,
let's let
I would
Danae
use
speak.
it, but not really.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Danae, give us the voice of reason here, please.
I mean, it's funny because like I grew up like in Pasco County, Florida, so it'd be Hudson, and it was like a mix of like you either got like rednecks and then you got like hood people, and then we had like a mix of both. I was just telling Jay the other night, it's retarded. I hope I didn't offend anyone with that word. I'm sorry. I know you can't really. Anyway, um, so when I was in high school, I used to use the word too, and then I just kind of grew out of it because I'm like, why? Perpetuate any hate for no reason. And I know that there's some people who are okay with it. I just don't really, it doesn't feel good to say, and, but there's some people who are like, there's some black people who won't even accept hearing it. Um, and then, sometimes like, they only accept it from, other black people or only people of color. And it's just, it seems like a lot of nonsense and it's just unnecessary. So I try and avoid using any slurs for anyone.
I just know whatever frequency your voice is at, like you're very calming. You could be like the GPS or something because your voice is perfect for like
GPS.
calm and compose compared to like 15 minutes ago. We had those two guys going at each other saying whatever. But you have a nice cadence, a nice demeanor. I mean, it seems like you've been through hell literally, but in the last couple days, you finally, thank God, have gotten some peace and rest, and hopefully, like I don't know how far your things went because it sounds like your things went real far, but I know how it is. Hopefully, watching TV and everything's kind of back to normal and not every line on the TV bugging you. Because, like I said, me and you can talk because I've lived some stuff. I think some of these guys haven't, but
Yeah.
you sound like right now Jesus and the Father are definitely reaching your heart, and I
Thank you.
do you already have a Bible? Because that's the first thing. Some people,
Uh-huh.
I like the NIV. What kind of Bible do you have right now?
Exactly what I have. I got myself a woman's study Bible because I was like, okay, I mean, when I experienced what I experienced, like I thought I lost my soul or something. That's how dark I felt. And I spent like the next day just praying the entire day. I listened to deliverance prayers the entire day, just saying like, please God, like, because I could actually feel like spiritual manifestations like attached to my energetic body. I've been very sensitive spiritually, and it felt like just like this darkness, but also like this heat and burning. And then of course, you sound like you're going crazy. So I actually went to the hospital because I thought because of the where I was having the sensations, it was in my chest. So I thought I was maybe having a heart attack. So I went to the hospital and they said I'm fine. They did a bunch of tests. And I went home and I watched a bunch of New Age to Jesus testimonial videos. And I found at least like 3 or 4 videos of like different women describing the same thing. Whatever kind of entities that I was exposing myself to. It was just really scary. But no, I found peace again. It's not as bad, but I mean this happened on the 25th and I was having nightmares every night. And
Wow.
just
Yeah.
experiencing
No.
anxiety.
Sorry to interrupt, but that's
No,
just wow. That's amazing. Keep.
Yo, I'm back, everybody. What's
Oh
going on?
yeah.
I didn't leave or anything because I got mad.
Yeah.
Like my phone says it's overheating, so it closed out.
Yeah.
But is racist man still here? R man?
Nah.
He left. He
He
was a
just
bit
See,
upset, or
but
I
see,
guess.
he's triggered, man. He knows I'm in the right.
yeah, guy, don't bring that energy back. I mean, Danae's coming out of stuff. Just chill. If you want to
Oh
just
no,
talk,
no problem, man.
He
I
needs
didn't mean
time
to
to
bring
simmer.
that here.
So
I
I
didn't mean to
understand how
bring that here. It's
frustrating.
just
You
I
know.
was watching a video ETT sent me, and I was like, you know what, J Man was there, man, and he was listening to Sakari Sergeant SGT being called this racist words, and these are supposedly his friends, and he's a black man himself, but yet you have this white guy right there calling Sakari SGT right in front of his face, being very disrespectful, the N word. It's like it's it's kind of ironic, I
Oh,
would say so.
I'll have to agree with Kyoko that the NIV is not really good version
Yeah, it's
because
not. I brought that up earlier.
it omits a lot of things that like the word hell. It removes it like
It
40
removes
times.
a lot of stuff that's
Yeah,
inside the
I
KJV.
prefer
not just that. It removes the whole verses, but it depends.
It's
Also,
not a
there are many
salvation issue though. Like if somebody's
NIV
out there
versions.
dying and they get a
Uh,
Bible, like in a third world country, somebody gets a Bible and it's the NIV. I don't think God's gonna question them over what version they read.
no, I agree. Yeah, it's not a salvation issue, but it's still it's missing some important verses.
I
So
don't
True, and if you're
agree with
able to
that.
fix that mistake, then get a different version. But if you can't, go with whatever you're able to use. Is my way to look at that.
Yeah, I don't agree with you guys.
I sent KJV version to my friend in Canada.
Oh, really? And I have
Yeah,
to go through Perry and sit on his page for 3 hours reading verses
no, I
just to get a
offered it
Bible?
no, bro. I offered to send it to you too, but
No,
by the
you
time
didn't.
you already. No, I think I did. But either way, because like I sent it to even like more people. I gave it away because back in 2010, me and my friend we went to the Bible shop here in Prague, and we bought like 6 of them, the KJV version with Apocrypha too. So that's a really good stuff to have, and because I have more of them, so I was able to like send people more. But now I have like the last one or last 2. So
See, I don't even like the KJV just because it's not the vernacular we speak, first of all, and it's from 1611. The NIV, I mean, we'd have to have a whole discussion on this because the NIV has every scholar from today. It has different denominations contributing: Jewish, Christian, Catholic, all sorts of different Judaism sects. I mean, they have. I don't know what verses you guys are claiming are missing, because if there's ever a question, they always have like a little thing at the bottom of the page. And for a person like herself who's new to the Bible, you want it to be something you can read. It's like 2 Liters said, God's not going to care, if you had the NIV or the KJV, if you were, practicing faith, and you want to
yeah,
be
but can I say something?
Yeah, sure.
But because for me, like I was only 16 or 17 when I first bought, and it was KJV, and my native language isn't even English. I was able to get used to it very quickly. It's not that hard. Like what is so hard? The thee and thou, ye, and all that. That's so easy. Like you just know that thou means singular,
It's Old
and
English.
thee means like, yeah, it's not all English. It's still actually that's still considered modern English. If you look it up, the 17th century is already considered modern English, bro. And then so it's really a few words that are archaic, yes, but those are really even from the context you can get the meaning of them, or if not, then it's gonna be in dictionary. So it's no big deal. Come on.
No, but I mean,
Yeah, even for
You
me,
know,
which
Ryan,
I
you're
didn't
gonna
grow
have
up
some good
in.
views on this video.
it's unfortunately for the wrong reason. I was like thinking about that in my head. I was like, oh man, I can already see this
But
getting.
I do understand
No, I
because
mean in
most people
general,
are
like
not a really.
there's like
Oh,
6 viewers right now.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah, but I was really like uh not all people, I was gonna say, not all people are like obsessed with like having a like large vocabulary, so they're gonna be
Oh
like,
yeah.
oh, this is all English, fuck that, so they're gonna discard it. But I've always been obsessed with
yeah,
learning new words, even
okay.
ancient archaic words. So for me it was great as a
Well,
as a
but like, look at the
young man
verse.
to
You know what's funny
read.
is I just lost 3 subscribers for some reason.
Oh man, look
Mm.
at this famous. I mean, that's what happens with controversy, man. And you're kind of dropping the N bomb, bro. So I mean,
But you are not even on your own
Yeah,
channel. What do you mean?
that's a different kind of context to why I'm dropping that though.
that,
I'm not
I know.
calling anybody that. I'm using an example to what they were saying.
Yeah,
That's not my words. That's Adam or Alan's words to Sakari SGT. And that dude being either not directed to or being
yeah.
defended by J-Man.
I would
I
just be
mean,
careful defending those guys, man, because I have it already screenshotted and saved.
Yeah, I know what they say. It's
No,
just
I mean,
why would
beyond what they say, I mean, the Deacon Hakab, bro, on Facebook, like
yeah,
I never.
he's racist himself. He's admitted to being a racist.
When that Gabby girl died, he wrote, "Bye, Gabby." The girl got murdered by her boyfriend. He wrote, "Bye, Gabby. Enjoy rotting." I have a video on my channel where I
What?
screenshotted that.
Yeah,
The
that's
other
some
day,
fucked up shit.
You
I'm
know
not
what I
defending
hate?
any of that.
yeah, and the other day he had a gay white dude like doing bestiality with like a German Shepherd, and Facebook.
Bestiality
Dude,
What?
I have
with
the
the
picture
firearm.
screenshotted. I have it screenshotted. If you give me your email, I'll send. You know what I mean? I'll send it to you. I don't know how Facebook allowed it, but like I just click and comment on his
Yeah,
page.
no, that they do some messed up stuff, and I
He
don't
had a
agree with
naked
that. I'm
white
not
dude
defending
on a
Sakari at
dog,
all.
a
I'm
naked gay
defending
white
how.
dude on a dog, saying like, "Well, this is what happens when the girlfriends are on." Like these dudes in Sakari, bro. If you think
Yeah,
they're
totally.
about
But see,
like racism and
here's
stuff,
my
that's
thing though,
outrageous.
man. Yeah, totally. I know what Sakari says, and I've listened to Deacon. He's admitted and said that he's a racist, a
Yeah,
separatist,
he
and he's
celebrates
a
murder.
nationalist.
Yeah.
Totally. I don't know about murder, but
Hi, Gabby. Enjoy
all
modding. It's
those
on
three
my channel.
things.
Go look at it.
Yeah, okay. All those three. I just haven't seen that, so
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can't
I know.
say anything about that.
It's
But
on there.
see, here's the thing though, is that if Adam or Alan, the dude that was on Nick's live stream, has the balls to call a Sakari SGT, regardless of what Sakari or Deacon teaches, the N word, who's to say that he's not calling other people out there who don't subscribe to Sakari's doctrine that word? And J-Man supposedly being a black man, he should be telling his friend, you shouldn't be doing that. If he did, my mistake, but I don't remember that. I was too busy in the chat with the mouth sandwich joke.
But you know what is like the worst? I just want to say one thing,
go ahead,
because
sorry.
what Christians do, there's I have seen some on Facebook, when you have some famous person, regardless of if they are a Christian, but usually if they are not Christian, and they will not say like rest in peace, but they say, oh, it should be written there like in torment in hell, like they want the person to burn forever, even like they don't know that person at all, they just
No,
know,
that's
oh, they
something
were not
totally
Christian.
different.
It's something so fucking shitty to do, because they
Oh
don't
no,
know
you
that
die in
person's
your sins.
personal faith. No, but yeah, but they don't know. Only God knows that if they're gonna make it to the kingdom or not. Like they are judging people with no basis. They are not God, so they're saying, oh, he's already like burning in
Yeah,
hell.
righteous
Like, those
judgment, man.
people are
People,
hypocrites,
people,
bro.
people portray what their image is. Like if you're out there and you look like a hoe, then most likely your whole mentality, the way you think, is like a hoe. You know what I mean? Or like a dude's
No,
out
but
there, kind of like
that's not what
thuggish,
I'm talking
with the
about, though.
music. More than likely, that's how his spiritual character is. What you put off is what you portray. What your spirit is
Yeah,
what
but
you
you
put
don't know
off. Like,
God's the mind of God, like if he's if he's gonna save that person or not. Come on, man, you cannot say, oh, he's burning in hell. You don't fucking know
yeah,
that.
we know them by their fruits.
Yeah, but I'm saying, oh, okay. Yeah, I'm saying that you don't know his ultimate destiny, if he's gonna if when
What
he
ultimate
died, if he's
destiny?
going
That
to.
sounds like
Yeah.
something like a totally different gospel. What are you preaching?
No, I'm saying that you don't know. Like they're saying literally that when he died, he's burning in hell. They have no idea that's the case,
Oh, okay,
because
well
it isn't.
here's the case. Most of these celebrities are Masonic in nature, so their spirit isn't of the spirit of the Lord, so they don't show the fruits of the Lord. So more than likely, they're gonna perish in their sins.
Yeah, but this is something a little bit
No,
different.
it's
It's a
nothing different at
hypocrisy
all.
in. No, no, no. You
It's
don't
not
know what you're.
hypocritical at all.
You don't know
You
what you're
don't know
talking
what you're
about.
talking about. You
No,
don't know
because
what you're talking about.
you don't even know what I'm talking about. I was talking about
I know
some
exactly
Christians
what
on
you're talking
Facebook
about.
from
You're
Philippines
talking about
that are
Christians on Facebook getting triggered. You're getting triggered by Christians on Facebook saying that
not triggered.
celebrities
I'm
they're
not
saying that
triggered.
celebrities are
I'm just
resting
pointing
in
out the
peace in
fact
hell or something shit like that.
that they replace like rest in peace with in torment in hell, and you think that's a
It's
good thing?
true
Like,
though.
oh, okay. Then
It
God
shows
is
the truth.
God wants people to burn
No,
forever,
he
be
don't. But
tormented
if
in
you
hell.
die
Okay.
and you're still doing that kind of stuff, you know what I mean? It's not like they're not telling the truth.
They're not. They're pulling it out of their ass. Okay,
How are they pulling out of
you
their
know it.
ass? Righteous judgment,
Because they
man.
are no. Are they God? Are they the Most High
No,
God?
but
That they know that
as
He's burning.
followers of the faith, you have righteous judgment. You are able to figure out the spirits of the
No, these
work
guys
of the
are
flesh and
hypocrites.
of the
All of
spirit.
them. They're
The
hypocrites.
fruits of
All
the
of them.
spirit, the fruits of the flesh.
Yeah, but no,
No,
they're
you just don't
hypocrites.
understand what you're talking about. You're a retard
Neither,
trying to
neither
sound
do
like
you.
you know what you're talking about, but you really don't know what
All
you're
right,
talking
all right,
about.
all
Yeah,
right.
but neither do you, because you
All
don't
right,
have the. Yeah,
high
whatever.
school words and arguing like for real, like we're all failing right
This
now.
is like a T-Mog moment where he says people are mentally retarded.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
just
but
saying.
that applies to all of us.
What
No,
I'm
that
saying
applies
is,
to you
I don't know
because you
how
act like
Yeah.
old
you
you
know what
guys
you're
are.
Okay.
talking about, but I'm
Yeah, but
telling you
neither do
exactly
you.
what it is.
Oh, so because every celebrity is evil according to you, they are burning
Totally,
in hell.
totally. You don't watch the
Okay.
videos. Most of these celebrities are
Oh, so
affiliated
because
with
it's
things
on
that go
video,
against
it
the
means
spirit.
it's true. Okay.
Well, no, you could do a little back check. Shaquille O'Neal is an admitted Freemason. A lot of these different groups have uh incognitoants,
Yeah, but this guy
if
was
that's a word to them.
right. But this guy was claiming like like a random person, even non-celebrity that didn't proclaim
Then
faith.
that's a whole different case. You said
Okay.
celebrity, so that's my basis to what I'm going off on.
Yeah, that wasn't just that. It was just like he was saying everybody who. Yeah. So well, anyway, let's just
That's
let's just change the topic.
let's try to help Danae. Like if we're practicing our faith. Like that's Danae. Like I don't know if anybody.
Yeah, I am practicing my faith. I'm correcting something that is a little misconstrued.
All
Yeah,
right,
but
LOP is not making no
let's
sense
get
at
out
all.
of the
what
topic,
I'm
man.
saying is we can also
It's
focus on
fine.
concentrate our energy on like trying to help somebody that's just got into the faith, that's just ran away from the devil. That's like give her some good advice. That's comfort her. It's not worry about our ego. That's not that.
Oh,
That's
I'm not
That's
worrying about
true.
no ego or anything.
all right.
I'm
Well,
just
all I'm saying
calling
is
out the BS like how I see it. If
all
you
right, but
catch
bro,
my
I'm not
drift.
the type to want to like mute a mic or something, but I just want you to like listen to what I'm saying a little bit here. All right, like let's get our priorities together. All right, that's all I'm saying. So Danae, like you can give us your feedback. Like, has anybody showed you the Lord's Prayer yet? Because this is what Jesus. If you want to know where Jesus told us how to pray, it's in Matthew 6.
I think I heard it growing up, but I don't think I've heard it in a while. I appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely write this down if you can, because this is how you should. I know you've been praying for your life the last couple of days, and weeks, or months, or
Yeah.
however long years. So start your prayers with what Jesus teaches us. And if you guys have any input on any other gospel that you think is better than this, but definitely start it with this. This is the Lord's Prayer, and
Yes, it's in the Gospel of Luke as well.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
but this is the main thing, and I just want to say, like, one thing is that Christ teaches that you should only pray when you're alone. So he said that praying in front of many people is hypocritical. So when you are alone, whether it be in your room or whatever, that would be the best. Not just like
Totally.
Yeah,
the
All right.
Pharisees,
Yeah,
or
he
whatever.
said go in your room and close your door. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Exactly. These are the things we definitely should be talking to our sister right now and not worrying about he said, she said on who's, cooler in high school this week. You know what I mean? Let's just get over that. You guys can handle that some other time. Just please, I'm not the type of guy to hit a mute button, but just like let that breathe a little bit. Let's try to help Danae and concentrate. Like, if God's watching us, which he is at all times, and we have a woman who's been through hell, and all we're concentrating on is nonsense, internet stuff, like we failed. And she's teaching us by her strength and her ability to be open and share.
Sometimes for me and Jay, I think that these kind of like drama distractions can actually help in some situation, not always, but sometimes it can help because you are so like bored with everything. Sometimes these kind of distractions can help, but not always.
Yeah, but for Danae, like definitely utilize this. Like when you start your prayer, start with this, and also you can go to the gospel like Leviticus was talking about Luke. But this is Jesus Christ, the Son of God, who is God with the Father, telling you how to pray, and this is how you start your prayer. And like Leviticus also said, or Leviticus, sorry about that.
It's Invictus, and it's a poem from early 20th century.
I apologize. Sorry about that, man. Go to your room and close the door, like he said too, because that's another thing Jesus suggested. But
okay.
Anyways,
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
No, actually, I'm sorry, my bad. It's a poem from late 19th century. It's about like the unconquerable spirit of the human. It's very good.
You seem like if I was sitting next to
it
you.
Is actually in a Virgin Steel. This band used it as a song, and it's one of the most like empowering lyrics of all time. And it's based off of that poem, but they added more badass stuff.
Well, all I can say is if this is your
Jane, sleepy.
To how religious.
Yeah, I got work in the morning.
Oh, okay.
We've been through our best job, but you're definitely an example, and you just realize you're safe now. God doesn't. What I've learned in my life is God never abandons us, so don't fall for any tricks. Like Jesus does have all authority over heaven and earth, so Jesus can rebuke. If you say Jesus' name, demons will get rebuked by that. So I don't know exactly what Jesus and the Father do, but trust me, whatever they do gets the message across to those evil beings that, there's a line they can't cross. I mean, and I've lived it to an extreme extent. Like, me and you definitely should try to stay in touch because I would like to hear more about your story. But thank you for
absolutely.
you know, being able to, you know, reach out and tell us what you've been through. And I hope people realize like how real what you're saying is too. And it
That's the
sounds like you
thing.
were into some really crazy stuff. So I'm
I
sure it
didn't
went.
even mean to. I mean, and actually, like, I
Yeah.
was just kind of like teetering. You know, I had like my feet wet in it over the years and stuff, and then like, I kind of turned into more of an egomaniac when I had what I was calling a successful shroom trip. And I think there's some people that believe that when you expose yourself to psychedelics, how it's like you're really opening a portal for, you know, demonic energies and stuff. And I think that's exactly what happened, because the way that I was thinking after that trip was like so egocentric and not like me. So that happened about like a month and a half ago, and that's when most of my problems started, like spiritually. I was fine before that. I mean, my soul wasn't in the right relationship with God, but it wasn't um, as shitty as it was, you know, towards the end there. But no, I appreciate all of you guys' support and listening, and I appreciate the community, especially considering the people that I've been talking to. I mean, there's been some people who've been accepting of it, and then other people just get combative. So it means a lot.
Well,
Wait, so can I ask? So
Yeah.
you take some psychedelics, and that gave you nightmares? You were saying?
No, not nightmares. Like
Oh, but
there's
like
some.
bad feelings and stuff.
I mean, you could say that, but I mean, it just seems like I opened up like some kind of spiritual, like there was some kind of spiritual exposure to entities from that point. I don't know if you guys have heard of your mate Tom. He's a spiritual seeker on YouTube. He's like friends with the Dakota of Earth or Dakota Wind, and he's traveled the world and has had a bunch of different experiences with shamans and different religions and stuff. But he recently made a YouTube video about like how to protect yourself from psychedelic entities and stuff while tripping, because there's so many people who they take psychedelics and stuff and they think that they're working with like their ancestors or, you know, their spirit guides. But if you know the Bible, you understand exactly like what they're talking to. And I think that it just seems like for me, when I had that trip, that I exposed myself to demonic energies, which is why I ended up going as far as I did with the occult, because like it didn't seem like the things that I was trying to do were coming from me, if that makes any sense.
no, it
Like,
definitely does. And I know what you're saying. Like you're basically living in a horror movie 24/7 where you're hearing sounds and people that haven't lived it can't understand it, but like sound is a huge part of it. Like the devil is described as the prince of air, and that's in the Bible. So people can
Yeah,
read
yeah.
that.
I
Yeah.
had experiences like that because not because I took psychedelics, but because of I have uh, schizophrenia. So sometimes it would be really like a nightmare because I would hear the voices like sometimes, and I do believe that they give you medication, the antipsychotics that actually can cause these or they they it makes it worse, the voices. I never had voices before. They prescribed me those
what?
antipsychotics. No, I'm being dead serious. So then one time, sometimes it would happen, I would go to sleep, I would have my electric fan on, and I would hear literally like
Oh,
the voice, no, I would hear voices coming from the electric fan, and it was so weird. And then I woke up the next day, I checked my some of my songs that I have, and actually was saying lyrics from this band, this artist Devin Townsend, and not some other of one of his songs, but he has a song called "Voices in the Fan." So I was like, "This is weird." It was trippy, but it really happened, and it was saying from his song "Jular." That's one of his songs. And he was saying something like, I'll survive, and God damns you," and some other lyrics too. But it was so trippy and weird experience. And also yeah, when they gave me antipsychotic strong injection back in 2019, I would hear voice, and it would be terrible. But not when I didn't take it, I would have panic attacks. So I only took it as a last resort, because I felt like I have every disease in the world. Those that are schizophrenic know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Danae, this is LOP, the guy I told you about, the schizophrenic.
This is she from your Discord server or channel?
Yeah, I met her on
Okay,
Twitter.
I see. Okay, you told her about my
I
experience
told
or
yeah,
yeah.
yeah
Okay, cool.
about your
Uh,
experience and your medication and your schizophrenia and
yeah,
your
it's a struggle. It's a struggle. Yeah.
hallucinations.
Well, yeah, but it's not really hallucinations. More like the auditory hallucinations would be used to be mostly only when I was medicated. So yeah.
Oh, she
Yes.
left.
Yeah, she's been having
Yeah,
some phone issues.
yeah.
She might have just had a technical issue. But yo, I mean, good luck chilling out to Leader J man, and like I appreciate you doing that, and also the fact that you brought her over to this channel and you're getting her closer to hearing God. Like that's a beautiful thing too. Just also be aware of, bro, like when you're doing that for somebody too, and her story's so ill, like it's been 4 days and she just came out of it. Like we also got to realize like we're representatives of the faith, and like she sees people like this acting crazy, like the way you and J-Man were going at it, she might be turned off. Like just think like more, like God says, be a servant of others. Like if you had made her your first priority tonight, you probably wouldn't have cared what J-Man was, up to. But I mean, I'm not saying you're guilty and he's innocent or vice versa. And if you're speaking the truth, you're speaking the truth. So the truth shouldn't have to be hidden, but also just realize, time and a place too, where you already know there's going to be people chopping up the video and chopping up your words too. So you got to be
Oh
careful
yeah, no, I'm actually aiming for something like that to happen.
because somebody's going to be chopping up your words too. So they might be able to twist you up too. So you got to be careful.
Yeah,
when you
true,
say
true.
stuff.
We're
But
gonna
It's fine
there,
tonight.
we're
there's
gonna pull
always
a Joe Rogan on
logical
you, man.
deduction behind it.
Yeah, I mean
No, but
that's
you
And
know,
I've said words like that before, so I mean that wouldn't be the first
but you know
clip
how
out
they
there
did
somewhere to be,
yeah, you know how they did the thing with Joe Rogan, like over the course of 15 years, and compiled like all the
exactly
times he had said the word,
exactly.
and yeah, so
Yeah, she just lost connection. She wasn't. If you want to come back today, there's the link. And yeah, we're all as men.
where is she? Where is she from?
Florida.
Yeah, Florida.
Florida. Florida has usually bad connection.
ETT, I think,
I
is in
heard.
Florida right now too.
I know, but yeah. So most people I know that are from Florida have.
I'm getting her now.
I think there's a usually bad internet there. Not
Yes.
always, but
I
depends
guess
on the
so, because I mean, this
depends
is like
on
the
the
fourth
location.
time.
Yeah, it's. Do you have Wi-Fi or in mobile data?
Both, which is why I'm like, this is
Yeah.
bullshit, because I'm literally in my bed, connected to the Wi-Fi, and I have my cellular data up. So I don't know why that's happening. But the last thing I heard was you said that your experience reminded you of like a song or
Yeah, from
something.
the auditory hallucinations that I experienced. Yeah. But anyway, it's that happened a long time ago, and the thing with the strong antipsychotics happened in 2019. But it's like
Yeah.
right now I don't have those voices anymore because I stopped taking these medications. But so I'm glad. But yeah, it was terrible. It's literally like torture.
It's
The
awful.
voices are like torturing you because they are telling you words. It doesn't make any sense what the voices are, but the words that are specifically what you like hate, what you don't want to hear. It might be, it's just gibberish, just random words, but you hate those words. Or like,
Well,
yeah, it will tell you like, yeah, random words. It's not even a sentence. Like, it's so weird.
Is it like that video you uploaded
Um
earlier with that old man calling the other old man all these different
no,
swear
no,
words?
no, 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 no. That's from Barry. That's an HBO comedy show. That's hey, did you see that? It's kind of funny. But
Yeah, I did.
yeah, but no, no, no. So the thing is, it will happen in your native language, which
hmm
when whatever language you hate, in those words, the voices will come. If you have this auditory voices, like torture. So because I know it, because my friend from California, his
Me?
native language is no. It's an old like in real person in real life I know him, but his native is Armenian. So he would hear. He was telling me he would hear voices in Armenian language. So he had the same problem. So I just know that I'm not alone in what I experienced. Right.
Yeah, those meds aren't usually those meds are not always the answer by any means. So it's good you got off of, man. Anything natural,
Yeah.
just prayer.
No, no, I did. Although I do still take medications, but not those that are like messing with your mind as much as like those antipsychotics. So I take like uh Ambien or Klonopin, which those are just central nervous system depressants, and they just calm you down. It's like if you as if you take drink a beer or something. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, these help me in my condition, but
I mean,
really
it's
it doesn't like it's uncurable. Schizophrenia is incurable, and so I still have problems, obviously.
it's an interesting
But
perspective, but like what we call like this is all based in like 3D science, like psychology, like the voices that people experience with OCD, schizophrenia, or short cases of psychosis. But on a spiritual level, someone that when I was, studying occult, like looking at the metaphysical dimensions and stuff, I could be wrong, but I feel like people who are schizophrenic, um, the veil is just thinner for them, and they're more sensitive and stuff to like energies or entities that might try messing with them. Because I've
yes,
actually had deep conversations with two other people who were like, fully diagnosed with schizophrenia, and they're usually very intelligent, but when you're more exposed to that, like you can't really turn that off. That's not something that neurotypical people would experience, but it just seems like I said, like the veil is thinner for them because in the 3D world we call that like, oh, you're hearing an auditory hallucination because other people can't hear that. But when you start looking at spirituality and how people communicate with like their spirit guides and stuff, or even when people describing like when they talk to God, like it all sounds like the same thing. I could be wrong, but that's just my perspective on it. I truly think it's just a spiritual thing. Not to say that you guys aren't obviously suffering because of that, but you can't
no,
help but be more
I would say
sensitive.
it's both a blessing and a curse, because the people with these mental illnesses are more the most spiritual, but they also got the short straw. Like they have the most amount of suffering than people without any mental torments. So,
Right.
but they have seen the real thing, though,
Pe-
unlike most people without any of these experiences uh, with the spiritual. So there's a good side to it and bad side,
People
right?
forget
Yeah.
Einstein was in a mental institution. That's like a really overlooked fact about his life for like 19, 20 years old, around that age.
So
Einstein.
is ETT.
I was around that same age too. Actually, my first time in mental institution was when I was 18, and then my second, third, and fourth were uh, around the age of 20 to 22. But after the age of 22, I was able to or I never went back again. But that's not to say it actually got worse after that. But I was just able to deal with it without being confined. Although my dad always like was threatening me to cast me there, which
Yeah.
it was his fault, because he's always using it as an excuse, like, oh, you're acting out, like whatever. And even like I was already like above the age of like whatever, like I was 21, and he was still had the power to lock me up in a psych ward. So this is like a shitty thing to do, because the system is weird like that. And I wasn't really violent or anything.
Yeah. No, I'm sure you've changed a
I'm
lot just
sorry you
from
went through
being
that.
grounded in faith too. Yeah. I mean, just reading the Bible, the word of God, it says, in John 1:1, in the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and the word was God. If you look on my page, today after the video, I have
Yeah.
a video that says 9 scriptures an angel gave me. And I'm dead serious about that. It was an angel in human form. He wasn't like in a supernatural state. It was just like a normal human being. But I had a few interactions with him, and God blessed me to at least reveal what he truly was, which was an angel there to protect me when I was going through some of this hard supernatural stuff that I similar to what you've lived. And he gave me a pamphlet of the New Testament, and he had 9 verses highlighted. So I encourage everybody to, both you guys too, to leader and I can't pronounce your name, man. I'm sorry, but go
Is LOP.
My name is, well, my name is Joseph. So you can call me that.
Yeah, I'll stick with that if because I got a
Yeah,
better
sure.
chance of saying Joseph, if you don't mind. But
Uh,
yeah, the 9 scriptures are something we all should incorporate in our lives, and one of them is, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So the more you read your Bible, the closer you're gonna get to God, and obviously praying after that, and that's why I try to show you to write down Matthew 6 for the Lord's Prayer, or you could also
Thank
go into
you.
Luke, because that's how Jesus taught us to pray. And that's how, I know you're new to it, but that's how, like, if you go to the Christian church or something, that's how everybody will pray. I was going to ask you about that, 2 liter J. Do Hebrew Israelites, they got to subscribe
I
to the Lord's Prayer, right?
I would assume so. You're I'm not necessarily to say a Hebrew Israelite. I subscribe to a lot of the doctrines, and I would say I am one. So, like, if somebody did call me one, I wouldn't deny it. But I
Okay.
don't subscribe to any of the camps and the whole salvation issue thing. I only subscribe to about 60% of that, because the way that they present it is somewhat right, but then they got half of it wrong, as I take it. So, like, people, whatever label you want to call me, Christian, Jew, Hebrew Israelite, I won't deny any of those, because I guess I would be technically all one of those. But no, I wouldn't say I'm a Hebrew Israelite, but that I'm not necessarily sure. And I don't think ETT would be in the knowledge of that either. But I don't see why they wouldn't subscribe to that.
Yeah.
There's no basis to throw something like that away.
Yeah. I mean, that's like really important. Like, you know what I mean? If you're gonna pray in the way Jesus taught us to pray. You know what I mean? And yeah, if you're gonna be Bible based, that seems my bad too. For I didn't know. I thought you and Andrew were or ETT were both Hebrew Israelites, because he's told me he was a Hebrew.
Well, I am, if you want to call me one, but then I'm not, in a sense. Like when people ask me, I'm kind of like a semi Hebrew Israelite. I say,
I
like,
get it.
I hold to a lot of the beliefs. So, like, if somebody wants to call me one, I won't deny it.
Yeah.
But coming out of my own mouth, I'll say, like, I'm semi Hebrew Israelite.
Yeah. If you
I don't do the whole labeling thing.
Yeah, if you're not in
But
a camp, you got a lot of your own ideas, I'm sure too. Same with Andrew or ETT. Like, if you're
no,
not,
he. The only difference between him and the GMS camp, which is the one he mostly subscribed to, is he believes in flat Earth and they don't. That's about it. Most of what he preaches is very close to what the camp teaches. So that's
well,
the difference between me and him. Like,
I,
I'm my own person,
yeah,
and he just preaches majority of what they preach.
I could tell this is a Hebrew Israelite, because they want to go to this verse to try to act like Jesus was only sent for Israel. But listen, man, if you want to, or miss, I don't know who DS
Yeah,
Spencer.
that's what ETT and all these people, they always say Jesus came only for
Yeah,
the Israelites,
Well, that's
and
what
he
he says.
doesn't care
Jesus
about.
came for the lost sheep of Israel.
yeah, I got
Oh
like,
yeah, that's one verse, but then you have to read the whole New Testament to understand that he came for everybody, to save everybody.
No,
yeah,
he came for the lost sheep of Israel.
he came for every.
That's one verse, man.
Yeah,
And if you read the whole, like, about those people grafted in or whatever,
Yeah,
so uh,
that would be the
well, those
other
were not
nations
Israelites.
under.
Those would be
Hold on.
right.
Well, can I hold on, LP? You're interrupting when somebody's talking again. Those other nations will be under the servitude of the Israelites. They will be made to serve the Lord.
Yeah, but you're not Israelite either. So
all right. Well,
How? What is your logical deduction to that?
I mean, what they subscribe to is that the only race is like
okay.
Whatever.
No,
This
no,
whole thing I already
man. We've been
debunked
under
like fucking months ago,
this
man.
so many
You
times,
fucking,
man. We've
yeah.
been under this so many times. You
Yeah,
always
like you
throw
also
out the
you just
confusion of
trolling,
fake
man. You just like,
Israelites.
you don't believe that God is an angry black man like that, like they
No, I
do.
don't. I
You?
don't believe
Oh,
God's
okay,
black,
okay.
but the
So let's
possibility of
stop this
Christ being
fucking
black
nonsense.
could be true.
Christ is black.
Like,
Christ.
it could be black.
Yes,
Who cares,
yes,
man? It doesn't
totally,
fucking
totally.
matter. Where does it say it does? It matter? It doesn't. So
No, it doesn't matter. But yeah,
Why are
I
you
mean,
getting so triggered, man?
I got like 70 verses I could show you that salvation is for everybody and not
yeah,
just and Christ was sent for everybody. You could go to the Old Testament just here and see this is
You're
about
showing up that Edomite spirit, LOP. You gotta change that up, man.
no, I came from Edom with dyed attire from
this is
Bozrah.
No, but you're not Edom though.
That's
You're Elam.
no, I'm the king of Edom.
No, by
Biological
migration.
deduction.
No. That's something. No, hold on. By right
Israelite
of
Israelites
migration,
come
you
back.
are Elam.
Here's the link. Sorry to interrupt. I'm just giving the link for Israelite.
Wait, what? By geographical location, that means like I'm something what I'm not or whatever. Like, who cares, man? What are you even talking about?
You said you're Edom. I was making a joke saying your Edomite spirit is
Yeah,
showing,
because
but you're
they say
actually
all
saying
white
that you're
people are
Edom.
Edomite. So I mean, okay, so I'm Edomite. Okay,
No.
cool.
But I'm trying to tell you what you actually are. By right of migration, your people, the Eastern Europeans, are of Elam, from what I've looked into.
But I am from yeah, you could say that. You could say Eastern, but more Central and West,
The
Northern.
majority of the
And,
people in your area were
yeah,
Islamic.
well, that's not true. That's not true. My country,
No, that's
they used to
absolutely
be
true.
Catholic.
Uzbekistan, all these stands right
What the
around
hell
there,
are you? I'm not
Eastern
from Uzbekistan, man. What the hell?
Ukraine, and all these
I'm from
Kazakhstan. They have a
Central
large.
Europe. That's not. But yeah, I mean, as I
That's
said, it's
Eastern
all from
Europe.
Hungary, German, or used to be called, sorry, it used to go Austria,
No,
Hungary Empire
German.
before, German,
The
yeah.
Germanic people are something very totally different from the Eastern Europeans.
But
Is
I'm
what
saying
people
I'm
don't
mixed of both,
realize.
though, because I'm on my mom's side is more Eastern European, but
Okay, great. You're
yeah,
mixed
my
with
dad's
both, but
side
I'm trying to
is
tell you where you're
Germanic.
located at.
well,
That's a nation of Elam.
if Jesse's
Who gives
back,
a shit, though? It doesn't matter.
if he wants to speak for a moment, if we guys can let him have the floor for a minute or two.
Yep.
Doesn't matter where you're
Shalom.
from or anything, so
I
whatever,
never
man.
knew you were in a camp either, man. That's an awesome story that you came out of that because you're definitely an advocate now. We're lucky Christ and the Father brought you over to our side because
Who are you referring to?
Jesse.
LOP?
Jesse.
Yep.
I don't know if I can't hear you yet, Jesse. I don't know if other people can or if it's my sound or your sound.
Are you able to hear me? Hello?
Okay, now we can hear you. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You want me to go to some scriptures? Because that's what I was trying to show about how Christ is not just sent for Israel. Because I have 70 verses I could show.
My question is this: if the bloodline is so important, why do we have to be born again?
Amen. Amen.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying too. It's not important. The like the bloodline and race, whatever.
Because some of that doesn't even really exist and stuff. It's just like 3D constructs and stuff that people.
Yeah, and it's all
identify
mixed.
with.
Everybody's mixed, so who cares?
Yeah, we all
And
came
then
from
also,
Adam and Eve, so
Right.
technically.
we're all from one blood. There's a part in the Bible where they Christ's mother and his brother was outside,
Mm-hmm.
and they asked him. They said, your mother's outside and your brother's outside. Christ said, "Who is my brother and mother? Those that do the will of my Father." That's who
That's
Christ
a good verse.
considered.
Yeah.
What do you want, man? Yeah, that's mine. Can you please put it right there?
So I was just putting that out there that Christ's family is whoever does the will of the Father, not his blood relatives.
Yeah, that's a great verse to support this argument that he came for those that have faith in God, not those of certain ethnicities or whatever. Yeah, exactly.
And
Yeah.
also,
Type it in.
and then sorry, I don't know if my phone is broken. Something's weird's happening.
No, we can hear you.
Yeah, when you have Chrome open and StreamYard, it uses your battery a lot. That's my kind of issue because I'm on
Okay.
7% right now, and it's making my phone real hot for some reason.
Okay. Who is that speaking? Is that J Man?
No, that's 2 liter J.
Oh, 2 Liter J. All right. If it's okay, guys, I kind of want to share a verse, if it's okay.
Yeah, let's get back to that because that's what we're
Okay.
here for, honestly.
This is an important one because this one proves Christ is gonna get everybody.
Yep.
When you read 25, Matthew's 25.
Yep.
And verse, if my phone dies, it's because of my phone. I'll start in verse. I'll start in verse 24. And if you guys pay close attention, Christ always spoke in parables for a reason, because he only wanted certain people to understand the truth. It says, verse 24, then he which had received the 1 talent came and said, Lord, I knew that thou art a hard man. This is speaking about God. Reaping where thou hast not sown, and gathering where thou hast not scattered seed. The word they're using is strawed. Strawed means scattered seed. So watch what God says. His Lord answered and said, thou wicked and slothful servant, you knew that I reap where I sow not and gather where I have not scattered seed. So if the scattered seed is Israel, why is God saying he's also going to gather where he didn't scatter seed?
You're asking me that?
Well, I'm just
putting it out there for everybody here.
Yeah, I'm just putting that out there because One West likes to say they're the scattered seed of Israel. God in this verse saying he's gathering where he didn't scatter seed also.
Yep.
So that's talking about when the
Yeah,
Most High
I would say that's the Israelites enveloping themselves with the other nations in the regions, they're not from. So these how would you say they interbreeded, creating not a new breed, but like people that necessarily wouldn't look like an Israelite but are Israelites.
Not,
So do you believe only Israelites, bloodline Israelites, are going to get into the kingdom?
Okay, so my interpretation on it is very similar, like 60% wise to what the Hebrews teach, but I can't speak for any of the other camps because I'm not familiar with what they teach other than GMS and a little bit of Sakari. Yeah, but I don't. All I know is the deacon and like 2 other guys. I don't necessarily follow them, but have watched what they teach. But so GMS teaches is that the other nations will be under servitude as what they call slaves in the new kingdom, and these slaves will be beaten and this and that. But so my take on it is that salvation, yes, is only for Israelites, but there will be other nations within the new kingdom under the servitude of the Israelites. It's like a hierarchy. There's the Most High, the Father. There's the Most High, the Son, which would be the King. Then the
Do you mind
elect,
if I
which
ask you a
would be the
question?
yeah. Hold on. Let me finish, and you can answer your
Okay.
question. So there's a hierarchy in the new kingdom. There's the Most High, the Son, which would be the King, the Mashiach, and then there will be the elect, which would be the rulers of the new kingdom. Then the actual Israelites, who will be citizens in the new kingdom, and then there will be the other nations, which are under the Israelites. They will be under the servitude to the Israelites, to the elect, and they will be served. They will be made to serve the Most High. Um, and this would be a righteous servitude. So the way that GMS puts it is that these slaves or servants, these other nations will be beaten and tortured, kind of like a precursor to what the actual Israelites quote on received from the other nations on earth. But in the new kingdom, these are supposed to be righteous men. So I don't necessarily think that they would be beaten and torturing other people. They would be making them praise the Lord and honor the Father and the Son. So yes, I believe salvation is only for Israelites, but there are other nations is what people will call being grafted in. But I don't like using that term, but I use it for people who are familiar with it. But yeah, so what I would say is Israelites can only see salvation because Christ came only for the lost sheep of Israel. So the other nations will be in the new kingdom, but they will be made to serve the Most High, if that makes sense.
But it does say about the elect that they shall serve him too, and those would be
Exactly, man.
144,000 also. Yeah.
Yes. I just said that.
Yeah. So basically, what you're saying is that the Israelites will be made to serve the Most High, but so will the other
The
nations.
Israelites are the leaders of the new kingdom.
Yeah. So those would be the 144,000, right? Redeemed.
Yeah, no. The
Well, redeemed.
144,000 are the ones that are the elect. There's still going to be other Israelites who are not the elect in the new kingdom.
All right, brother.
And what
Can I
about
ask you a
all the
question?
other non-Israelites, though? Like,
Yeah, they
let
would
me
be
let me
the
ask him
other
this.
nations that would be
Yeah,
the
let me
servant.
ask him this question.
right.
Who are the tribes of Jacob?
The tribes of Jacob, that would be the 12 tribes.
Okay, who are the elect?
Yeah, from those
The
12 tribes, it's in the Revelation. You know that.
Okay, so here's the question that I have for you,
I don't
brother.
think I
Ready?
would necessarily have an answer. I don't know every individual person who would be of the elect.
Got you.
That's not
Brother,
an
can I
answer
ask
for.
you one
Go ahead.
question, okay?
Go ahead.
Can you explain this verse to me, please? This is Isaiah 49:6.
All right.
It is a light thing that thou shouldest be my servant to raise up the tribes of Jacob, which you claim are the 12 tribes, correct?
Right.
And to restore the preserved of Israel. Those are the elect, right?
Right.
I will also give thee for a light to the Gentiles, that thou may be my salvation unto the end of the earth. Who are these Gentiles?
That would be the heathen nations.
It says that they're going to be saved there, brother.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I don't think you comprehend with what I'm saying though. The heathen Gentile nations are gonna be in righteous servitude under the servitude of the Israelites in the new kingdom, but they will be serving the Most High. I'm not
So that's
saying that they're
they're
not
saved.
receiving it. Yeah, in a sense. I don't like phrasing it like that, but yeah, in a sense like that, they would technically be saved because they would be made to serve the Most High.
Yeah, but in the end, we don't really know how it's gonna be.
Yeah, but we do know that there's not like this first class ticket for Israelites. I mean, I could do a whole show, and I will do another. I have already done shows, and Jesse's brought out plenty of great verses already too. And I'll do a whole show because I had like I don't know about 70, but I had 8 pages, over 40, 50 scriptures prepared for salvation is for everybody.
Oh shoot, I'm on 1%. Oh
Yeah.
hell.
Plug
Man.
it in.
Well,
Yeah.
no, my phone's like hella hot for some reason.
Yeah,
I'm about
Do
to
you have a
get
laptop?
off in a second though too, man. I got
Yeah.
work tomorrow.
Hopefully
yeah,
we
you should play,
have
man.
another build and stick more to scriptures and not get distracted like what happened for a minute there, because I already know that's going to be the news tomorrow on certain, crazy channels.
No, it's not.
You'd be surprised, man. They're going to try to isolate that and paint another narrative of J-Man. So I mean, And even you, man, you could be twisted up in that mix. So you got to be careful of the way you drop. Use.
I thought you meant about me the whole from that sentence, but yeah.
No, I mean what you said about J-Man's definitely going to be brought. To
it's already been brought up.
That was his intention all along. Unless you haven't noticed.
No, that was my intention all along. I was trying to get drama going to see where it goes, but my arguments are right though.
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
We know we're not supposed to be gossiping too. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm not gossiping. That's why I told it to his face.
I mean, I'll respect that fact, but it's also the fact that it's on the internet. You got to be careful of,
Yeah, but he doesn't realize is that I was there, why that all was happening.
Yeah, I mean,
what he doesn't realize also that Jay has many accounts, so he might have not recognized.
No, but that's not. No. I was there. I had my name as Mouse. Can you eat a mouse sandwich? We were on Nick's stream. I was there with ETT. Nick got offended by Sakari SGT, so he ended it and left. But StreamYard was still open, so I was backstage with like 6 different people: Sakari, Sergeant SGT, J-Man, ETT, and then like that dude that called Sakari SGT the N-word. It's either Adam or Alan something. He goes by I think 7 with an A on YouTube, and then somebody else, I forgot who they were. But yeah, we were there for like 2 hours.
But that's a good inside joke with the mouse. Can you eat a mouse sandwich? Because that's the thing with ETT. He always asked it like so. So now, would it be a sin to eat a mouse sandwich? He asked it everybody who joins the panel. It's funny.
Yeah, so deliberately, yes, I was trying to get something going because I wanted to see what would happen. But my intentions, though, were about the same.
I'm just trying to show you too, though, bro, because I got a video on it a long time ago. I don't know if I can, how this will work, if I can play it or not. But I got a video of Deacon. Like I said, bro, he ain't your role model or perfect citizen. So
no, he's not. He's not my role model, and he's admitted to it the other day being a racist.
Deacon Destruction Mode. I'm gonna try to like play this and mute it, but
he does make good music, though. I'll give him that.
No, he does. Rap music. He does. Rap music is by default not a good music.
See what he posted after that girl got murdered by her boyfriend, though, bro. And like I did a whole video on it because I went through the comments because he didn't just post this. The dude went through. He blocked me on Facebook now after doing the video or whatever, or commented on his stuff. He ended up blocking me. But anyways,
that's his Facebook page. This
is the dude that is pointing the finger at the show and the guy's college. How this guy said whatever he said, and I'm just staying out of all that because that's obviously.
Oh yeah, you said that earlier. The enjoy rotting. That's
yeah.
Nasty.
I mean, this is after that girl got murdered, bro. I mean, you could take racism like Sakari Sargent is such a delicate person. He got so offended and his feelings were hurt by that word, which he shouldn't have been called any name like that. But at the same time, if you're living,
and that's my point.
And you're saying, "Bye, Gabby, enjoy rotting," just because some innocent white girl got killed, but she's white, you want her to rot and bro. You know how like evil that like God does not like ugly. Like trust me, we're supposed to forgive our enemies. Like I've wished somebody to hell before, and I felt the Spirit of God leave me in a place where I didn't want to be left, and I deserved every second of it. Because if you wish anybody else to hell, who are you for God to protect you? But you lose your protection from God just from doing that.
You know what? I wish.
Rooting for strangers to be in hell.
People that are celebrating her death.
All right, sorry, I hit this on there.
Deacon.
But anyway, guys, I'm going to be jumping off of here from now.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Have a good one.
Take care, bro.
Yeah.
Later.
Oh, Ryan, come around, man. Sometimes we do live streams every now
Hopefully
and then.
me, you, and ETT, or I'll come on your channel. We could do another stream, man. I appreciate it. I thought you were a cool dude. You're a smart kid. Sounds like you're young in the game, and you got.
Yeah, I'm 22, man.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I'm 39. I'm sure Jesse's got more wisdom than most of us in here, and same with Joseph. So you gotta, grow up. You get a little older, like us, you'll calm down a little bit.
I'm a bit older too. I'm 33.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Still, once you hit 30, you definitely slow down. So, but yeah, no doubt.
Peace out, guys.
Again,
Have a good one.
No doubt.
You too, man. Take care.
All right. DS says I'm backstage. I'm here. Somebody else. You gotta hit the link, DS.
Wait,
DS.
it would appear in the
I put the link in the chat. DS said they're here in the backstage, but you gotta hit the link.
No, wait. Can you scroll up a bit?
Yeah, I'm putting
No,
the
that's
link.
only IOCK. That's he's already here, and then
Yeah.
Huh.
I'd like to hear more about what you went through, because J-Man said you used to be in one of those camps, and I mean that is one thing with the camps is you guys do learn scriptures like the back of your hand, man. So I mean now you're using them for the right, and you're slaying them, with the truth, the real truth. But how you want to speak on that at all sometime, or you don't have to, Jesse? I don't know.
IOCK is Jesse.
Yeah, just if you wanted to, I didn't know if you want to talk about it. Maybe trying to help people, like anybody else that's in the similar battle. I'm sure because all his channel does is try to help people. Yeah, just hit the link, man. All you gotta do is hit the link, DS. I don't see you. Once you hit the link, you add yourself to the stream too. So you got to hit the link and then you click on your picture and it'll say add to stream or something. You got to.
Yeah,
do
some
something.
people. I can share, if you let me share. I can share a tutorial how to use StreamYard because most people are new to this. I can share a video if you want.
He got it.
Oh, he's there. All right. Okay.
He got it now. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, DS.
Yeah, what's going on with y'all, brothers?
What up? What up, bro?
So yeah, I just want to get you all's perspectives on, just say, verses like Jeremiah 3:23. Where
Yeah, sure. I don't run from any scripture, man, and like I said, I tried to show you a verse, but I just didn't want to interrupt those guys while they were in the middle of a build too. So I get both sides of being in the chat and wanting my verse to be seen, but also I didn't want to interrupt them. So that's why I showed it, but didn't really get into it. I wasn't trying to run from it or anything. But why don't you give us what you think it means first, and then we can kind of respond to that. I mean, what do you want, the KJV? A lot of guys prefer the KJV. I prefer NIV. Do you have another version you prefer? Or
I would prefer a KJV too, if it's not the problem.
Well, I was asking him just because it's his verse. If he has ES, do you have a specific verse, DS Bags, or Bible? I mean,
a version, Bible version. Which one you want? DS. Just put the KJV. Everybody, that's a default.
KJV.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm really not the greatest fan of that, but we'll get into that another time. But yeah, I don't know if you hit mute.
I can help you with the if you don't understand, you can look up the meaning in Hebrew or whatever.
I just don't think it's as accurate, man. I think it's
it's the most accurate in English, at least. Yes, it is.
It's written. That's just myth. It was written in the 1600s by somebody, man. I mean, come on. We have so many more scholars today. I mean, it's opinion. People can argue what they want, but
I mean, that's not an opinion. It's one of the most accurate. If you want to go the most correct in English, then you would have to go to even earlier. I believe was called the one that came before the Geneva Bible in English. That one is also, those new ones, those are not
one day
really that accurate.
One day we'll do a show on different Bibles because I don't agree with you. But anyways, right here in Jeremiah 3:23. I don't know where your sound went, or if you're at work or what, DS Banks, but truly in vain is salvation hoped for from the hills and from the multitudes of the mountains. Truly in the Lord our God is the salvation of Israel. I'd have
so
to
what is
around it more.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Well, can I break that down, Ryan?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Because the gentleman, what's his name? Yeah, sir. Sorry.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
You're trying to claim, because One West teaches this. They say truly in vain is salvation hoped for from the hills. They're claiming that there's no salvation for the other nations. This verse doesn't mean that. What this verse means is Israel is looking for salvation from the hills, but it's in vain. That's what it really means. They taught you to think this means the other hills can't get the salvation. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but when you look at the Bible as a whole, like the whole Bible narrative, I can show you countless of verses that points to Israel only receiving salvation. I mean, I can show you a plethora of verses in the scriptures that points directly to that. Even
Yeah,
Christ
but here's the
himself.
problem, brother. Ready? Brother, here's the problem.
Go ahead.
Who is the house of Israel, brother?
The house of Israel. I mean, the house of Israel could be surmised in two different things. I mean, the 12 tribes. You know, the 12 tribes split.
The house of Israel is all nations who join themselves to the Lord. That's in Isaiah
Well, show me a
56 and 8,
scripture that
brother.
says that.
That's in the book of Isaiah 56 and 8. Whoever joined themselves to the Lord, God will take them to his holy mountain within his walls and make him joyful in his house and give him an everlasting name. That's what Isaiah 56 says, brother. You were taught the house of Israel is only bloodline Israelites. Is that true?
Yes. I mean,
The,
that's what the
the
scripture
house of
says.
Israel, I'm going to show you right here, brother, who the house of Israel is. Isaiah 56. There's
Yeah,
there's a misunderstanding. One West believes House of Israel is just the Israelites. It's not. And I could prove it right here. Isaiah 56.
grab J-Man too.
Isaiah 56, we'll start at verse 3. Neither let the son of the stranger that has joined himself, God isn't joining him, he's joining himself to the Lord, speak, saying, the Lord has utterly separated me from his people. Go down to 6. Also, the son of the stranger that joins himself to the Lord to serve him, to love the name of the Lord, to be his servant, everyone that keepeth the Sabbath, which is really Christ, from polluting it and taketh hold of my covenant, even them, ready for this, will I bring to my holy mountain and make them joyful in my house of prayer. Their burnt offerings and their sacrifices shall be accepted upon my altar, for my house shall be called a house of prayer for all people, brother. That's who the house of Israel is. It's a spiritual house, brother.
Yeah, and in the New Testament, it's also all over the place that it's according to the children of the flesh and spirit. It has nothing to do with bloodlines.
At all.
So,
At
yeah,
all.
exactly, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I could show you. I got, like I said, over 50 verses just for this subject. I'm going to do a video on it tomorrow, but one place you definitely should go is Romans 9:6, like we went to earlier, just to show that, you know, and I don't know if for whatever reason I don't prefer the KJV just for like situations like this because I think it's more confusing than in other translations, but this is like saying like those who are Israel are not Israel, but in the KJV
Correct.
it's more confusing. But if we read, not as though the word of God hath taken none effect, for they are not all Israel, which are of Israel.
Correct.
Because they are the seed of Abraham, are they all children? But in Isaac shall thy seed be called. That is
children of the promise. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and I can see how like they'll try to spin this
I
verse.
mean that verse is like pretty much self-explanatory. I mean, it says that the children of the flesh, these are not children of God, but in Isaac shall thy seed be called. Seed meaning, blood, So I don't understand where you all are
All right.
getting this
Well,
understanding
I'm
from.
prepared for this because I had like a lot of verses.
It's
So
saying it has nothing to do with the
flesh.
The flesh, yeah. So,
I mean,
like,
I got a lot of verses ready for it tonight because of this, but
well, Ryan, can I just say this one thing, Ryan, just to give him
please,
some
because you were in this
clarification?
doctrine for years, so you could help him more than I
No,
could.
Hebrews 8 and 8. Hebrews 8 and 8 explains everything. The problem is one West stop at certain points. I'm gonna explain something to you. Hebrews 8 and 8. I want you guys to listen carefully.
I mean, I'm not one. I just want to put that out there. I'm not one West. I'm not a part of any count. I just read the scriptures for myself. I mean, I do, watch, certain camps and their teachings or whatever. But I'm not a part of any count. You know, I
Okay,
have my
got you,
own
Ken.
thing. You know, I just want to put that out there.
Just Jesse, if I could just show him this, just because I went to
Yep.
this. And this
Got
is
it,
just
Ryan.
another reason why I'm against. I'm going to Hebrews 8 right after this, but this is why I'm not a big fan of the KJV. But look how confusing this is.
Why?
In the KJV. Men and brethren, children of the stock of Abraham, and whoever so among you feareth God, to you is the word of salvation sent. When you look at that in other translations, what it's
I understand it completely. I don't know what you don't understand.
Well, most of us don't speak Shakespeare. Oh, sorry. Most of us
because
don't
you don't,
man.
because you're not well read. You should read many
that
books.
has nothing to do with it, man. It's not the language we speak in this country.
But Ryan,
no, it is. But
Ryan,
it is. It's just you are lazy to read older writings.
It says in normal translation in English exactly what it means in the KJV, but it's not in that.
Yeah, but Ryan.
Yeah.
That part you read said all nations. Listen to what you read carefully. It said men and brethren, right? Children of the stock of Abraham. That's the Israelites, right? And whoever among you. That's another group, brother. That's the Gentiles.
Oh, I know. That's why I was showing.
It doesn't even say in NIV. It says something different.
I'm showing you in the NIV what it says, and it's a lot clearer in that because it's not confusing.
Wait, let me read it. Fellow God-fearing Gentiles.
Yeah, it separates the people that are children of Abraham, and then it also emphasizes God-fearing Gentiles.
Wait, can you show again in KJV? I just want to see it again.
Ridiculously unnecessarily confusing in the KJV, and that's how.
No, it's not. Hold on.
I mean, you
pull it
can
up again.
defend it all you want, man, but I mean, I never went to a Shakespeare play and was like, oh wow, he's speaking very clearly for the vernacular of what I live in my life.
You have hoisted me upon my own petard.
I watch a movie where they're talking in Shakespeare. I'm going to leave that movie in 10 minutes because I'm going to say this is stupid. They're talking about.
No, it's not. It's a poetry and it's beautiful. I love it.
You have a different view of it, but us.
Oh yeah, I guess so. That's true.
This is what that same verse says in the KJV.
Okay, men and brethren, children of the stock of Abraham, and whosoever among you feareth God, to you is the word of this salvation sent. It makes perfect sense. What don't you understand about it?
The NIV, it's just been Christianized, man. I mean, it's got whole verses omitted.
It says God-fearing Gentiles, and here it says whosoever among you feareth God. So this is actually better because it says like whosoever. Doesn't matter like what nation.
Correct. Yep. Yeah. Whosoever among you. It separates the children of Abraham and whosoever among you feareth God.
Yeah.
And basically it could be anybody. So
you can just go down to verse 38, 39, and it's also reiterating salvation is through believing in Jesus Christ. So I mean, I have a bunch of verses prepared for this. So be it known on. See, I hate this. You guys.
Wait, I will read it then. Wait. Be it known unto you, therefore, men and brethren, that through this man is preached unto you the forgiveness of sins.
That's this man. It's Jesus. Yeah.
But I just don't understand why people hate KJV. For me, that's the most greatest translation.
Yeah,
it is a good one
for Jesse. I mean, I got like 45 verses at least like that I could just
got you. But Ryan,
that's a different topic. The version of the Bible.
If you could go to Hebrews 8,
yep,
because this is gonna fix a lot of misunderstanding that people are teaching.
About the new covenant. Yeah.
Correct. Yes, and who the new covenant's for. This tells you exactly who it's for.
I was gonna bring that up too.
Starting on verse 8 and 8 in the book of Hebrews. Please.
Yeah, I showed this earlier in the discussion. You'll actually see me show this in the first hour of this video.
And I'm gonna explain something, and I want everybody to pay close attention to what it's saying. For finding fault with them, he says, behold, the days come, says the Lord. This is God speaking. When I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah. So with the house of Israel and the house of Judah, he's going to make a new covenant. Now listen to this. Not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day when I took them by the hand to lead them out of the land of Egypt.
Hold on. Who did he take by the hand into Egypt?
Brother, you can't use that because a mixed multitude left with them also. That's Exodus 13. But let me finish, please.
All
For
right.
this is the covenant. Let's see who the new covenant is with.
Uh,
For this is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel. What happened to the house of Judah? Why isn't the house of Judah there? You know why? Because the house of Israel is spiritual now. That's why he left Judah out. He tells you he's going to make a new covenant with the house of Israel and the house of Judah. For this is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days. God is only seeking the house of Israel. Who's the house of Israel? Whoever joins themselves to the Lord gets an everlasting name and get brought into his house within his walls, brother. That's who the house of Israel
There's so
is.
many verses, man. I mean, if you go to Acts 10, I mean, you guys, I don't know the camps. I
don't understand this this whole yeah.
Go ahead and
Sorry.
speak. Though. I'm not. Go ahead. You're the guest, so go ahead. Whatever your analysis is too. Do you have another verse or something?
I mean, he kind of proved my point with that verse in Hebrews 8:8. I mean, it clearly says that who whatsoever under the old covenant, who was under the old covenant.
All right.
The children of Israel. I mean,
brother.
You're
Listen,
misunderstanding it though.
Numbers 15:15, the old covenant. Ready? watch this. This is the old covenant right here. Everybody was under the old covenant.
Everybody was not. So the whole world was under the whole covenant.
Yeah, brother. Watch. I'm gonna read it to you.
I'll go ahead.
Brother, hold on, wait. Brother, ready? Look, Deuteronomy 29.
There's a guy in the chat who's Hebrew Israelite. He's a good guy. He's been in a car accident. He's been in the hospital. He broke his neck. If you want to take his number down, he said, he'll talk to you. To the guy DS Banks. He's a Hebrew Israelite though, so he's going to tell you information that I don't agree with. But just so you see that he's trying to contact you, I just want you to be aware that if you want.
Who is he talking like these devils? Who is he referring to?
Well, hold on, wait, brother.
Anybody that's not black, probably. That's how.
Yeah, but brother, hold on one
second.
Guys, whatever. 1 second, because the gentleman said that only Israelites were under the covenant in the Old Testament. Let's read what the Bible says. Deuteronomy 29:10. We'll start at verse 9. Keep therefore the words of this covenant, this is God speaking, and do them that ye may prosper in all ye do. Yea, stand here this day, all of you, before the Lord, your captains of your tribes, your elders, your officers, with all the men of Israel, your little ones, your wives, and thy stranger that is in thy camp, that thou should enter into covenant with the Lord thy God. Does that answer your question, brother?
Yeah, so it says also the strangers, so not just the tribes of Jacob.
Correct. They were under the covenant in the Old Testament. Another precept to prove it. Numbers 15:15. And if a stranger sojourn with you, or whosoever among you, like Acts was saying, you in your generations, and will offer a sweet savor unto the Lord, as ye do, so shall the stranger do. One ordinance shall be both for you, also of the congregation, and also for the stranger that sojourns with you. As ye are, so shall the stranger be before the Lord. One law and one manner of people for you and for the stranger. This is in the Torah, brother. Before the split even happened, the strangers were already under the covenant, brother. It's just one West doesn't want to teach people that.
And just so I can say something, Daniel, whatever his name is, like I've invited you on. And J-Man, sorry, I thought I added you a long time ago, bro. I apologize, but Daniel, I've offered to do your show. I could show me Facebook messaging offering to do a show with you tonight. So please stop lying if you want to say something, because I'll show the Facebook message right now of me inviting you to do a show tonight. See how he says I won't allow him to do a show? I can go to Facebook and show the message if I want to be petty. So please stop lying, bro. That's not a.
First of all, Ryan doesn't run from anybody. I've seen Ryan debate everybody.
Yeah. You can tell that's not my nature. But I'm on the same journey as you, Jesse. I just want people to see what's in the scriptures, and I don't have an agenda. And you being somebody that's been in these camps, you have such an advantage over other people because you understand how they break the verses down. So when you can give people breakdowns and just spend an hour with them, it opens their eyes to the fact that wow, the way they remix the verse.
Correct, brother.
Right. I really hope you continue to do even more teaching like this on your channel and not just your clips, because you're very
I'm
good at it.
I'm not a good speaker. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, y'all speak very eloquently.
That's not
but
true.
I'll say this to the gentleman that thought that the strangers weren't in the first covenant. I just showed them 2 verses where they were.
I mean, I didn't think that. I mean, we could, split hairs on who the strangers are or not. I'm not even gonna get in that because I'm not equipped to even try to even have that discussion or debate on who the strangers were, although I know who they are. But
who do you think the strangers are, brother?
Your mic is a bit breaking up,
brother,
bro.
Who do you think are the strangers?
The strangers, I mean, it's Israel, brother.
All right, so hold on 1 second, brother. Ready? 1 Kings 8:41. Moreover, concerning a stranger that is not of thy people Israel, but cometh out of a far country for thy name's sake, for they shall hear the great name and of thy strong hand. Hear thou in heaven dwelling place, and do according to all that the stranger calleth to thee for, that all people of the earth may know to fear thee as do thy people Israel. Now do you believe
how can you even make the deduction that a stranger and it's talking to Israelites that it's also Israelites, the stranger? What are you even talking about, dude?
What's that verse you just read, Jesse? Sorry.
That's 1 Kings 8:41, brother.
Okay, thanks. 1 Kings.
And then I'm gonna show you guys a trick. Ready?
1 Kings 8:41, you said?
Yes. It says, do all that the stranger calleth to thee for. Didn't God do everything that the Canaanite woman wished? As thou wish, didn't Christ say that? Christ was fulfilling the law of how to treat a stranger. That's why he did whatever that the Canaanite woman told him to do.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no, I had one out for a minute. All right, go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Can you pull up that verse with the Canaanite woman?
That's Matthew 15:24.
Sure.
Right.
I mean, we have so many of these verses, man. I got another like 45 verses that I got back here. I mean, these verses are self-explanatory after a while. They get really redundant because
it
what
is,
happens
but
in the
for
New
most
Testament,
people,
the covenant changes to Christ. The faith is no longer through the law; it's through Christ. So you just got.
Well, first off, Brian, here's the problem that they don't understand. The law was a contract. That's all it was.
A shadow of realities to come, they say in Hebrews, right? A shadow of
a shadow of things to come. They broke the contract.
Yeah.
So guess what happens when you break a contract? Somebody had to die. So what did Christ do? He died so Israel didn't have to. But it ushered in a new covenant. And that covenant, like Christ said, I came to my own and my own received me not. So whoever did come to me, to them gave thee the power to become the sons of God.
Yeah, I'd have to see what it says in the KJV, but I just, like I say, I use it's going to say the same thing, just in a different vernacular. But this is Hebrews 10:1 talking about the covenant changing. The law, which was the Mosaic law, is only a shadow of the good things that are coming, not the realities themselves, which the reality is Christ. For this reason, it can never, by the same sacrifices repeated endlessly year after year, make perfect those who draw near to worship. And I'll go to the KJV. I mean, for whatever reason, some people prefer that. You guys seem to all.
I know this verse. Yeah.
So, but it's saying the same thing. Sorry, I just got to go to Hebrews 10:1. And J-Man, I'm sorry, bro, that I didn't get you back in quicker. I thought I hit you back in quicker. I apologize for everything.
That's okay. That's all right. Hey, Jesse, I just want to say something real quick. What's up?
What's up, Jay, man?
How you doing, man? You doing all right?
Yo, it's a pleasure finally speaking with you, brother.
Yeah, man. I was Ryan. Well, actually, I when he was in the One West Doctrine, man, I used to talk to him. We used to have conversations and everything on online and
Yes,
everything.
sir. Yes, sir.
It's kind of funny because some of the scriptures he's using was some of the scriptures I used on him, so it's kind of funny.
Yeah, and DS
Well,
Banks,
no,
you can
listen.
see in the KJV, like this is the same thing that I had in the NIV. You know, the law having a shadow of the good things to come, and not the very image. I mean, it's you could read. You know, I don't want.
What were you gonna say, Jesse? Sorry.
No, I was just saying that like I was under that spell. You know, like
Yeah.
that spell comes with it's a mixture of a lot of things. It's hatred for the oppression that's been happening. It's hatred for the position certain people are in. And when you get people that already have that hatred in their heart, and you can mix the scriptures to kind of like how can I say it fit that hatred, what you end up happening is a cult. A lot of these people, they never read the Bible. What they do is they memorize a plethora of precepts to answer questions that they're going to be asked, but they never read the Bible for themselves. What I had to do, because I remember Sister Cherry one time told me, she said, Jesse, you got to go back and read all Christ's words. And what I did was I read the whole Bible over again. When you read the Bible with neutral eyes, you get a real picture of what the meaning is. The Bible's easy to be misleading if you already have a predisposed hate towards something. And that's what a lot of One West followers are doing now. And what's
so
sad,
Jess, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Do you believe that everybody on the earth today has a biblical nationality?
Yes.
So do you believe that that you can actually go into the scriptures and pinpoint these nationalities throughout the world?
Kinda, because there's been a lot of mixing, brother. There's been a lot of name changes of countries, map changes. So whoever did these changes made it difficult for a lot of us, brother.
Okay, so ultimately, what I'm trying to get at. Okay, so do you believe the white man is the so-called Edomite?
No, and I'll tell you why. At first, I did, and I'll tell you why he's 100% not an Edomite. Because Esau had children with African and Arabic women. Their children had children with African children. There was no other white people around. So if you're the only white man in a country of black people, your genes. Oh, my phone's dying.
So where does it come from?
How did they come up with the Esau was a white man, but his brother was black? That makes no goddamn sense. Like what?
Do you see this Titus 3:9 also? I don't know if Jesse's still with us or if his phone died, but Titus 3:9 also.
Like they were twin brothers. The twin brothers. One of them was black and one was in white.
Yeah,
makes
but
no sense at all.
I can explain that
at all.
I can explain that. I can explain that. The reason why they say that is because it says there was two nations in your womb. That's why they say that. So basically, they say, since there's two nations, they have to be different colors. When that's just not true. Like there's so many nations that have the same skin color. That there are.
Yeah.
So
it just said that he was hairy, right? He was more hairy, the Esau, then and then Jacob was like a smooth man and
hey, Ryan,
yeah, well,
so,
Ryan, have you tried adding Daniel?
Yeah, listen, 6 people is the max I could allow on. So right when IOC
now it's 5
just died, like the moment it just died, you'll see his picture will go away. That's when this dude's picture came up. Nobody was hiding from him or ducking from him. I am trying to do shows with him, and you'll see I couldn't do it because I'm only allowed 6 people until IOCK's thing. I didn't see him in the back. I couldn't see him in the back. J-Man was in the same situation earlier. Nobody's ducking. Daniel, whatever. Me and you tried to build. The floor is yours, sir. Go ahead and preach how God doesn't love anybody but black people.
I've actually talked to Danielle
Hey,
before.
bro, don't put words in my mouth and quit trying to pay the narrative before I get
Okay.
on.
Okay.
You know
God
what the
loves
truth
everybody.
is.
God
Just
loves
like
everybody.
you said, I will show all the messages, bro.
God loves
Like, come on.
everybody. God loves everybody.
And
Right?
like I
Hey,
was saying,
Danielle, I've talked to you before, Danielle. Do you remember me?
oh, we had a good build. You sound familiar also.
I'm J-Man
Lead us.
J-Man? Yeah. I talked to you. Was it on Cherry Channel?
on
Possibly?
Cherry's channel. Yep.
Yeah. How you been doing, man?
I'm all right.
Yeah, the last time I got on there, they kind of like they try to pretty much joke about my situation. You know what I mean? So I never chose to get
Yeah,
back on there.
sorry
But
about that. I
yeah, it's
mean,
cool,
sometimes
bro.
that happens, you know.
Right. I understand it.
It shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen, but you know, it does.
Yeah,
So I
when I
apologize
first
if
started
that
listening,
happened.
like I was interested in the Isaiah, the verse before Isaiah 58 and 56 and 8. Y'all were talking about in Isaiah 56 and 8.
Tell me which one you want me to go to. I got it. Isaiah 56.
Yeah.
Right.
Start listening. Switch to Isaiah. Scroll down. Select document. Move right. Scroll up. Scroll up. Mouse grid. What was y'all talking about? Somebody broke down Isaiah 56 and 8. They said that those were Gentiles. Minimize that.
Jesse
Can y'all
was
hear
the
me?
one. Jesse was the one breaking this verse down, and
Restore.
he's not on.
Yeah,
here.
he's not here no more.
But if
Okay,
I have to
those
look and see what the
somebody,
verse is about.
yeah, if you want somebody else to
Mouse grid.
answer, we can answer. But
3, 2, 3. Double click. The guy
Jesse's
that answered the question, that asked the question, does he think those are Israelites or Gentiles? Space.
we can't speak for him because he's not here. But
He thought they
Or
were
the guy that
he was
asked.
saying that the strangers were Gentiles and not Israelites. That's what
I
that
didn't
was
kick
his
him
point.
off. I don't know why we just lost him, but I didn't kick him off. I feel bad for the guy, honestly, man, because I broke my neck and I was quadriplegic. He can come back in because IOCK's Jesse's phone's still dead. So everybody can see my screen shared. There's 5 things here. There's an open spot. That's people can rewind the tape and see there were 6, and that's why he wasn't allowed in, you know. Because I'm on the free plan right now. That's why the StreamYard thing's on there. I'm gonna fix it tomorrow so I can get more people because you can get 10 if you start paying for it. But my channel hasn't been that big, so thanks to J-Man and a couple other people, my channel's starting to grow. But
Twitter J also.
I want to have builds with Hebrew Israelites because I think they're lost and they're gambling their souls for unnecessary reason. So he can go ahead and break down verses and
Stop listening.
everybody. I want to hear the truth. So go ahead and give your breakdowns. And the other guy, Jesse's not here, but DS Banks or whoever remembers what he said can speak for him if they want. I mean, it looks to me like there's others, but I mean,
I understood his point. His point was that the strangers in that verse was talking about other nations, Gentiles. That was the whole point of him bringing that out. Non-Israelites.
Yeah.
Start listening.
I mean, I'll go to whatever verse you want.
Minimize that.
Danielle, I mean, if you want to use your
Maximize
technology
that.
too, do what you need to do. But I'm not going to hide from any verses.
Can you remove the pinned message?
2, 3, 3.
Yeah, let me answer this.
Okay.
Let me check this out. So actually, it is a non-Israelite. Now let me explain it to you like this. Can you go to the Blue Letter Bible? Go up, go to verse number 2. Or you know what, 6. 6 is fine. 6 is fine.
Okay, I'll show
You're already there.
If you want to pick one.
You're already there. Yeah. Okay. Go to tools.
All right.
Go to into the new.
Okay. Sorry about that.
All right. Go down.
I'm back.
Go down. Go down. Okay, right there where it says stranger.
I am.
Okay. Click on
Right, 19 times.
click on H.
Click on the number. Yeah.
Space. B is in Beverly. A C K.
Okay, so this word is nekar. That's the name of the word. Okay. Now go ahead and go down. Go down.
One. Okay.
Yep, I got you.
Go down to the outline of biblical usage. Right there. Go up. Go up. Go up.
Okay.
No, up.
Go up. Right there.
Yeah, this one. Foreigner, alien. Yeah.
Okay. Now check this out. Check this out. Now, if you don't speak Hebrew, you don't speak Greek. Right. This is why we have dictionaries like this. It tells you the meanings of the word. Okay. Now notice that nowhere in this, like any of the definitions, okay, none of it says Hebrew, none of it says Israelite. It all. Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
He's talking to his computer system, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I accidentally hung up on y'all the first time.
Nah, bro, it's all good. I want to have a civil discourse with you, man. I think
Ryan, can you put my
we argue.
It just means a stranger or foreigner. Like, what's so hard to understand about that word, man?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't refer to Israel at all.
No, it doesn't. That's true. Yeah.
Can y'all read the
well,
verse?
in all fairness, your
Why would it? Why would it? Like,
because your 2 verses up at 56 it's the same.
Yeah, I thought y'all was
same
reading
thing as
56 and 8 originally.
When it says, and the sons of the strangers, I mean, it probably is the same strangers because it's pretty close.
Yeah, go up. I think it's.
I was talking about the sons of the strangers. If it says the sons,
that's where we
but
just.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing though. Sons of the stranger, they're still not Israel.
No, I was just.
Yeah, I mean, what are we even talking about here?
I mean, what verse? Can somebody read the verse? Because I don't know if that's the even right verse I'm talking about.
The verse 6. Sons of the stranger joins themselves to the Lord.
That's a mixed. That's a mixed child. That's a mixed seed.
And
yeah, that's fine though.
That's the son of the stranger. Yeah, that's not. I think y'all originally was reading 56 and 8.
Yeah, that's fine though. But no.
That one.
Well, that's cool. That's cool. But see, that's the thing though. The verse isn't just about the outcast of Israel. It's also about the stranger. I'm not saying like I know Jesse came up here and I think he said the outcasts of Israel were strangers. I don't necessarily think that. They could be, but no, the strangers in this verse, they're not Israelites.
No, I'm talking about the outcasts. The strangers are a child of an Israelite and a foreigner.
No, they're not. They're not.
It just says it's a foreigner, alien, whatever. It doesn't say anything about.
People don't believe that, but can y'all give me a chance to show y'all?
Yeah, but you have to. Okay, if you're gonna show us that, okay, you have to understand the word.
I know. It's mad strangers. It's mad strangers in the Old Testament. I'm very familiar with all of them.
So what do you want me to do? Hit interlinear or something?
No, go to
just follow him. Just follow him.
Exodus 12:43.
What do you want me to do? Go to 43?
Yes, sir. Exodus 12:43.
Exodus 12:43. Okay.
And this is right when we leaving out of the wilderness and the Most High telling us don't eat with the mixed seed. We don't eat with the mixed seed at the Passover. And it's the Nakar, the same stranger, son, the seed of the stranger. That's from Nehemiah 9:2 that the Most High.
Yeah, that's fine, man. That's fine. I'm not like.
And that's the same.
Not what I'm fighting against, though.
Right. It's all talking about.
That's just about their ordinances, like Passover. The strangers shouldn't eat Passover. So what? Like, it's not a big deal.
Yeah. Now, see the thing though. The thing about Nekar, right? It's somebody that like they're not a proselyte. Like they literally like just travel with Israel and that's it. They don't keep the law or nothing like that. There's a different stranger that does do that, but it's not Nekar.
43 through 48, I believe, it's like 2 different strangers and 2 different foreigners. And you
okay? Go ahead and go there. Go ahead and go there.
I know which each one of them is because I studied the whole thing.
The slaves that are bought with money, those can eat of it. Like that's fucked up.
43. That's talking about the seed of a foreigner. And a half foreigner, a mixed seed.
Okay, go ahead and click on it. I want to see the Hebrew word. I want to see the Hebrew word. Go ahead and click on it.
What verse?
43.
The stranger. 12:43.
I mean, it is.
Click on tools.
It's gonna be the same word as the one we just looked up, dude. like the stranger,
That's what
foreigner,
I'm trying to
alien,
tell y'all.
whatever.
That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. And
Yeah.
But there's no. Yeah, but you're making it seem like these are proselytes. They're not proselytes. They're not.
actually the proselytes.
See, it's the same word as we pulled up earlier. The nekar, whatever. Nekar.
Yes, I know, but
that mixed seed is the same mixed seed from Isaiah 56. That's what I'm trying
Dude,
to
the definition is just means it's a foreigner. Like, what's
that's why
your argument even?
Okay,
like,
it actually says the seed of a stranger. If you look
yeah,
at it,
but that's fine though.
That's still a stranger then.
But you saying that's fine? You don't even know what I'm trying to say though.
What's the argument?
But okay, what is the argument? Okay, let me hear you. What is the argument? Because I am trying to hear this out.
Yeah, you guys gotta let him get it out.
Okay, now, hey Ryan, can you click on the Strong's box?
Sure. For what verse?
Well, for the Exodus 12:43.
Okay. Yeah. We gotta let everybody speak. Everybody will get a turn.
Let's go. Just let me know when y'all ready to. I don't want to overtalk nobody. So this 43 right here.
Yep. Stranger. Click on stranger.
Okay, now you see the 1121. That's Ben, right? Right before.
Wait, what do you want me to do?
It's connected to the stranger.
Wait,
the
what?
1121, the seed of, the son of Ben.
I don't see what you're asking me.
It's supposed to say
what is he
Ben
talking about?
Ben was son of the stranger. It should be connected to stranger.
We're the son of the stranger was in
right 1243, right?
Well, that was
no stranger. This is not the verse with the son of a stranger. This is just no stranger.
Yeah, there's
but it's missing a word. It's missing a word in the KJV. That's what I'm
saying. No. You're thinking of a different verse, dude.
No, 1243 is missing the word Ben.
1223.
The concordance number is right there, and it's.
I mean, it would be there. Come on, man. You think they changed it or what?
It says it in the Hebrew. He just showed you on tools.
Wait, pull up he just pulled up that verse in Hebrew, and there was no son of a stranger there, dude.
Ryan, can you go back to tools?
I know, but I'm just showing you the verse.
Yeah, we've been there already. There was no son of a stranger in this verse. Neither is in KJV.
Joseph,
why aren't the concordance numbers next to the words either?
Joseph, can I let him build? Do you want me to go to a different version than the KJV?
But if you go to Blue Letter Bible, you can see all the verses.
This is Blue Letter.
Bible Gateway, the one we went to the last time. But I don't know exactly what version. There's only like 6 versions that will add that word. But if you look at it in Hebrew, the word is right there.
Let me just try a couple because we've been.
No, we just looked at it in Hebrew. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
Did you not see the concordance number for the word son? 1121 connected to 5236.
But Daniel,
he keeps cutting in like, but he didn't even look.
Oh God.
I'm trying to look right now at another version.
I'm not talking about you, Rob. Okay. Can you click on 1243 one more time, then? Because it's right there in Hebrew.
I'm trying to find a version.
KJV is fine.
Yeah. Okay.
And then click on tools next to 1243.
There's just
you're gonna see the 1H, the 1121 is not gonna have a word up under it because the word is.
So which verse?
1243.
Okay. So let's do it again. Click on the interlinear again.
Yeah, but
and let's look at all the words then.
I just please be patient. This is his first verse or second verse. Let him do his thing.
Okay, go down to the stranger in the verse.
Unto Moses. There shall no. See, it's not there, dude. You were wrong.
Now you see the 1121 right up under it, Ben.
No. Okay, yeah. Oh, I see it actually. Right. Okay, cool.
That's talking about the son of the stranger can't eat at the Passover with Israel. Now, if you go to the Nehemiah 9:2, it says that it has to have the same combination of words. But I think son of is actually there in Nehemiah 9:2.
Okay, but so it's a son of a stranger. What does it change?
That's fine though.
In a doctrine-wise, it doesn't change anything really.
What are you?
You can't come in the congregation, so how can anybody else? First of all.
Wait. Yeah, but see, that's the thing, though. Wait. Well, hang on. Hang on. Let me address this. Okay.
Ahead, speak.
Now check this out. Okay.
I was trying to make though. But go ahead.
Let him finish his point, and then you can respond to everybody. Okay?
But I know the point he was trying to make. I know the point he was trying to make.
Because you haven't even heard 2 more verses that I'm going to add.
Nehemiah 2.
I'm trying to say.
Nehemiah 9:2.
Nehemiah 9:2 is just confirming that we don't supposed to be around the mixed seed.
I think he's
combination of words. It's the same combination of words, and it's talking about a mixed seed not being around Israel, which we are aware that 9 Nehemiah 9, right? When we supposed to separate from the foreigner and the seed that we had with the foreigner.
Yeah,
can you do me a favor and click on that word too? Can you do me a favor? Can you click on the word for? Can you go to tools, go to interlinear, and click on the so I can see the stranger?
Yeah, I'm just saying if you want to know why I think you're supposed to separate is because they were worshiping evil gods. When Jesus comes, we don't have to worry about mixing with the stranger because we're only going to be worshiping Jesus. So you got to think about those things, you know.
I think about everything before I even come up with a.
Just hear me out. So where do you want me to go?
Go to stranger.
Stranger.
It's the same one, ban the cart.
Okay, I'll click on this.
But you ain't got to click on it. We just know it's right there, though, right?
Okay, so
that's fine.
Okay,
but
now go to Isaiah 56:1.
Hang on. Let me. I already knew you were gonna go here.
Well, no, you definitely could. Well, how I'm finishing.
Yes, I did. I already knew, dude. I deal with one West doctrine all the time.
This is not one West doctrine.
Yes, it is one West doctrine.
What verse I'm about to go to right now?
Ryan, can you remove the pinned message so that we can see the whole screen?
Yeah, I apologize. Sorry about that. I'll remove that.
Thanks.
Okay, so Isaiah 56.
Yeah, what verse am I going to, bro? The guy
no,
that think he know
you tell us.
The one you just come on, man. I've talked to you before, dude. Don't act like I haven't.
What verse am I going to go to since you know so much?
We're all over 30 years old. Let's go to the verse. What's the verse?
I mean, he said he know I'm about to go.
I know. Don't worry about it. Forget about it.
I'm going to go through 56, 1 through 3.
Turn the
You're probably going to go to 56 verse 6.
Okay.
Wrong,
if
bro.
not that, you're probably going to go to another verse in Isaiah 56.
Now you want to answer when I start talking.
All right. Now
thus saith the Lord.
I want to go through 56, 1 through 3.
Go ahead. Tell us what to do.
Well, I can't see it though. You mind reading for me?
Sure.
Can I read it?
Me to pull it up to read it.
Man, you can read. I'll go.
Thus saith the Lord, keep ye judgment and do justice. My salvation is near to come, and my righteousness is to be revealed. Blessed is the man that doeth this, the Son of Man that layeth hold on it, that keepeth the Sabbath from polluting it, and keepeth his hand from doing any evil. Verse 3, neither the son of the stranger hath...
That son of the stranger.
Neither let the son of the stranger that hath joined him unto the Lord speak, saying, the Lord hath utterly separated me from his people. Neither let the eunuch say, behold, I am a dry tree.
Okay, now that same son of that same mixed seed and the eunuch. Can you go to one more verse, Ryan?
Sure. Actually, Matt, hang on. They're different. You know that, right?
Eunuch, who's different?
Wait. They're different. You know that, right?
No, what? What are
you gotta be more specific, J-Man. What's different?
Yeah.
Okay, the stranger that you talked about, right? The stranger that couldn't partake in Passover. Those strangers. It's different from this verse. You know that, right?
You don't even know that. You think you know.
Yes, I do. No. You know how I know they're different?
How, man?
Because it says the stranger that joined themselves to the Lord. So you can already see that there's a difference from the stranger that was separated from the Lord and the stranger that joined himself to the Lord.
You guessed that whole thing wrong, man. But can you
what are you talking about? No. Now you're running from it. Now you're running from it. Now you're running from it.
Reread it.
There's a difference.
I'm gonna pull it up.
There's a for sure difference. You can see it in the wording.
I will pull it up.
Okay, let's just do the next verse he wants and see where he's going.
Well, I agree with Ryan. That was the strangers that they were separating, were those that followed like strange gods and false images were joined to the Lord. I guess
everybody can disagree, but just hold your disagreement until he's finished building, and then we can disagree at the end.
Makes it a whole different person.
What's the next verse?
Deuteronomy 23.
Deuteronomy 23.
Yeah. Does everybody know what a bastard is according to the scriptures? Now, y'all notice it talked about the son of the stranger and the eunuch in that third verse, right? Okay, now when you go down here, I think it's the third verse, I believe.
An Ammonite or Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord, even to their 10th generation. Shall they not enter into the congregation of the Lord forever?
Forever.
The one about the eunuch and the dry tree. I mean, the eunuch and the bastard. What verse is that, Ryan?
That was in
A bastard. Yeah, I know the verse. Bastard shall not enter
verse 2.
into the congregation.
A bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord, even to his 10th generation shall he not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
A bastard is a first generation mixed child, right? It's talking about the bastard and the eunuch. That's matching up with Isaiah 56:3. And if you go down, and if
his
you keep
member
going to
cut
Isaiah,
off.
it tell you that the mixed seed is going to be the vine dresser and the plowman for Israel.
So what is the main point of it?
If you keep following, that mixed seed won't receive the salvation from Romans 9:4. That mixed seed is going to be working the field according to the scriptures. If you go down, use that same combination of
so the bastards and those that are their privy member cut off.
Stranger.
Hey, brothers, I gotta go back to work. Hey,
oh man,
all right, it was good
talking. Take it easy, man.
Yeah, hey, Dan, y'all, shalom, brothers. The rest of y'all, you know,
yeah,
right, shalom, bro.
Come back sometime if you want. We'll try to give you more time to speak and go through your own scriptures too. Thanks for coming, man.
Yeah, but I don't see really what's the point of all these verses. What are we even talking about?
Did you hear what I said? I just said that they're gonna be working the field according to the scriptures. If you go later on in Isaiah. Because somebody
this is talking about the bastards and those that have balls chopped off or something. Like what?
Did you forget the beginning of what I said I was trying to prove?
Yeah, what are you trying to prove?
Well, he's Invictus. Let me Invictus. It's because okay, I know you don't like. Do you talk to Hebrew Israelites a lot?
I talk to not every now and then.
No, I'm sorry. I'm talking to Invictus.
Yeah, like the end times teacher. He's affiliated with them, so I talked to him and a couple others too. But yeah, I disagree with like many things with that.
Okay,
obviously.
Well, there's a thing in the because I noticed that ETT doesn't really get into the whole stranger thing. He doesn't really do that. So it's probably why you're confused.
But he does, all the other things that they do.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like Hebrew Israelites, their teachings are really big on the stranger. That it's really big. Basically, they try to say that strangers. It's kind of weird. So sometimes in the scripture they say that the strangers are scattered Israelites, and then but like it's
yeah, in terms of like ETT, he believes that like obviously he is Mexican. He believes it's like the confusion of faces, so anybody could be an Israelite. That's what he believes.
Yes,
right?
yeah, that's a DMS.
That's still a misunderstanding. God cares about your spirit, not about what, like if you're Mexican, if you're African American, whatever. So even in that, ETT is actually wrong. But anyway.
None of these verses are with Jesus Christ on planet Earth, just for the record. If you have a verse where Jesus Christ is on Earth and he's saying,
well, he comes in a volume of a book, so
I know, but
that's true. But this is the old covenant.
You go to Hebrews 7, you know this law does change also, right? This law does change under the new priesthood.
Yeah, the new covenant, exactly. Which is even in the Old Testament, right? So.
What do you see in the King James Version in verse 7:12 for the priesthood?
Hey, Ryan, I'm gonna have to jump off, Ryan. I'll talk to you. Okay. I'll talk to you next time.
Sure. Thanks for coming back.
Later.
Talk again soon.
Later.
For the priesthood,
the guy that brought up.
There's made a necessity a change also of the law.
Right.
So the law is changed under Christ, right?
The guy was he the guy that was that read Hebrews 8 and 8, the one that just left.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
That was J-Man.
What did you just ask? Did you just ask a question?
Yeah, I was asking you. Didn't Jesus Christ change the law here?
No, he never changed the law. Well, he changed the sacrificial law, became him as the sacrifice. But
he's also from the tribe of Judah, as it goes on to describe in this verse right here too. So that changed.
Where are you, right?
Right here. I'm sorry. I was assuming you were reading the screen with me. If you want me to read it, I'll read it.
Yeah, you were reading from me.
Okay. So in verse 7:12, for the priesthood being changed, there is made a necessity a change also of the law. For he of whom these things are spoken pertaineth to another tribe, being Jesus, of which no man gave attendance at the altar. So they're saying no man from Judah was at the altar. It was of Aaron. It was the Levitical priest.
Levites, yeah.
For it is evident that our Lord sprang out of Judah, of which tribe Moses spake nothing concerning priesthood. And it is yet far more evident, for that after the similitude of Melchizedek, there ariseth another priest. And obviously, that's Jesus following the steps of Melchizedek, the priest of Melchizedek, who is made not after the law of a carnal commandment, but after the power of an endless life. For he testified that thou art a priest forever after the order of Melchizedek. For there is a verily disannulling of the commandment going before the weakness and unprofitableness thereof. For the law made nothing perfect, but the bringing in of a better hope did, by which we draw nigh unto God. And inasmuch as not without an oath he was made priest. For those priests were made without an oath. But this is an oath by him, and said unto him, the Lord sway and will not repent. Thou art a priest forever after the order of Melchizedek. By so much was Jesus made a surety of a better testament. And they truly were many priests, because they were not suffered to continue by reason of death. But this man, because he continueth after, hath an unchangeable priesthood. Wherefore he is able to save them to the uttermost that come unto God by him, seeing he ever liveth to make intercession for them. For such a high priest became us, who is holy, harmless, undefiled, separate from sinners, and made higher than the heavens, who needeth not daily as those high priests to offer up sacrifice, first for his own sins, and then for the people's. For this he did once, when he offered up himself. For the law maketh men high priests, which have infirmity, but the word of the oath, which was since the law, maketh the Son, who is consecrated forevermore. So that's the oath from God, and God the Father, making his Son a high priest in the order of Melchizedek. And it goes on. We'll go into Hebrews 8, where it says that a better ministry. Now of the things which we have spoken, this is the sum. We have such an high priest who is set on the right hand of the throne of the majesty in the heavens, a minister of the sanctuary and of the true tabernacle which the Lord pitched, and not man. For every high priest is ordained to offer gifts and sacrifices, wherefore it is of necessity that this man have somewhat also to offer. For if he were on earth, he should not be a priest, seeing that there are priests that offer gifts according to the law, who serve unto the example and shadow of the heavenly things, as Moses was admonished of God when he was about to make the tabernacle. For see, saith he, that thou make all things according to the pattern shewed to thee in the mount. So that's just saying Jesus is in the real holy temple, not the one that Moses made. But now hath he obtained a more excellent ministry, by how much also he is the mediator of a better covenant, which was established upon better promises. And now we're in a new covenant. So I'm going to go to the Hebrews 8 verse for you, because it's in a new covenant. For if that first covenant had been faultless, then should no place have been sought for the second. For finding fault with them, he saith, behold, the days come, saith the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah, not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day when I took them by the hand to lead them out of the land of Egypt, because they continued not in my covenant, and I regarded them not, saith the Lord. For this is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, saith the Lord. I will put my laws into their mind and write them in their hearts, and I will be to them a God, and they shall be to me a people. And they shall not teach every man his neighbor and every man his brother, saying, Know the Lord, for all shall know me, from the least to the greatest. For I will be merciful to the unrighteous, and their sins and their iniquities I will remember no more. In that he saith, A new covenant he hath made the first old. Now that which decayeth and waxeth old is ready to vanish away. So if I was going to break this down, just my opinion, and then you could give yours, I'll keep it real brief. This covenant means that anyone who believes in Jesus Christ, you can jump on that word Israel and say it's a new covenant with Israel. Well, I'm going to give you a hypothetical example. There's a person not from Israel that worships Jesus Christ and believes in Jesus Christ as the Son of God and follows the law that is by faith and also just worships Jesus. You think Jesus doesn't accept that person in the new covenant because there was that word Israel in this verse? Is that really what we do?
But first, I was trying to understand every verse of the passage, and I would ask myself, why did he? Is there a distinction between Israel and Judah?
No, they look like they were basically one.
And then I would cross-reference it to Jeremiah 31.
Yeah, it's referring Jeremiah 30.
Right,
31.
Correctly.
Okay,
And then I will read that passage.
Okay.
And it's pretty much referring to the same, it's saying the same thing. Why did he name those two kingdoms? Well, why didn't he just name the entire world?
But again, I understand cross-referencing it, but why don't you have something else in the New Testament to prove that strangers
I got that whole passage broke down though, if you would.
Okay, but what one in for Jeremiah 31, which verse?
31 through 34.
31,
31.
Okay.
And also, I'm not saying
covenant.
I'm Ryan, before you jump off the deep end, I'm not saying I don't believe in the Messiah. But what I'm about to say, I have almost every verse in the Old Testament that's supposed to be prophesying or talking about the Messiah. I have it cross-referenced. And every cross-reference verse or so-called what do we call them? Precepts. People call them precepts today.
It's from the Bible, precept upon precept.
Right. It's actual precept is a commandment, really, though. But
okay, but
it's referring
from the book of Isaiah.
Let's just read what it says in the translation to see if you know what the point is here before we go to the translations and everything else. I mean, sometimes we got to trust that other people that translated these words weren't trying to trick us and pull any wool over our eyes.
So behold,
that's why I try to get. I got probably about 50 different dictionaries, and they all from different time periods.
Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel, with the house of Judah, not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers, in the day that I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, which my covenant they break, although I was an husband unto them, saith the Lord. But this shall be the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel. After those days, saith the Lord, I will put my law in their inwards and write it in their hearts, and will be their God, and they shall be my people. And they shall teach no more every man his neighbor, and every man his brother, saying, Know the Lord, for they shall all know me, from the least of them unto the greatest of them, saith the Lord, for I will forgive their iniquity and remember their sin no more. I mean, that's a great cross-reference for the prophecy.
Right.
What
and he said that he was, but he said that he was their husband because he divorced the northern kingdom during the Assyrian captivity. But the reason, what I was trying to tell you before you start reading it, I'm not saying I don't believe in the Messiah, but when you cross-reference every verse that's supposed to be prophesying him in the New Testament from the Old Testament, all of the precepts lead back to the Old Testament.
We know that already. So
I mean, the Old Testament's gonna predict the New Testament. That's why this is a prophecy.
But the precepts aren't leading to the New Testament or leading to the Old Testament.
Obviously,
you gotta understand that the New Testament wasn't written when the New Testament came into creation.
Of course, they was reading the Old Testament.
Exactly. So if they're going
Right.
to cross-reference something, it's going to be to the old prophecy.
They want to prophesy. They want to prophesize in the future in the Old Testament. Pretty much is what I'm.
No, in the Old Testament, they prophesize in the future. That's the exact point. You just proved they did it.
So I don't really know what are you trying to prove.
No. I mean, you just
like, what's your point?
Confusing.
You just prophesied.
What I'm trying to say is the Old Testament. A lot of those verses, people thinking that they're talking about Christ in the future, is referencing something in the Old Testament, not the New Testament. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say I don't believe in Christ. I'm not trying to discredit the New Testament. I'm not trying to discredit the New Testament or not like that. I'm just saying like a lot of the verses.
Here,
like
I got Isaiah, because I was
like Isaiah 56:3. I mean, on 53. Isaiah 53. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
When you reference that passage, it would lead to verses in the Old Testament. Won't lead to nothing in the New.
Yeah. Okay, but this is like I was prepared for the salvation to debate.
You like a whole lot of understanding. That you keep asking questions.
Joseph,
every time I talk, it's like you don't understand.
Joseph, let us build here. The perfect high priest in Hebrews 5. We're all in agreement. The perfect high priest is obviously talking about Jesus Christ, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I had these verses prepared because I was going to show them that salvation is for everybody tonight. So I had these verses ready. So
you say Hebrews 5,
and I'm going to show you Hebrews 5, verse 8, and then 9. Though he were a son, yet learned he obedience by the things which he suffered, and being made perfect, he became the author of eternal salvation unto all them that obey him. So I ask you, this isn't the word Israel in here. This says all them that obey him. Why don't you use this verse to say that this is
and
all?
he's gonna say all means only house of Judah and Israel, or what?
You don't know what I'm gonna say, bro. You just guessing. You don't even
understand. No. So answer it then.
You misunderstand things. You misunderstand the stuff before I say it and after I say it,
guys.
But I would love to break. I'm gonna do this verse, but I would love to break him down after this. He throw out a verse after this one. I'm gonna take care of this one.
Okay, but what do you think in this verse here when it says Jesus Christ has become the author of eternal salvation?
You say Hebrews 5, 8, and 9. Hey, Ryan, can you mute me real quick? I'm not.
It's self-explanatory.
How am I going to know when to unmute you though?
I'll press it. It'll be quick. I promise you, it won't be long.
You can mute yourself, by the way, but okay.
I mean, if you could
start listening
in the chat or something, I'll mute you for a second and just unmute you. But don't, guy, please. I know it's frustrating because me and you have a Christian belief that we're trying to help Hebrew Israelites see what we see in Jesus. A lot of them don't.
I mean, I'm open-minded, but I know that what the Hebrew Israelite teach is divisive and causes like the. It's all about like flesh, or they have a lot of strange beliefs.
Please, I gotta get them back.
But I understand like why like.
But we gotta help people.
Justify that, but they think that just wrong interpretation.
Exactly. So, but you gotta understand. We gotta try to help people. We can't try to hurt people. And
that's why I was asking, like, what's your point? And he didn't even get to this point.
I know, but we can't just say, "Ha, we're better than you," or we.
I didn't say that.
Understanding, and I know you're not doing that, man. You're being very patient, so thank you. I'm just
saying.
Yeah,
I was just
You're doing good. I unmuted you.
Close it.
I unmuted you.
Stop listening.
Mute you again. I'll do it. I didn't know how long you went for.
But it's all good.
Okay.
It's like he the only one that don't be understanding what I be trying to say. I don't even be trying to say nothing major. He just be,
all right.
Well, what's your point? Well, like everybody been throwing verses.
Okay, so what are we trying to do now?
We have a fourth person now. So Jesse used to be a Hebrew Israelite.
Anybody?
Jesse.
That's Jesse.
Jesse used to be a Hebrew Israelite, so he's here with us now too. So we got a fourth person. We're all
5'8" and 5'9", right?
Yeah, and 5'9" was really the main thing that I was saying is important.
You mind if I reread it?
Go ahead. And Jesse, you can build with them. I'm just going to grab a drink real quick. So guys, I'll be right back. Jesse. You need me to get a verse here.
All right. Though he were a son, yet he learned obedience by the things which he suffered. And being made perfect, he became the author of eternal salvation unto all them that obey him. Okay, he was this question about all? I mean, what
Yes.
was the question?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
Yes. It wasn't
unto
that
all them that. Yeah.
Who is the all? Because I
Yeah,
believe,
can I?
believe in
And my
Jesus.
honest response to that
Yeah.
would
Yes.
be start listening.
I'll be right
I'm
back.
gonna show you where to go. You will have to go there on Blue Letter, and I'm gonna show you why I believe that. But it's right here, the very next page from right where you are. That all can be talking about Israel only. And if I'm in a room full of one
Okay,
group,
hold on. I can.
one ethnicity of people, go ahead, man.
No, you were saying I need to go to the verse 9 in interlinear.
I didn't say verse 9. I didn't say that.
Which verse then? Which verse? Because I can do it like on my own desktop. But
Would you be able to pop it up right here in front of us?
no, but yeah. So let's wait for
okay.
Ryan. Let's wait. Yeah. Okay.
Well, can I ask a question? Just to the brother speaking.
Yeah.
Do you are like you Old Testament only, or do you read the New Testament also?
No, I read the New Testament as well.
Okay. So your stance is that Christ only came for the Israelites?
Salvation, according to Romans 9:4, is only for Israel. That's my stance.
Okay. So question: Who did Christ come for?
Then he said salvation is only for the Jews, right? He
All
was
right,
not
so-
sent unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
All right,
That's
perfect.
what he said out of his mouth.
No,
right?
perfect. So can you explain this then?
But what am I doing? I mean,
Well,
just
just
the verse he got pulled up or another verse.
So
no. Just a quick question, because you made a claim that Christ only came to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Is that
I
correct?
made a claim. I told you what the verse said. Does
Okay,
the
all
verse
right.
not say that?
No, okay. So then, can you
But
explain
did the
this?
verse say that though? Can you answer that?
Yes, it does. No, it
Okay.
It does.
Okay.
All right. So can you please explain this? He came unto his own, and his own received him not. Who was that he came to?
He didn't come to the whole house of Israel.
Whoa. You just said he came to the house of Israel.
I said but you bringing up another verse. He didn't. Can you reread what you just said?
Okay, I asked you, who did Jesus come for? You brought up Matthew.
I'm not talking about the whole conversation.
No.
You
But
just said
God,
about
Christ came unto his own, and they didn't receive him.
Right.
Yeah.
That's not talking. Everybody didn't reject him. Pretty much is what I'm saying.
All right, brother. Hold on.
He didn't speak in front of the whole 12 tribes because they were scattered.
Brother, 1 second, King.
Is that true or false?
Brother,
you interrupted what we was already doing, and it's like you want to pull me one way, they pull me another way. But I'm willing to answer your question. But what I'm trying to tell you is, when he came to his own and they received him not, like he wasn't presenting who he was in front of all 12 tribes. There was only a few tribes in Jerusalem.
So see, but that's where you're confusing me, because you're saying he only came for the house of Israel, and now you're saying he didn't come for the house of Israel?
No, I'm saying that he didn't present his case or his cause in front of the entire 12 tribes because they were scattered.
Now, do you have that verse, brother?
You brought the verse up like he was talking about all 12 tribes, and I was telling you they weren't even in front of him to receive that. You see what I'm trying to say?
Hold on.
So you're saying that he came only to the tribe of Judah, or what?
I don't understand.
First, he's talking about Christ saving. You confused the conversation, because first you were talking about him saving everybody. Then you brought a verse up that wasn't talking about him being rejected by all of his people, and trying to make it seem like he's talking about.
I have a question, King.
I give up about it.
All right, brother, ready? Question, King, ready? Can you explain this?
You just confused. You don't understand what I was trying to say, though, or what you just said?
No, because 1 minute you said
you brought up salvation for everybody,
and the next
brought up a verse. Was it when he wasn't talking about being rejected by everybody? Was he talking about everybody in that verse? When his own rejected him not, was he talking about all of Israel?
We do know that like the Jews crucified him.
I was talking about. I'm trying to ask the guy a simple question. Though.
All right, so then let me ask you this, because we're not going to get nowhere.
Man,
brother, 1 second. Ready?
I listen to every word that you say,
Mark,
bro. You're not.
Brother, can I just read this one question?
Go ahead.
Mark 3, verse 8. We'll start in verse 7. But Jesus withdrew himself
Minimize that.
with his disciples to the sea, and a great
Switch to Google.
multitude from Galilee followed him, and from Judea and Jerusalem, and from Idumea.
Okay.
Who are these
More
Idumeans?
speech recognition. If the multitude from Idumea,
A great multitude from Idumea
not
came.
script.
Who are
It
these
don't say
people?
it don't say that they are Idumeans by
Uh,
nationality.
Can I
Brother,
look at
it just said it.
what
It just
what
said
chapter
it.
was that, bro?
That's Mark 3.
21,
Christ
2, okay.
saved
Okay.
Edomites.
It don't say he saved them, man.
Brother,
Y'all,
who
well,
is
y'all be
Idumea,
stretching.
brother?
Y'all be reaching, bro. It
Brother,
doesn't say. Can
Wait,
you
I want to
read the
look at
verse,
it.
please?
Hold on, hold on.
Can
Okay,
you
read it.
read the verse, please? Read
So Mark 3
Mark-
verse what?
Mark 3, start at verse 7.
My
Please.
script.
Okay, so Jesus withdrew.
Okay.
Brother, can you let him read?
Start typing.
Yeah, so Jesus withdrew with his
29 to 5, 6.
disciples and
Enter.
accompanied by a
Start
large
typing.
crowd from Galilee, Judea,
Page down.
Jerusalem, Idumea, the region beyond the Jordan,
Switch to
and the
document
vicinity
script.
of Tyre and Sidon. The large crowd came to him when they heard
Page down.
that great things he was doing.
Now,
Now,
question. Here's the killer part, right?
612
Read,
double click.
read verse 12, brother, because Christ wanted to keep this a secret. Why didn't Christ want people that he saved Edomites?
Page
Read
down.
verse 12, brother.
Okay, verse 12 is
Mouse script.
wait,
Chapter 3, verse
361,
12.
okay.
Brother.
chapter 3
Start
verse
typing.
12.
12.
1 to 4, 8.
Okay, I found it. But he warned them
4.
sternly not to
Enter.
make him known. This one?
Stop typing.
Correct. Christ told them not
Okay,
to
then.
say what he just did
Move
because
left.
he just healed Edomites.
Press G as in
Why would
gravity.
Christ heal a multitude
Enter.
of Edomites?
Yes, he said he healed so many that all
381,
that
okay.
had diseases were pressing forward to touch
Minimize
him.
that.
And when the unclean spirit saw
Mouse
him,
script.
he fell down before him and cried out, "You are the Son of God." And then he,
6173,
yeah,
okay.
okay.
Correct. So if you can, brother, ask the other gentleman, why is
Scroll
Christ
down one
healing
time.
Edomites?
Mouse script.
No, hold on. It doesn't say Edomite. It says from regions
Idumea.
of Idumea. Is that okay? Hold on. I wanna click
Idumea
on the
is
word.
Edomites.
Is it? Is
Edomites
it?
got
No, I just wanna.
conquered in 500 BC. And
I just wanna
Edomites,
double check.
Google it, is what Edomites are called now.
Wait, I just went to interlinear. So yeah, you are right.
Oh, no.
Usage Edom.
I'm back. I'm
this-
sorry. What verse you guys want me to go to? I apologize.
Okay, Ryan.
He's correct. Those are
Ryan.
Edomites. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ryan, I just showed a verse where Christ
Mouse
healed a multitude of Edomites and told them not to tell anybody.
Yeah. What
So-
verse do you want me to go to show them that?
Mark 3 and
Yes, Mark 3 verse 7.
7.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you
Cancel.
Google Edomites, they're called Edomites
Move
now.
speech recognition.
Yeah.
Idomians.
Yeah, whatever.
No, sorry.
Switch
It's
to
verse
documents.
8. It's verse 8 actually.
Okay.
2, okay.
Here we are, though. Yep. And those are the Edomites. Yep.
Y'all, I'm not too loud while I'm controlling my computer, am I?
No.
Move
Just
down.
us four, man. And everybody here is trying to
Move
help
down.
each other. This guy
Double
was the
click that.
Hebrew Israelite, Jesse. This man, my elder.
Yes, sir.
He's passionate about it just like I am for a reason, man, because he was in it. So just
Page down.
All praises.
listen to him, too. He cares about you, too.
All
So if you
praises.
guys
But I actually this one I never actually knew that the Idumea that it actually means from Edom. I didn't know that before, so that's one thing I learned
Well,
today.
that's something that one West doesn't
Select
want to teach
document.
people.
Nope.
Move right.
Yeah, because they say Edomites are all like they cannot be saved, right?
Correct.
And all that
again?
stuff.
And Christ is healing a multitude of them.
Delete that.
Right.
Minimize that.
So that
Minimize
yeah, that debunks their whole
Stop
thing.
listening.
And I
Hey,
also
Ryan,
have
you
another
remember the
killer
question
verse
you
for
asked me
them.
before you left?
What is that thing? He's like, what? Who is he talking to? Like,
Guy, he's
Did you-
he's paralyzed from the neck down. He has to use
Well, I
voice
just
commands.
I said.
oh,
his
I'm
name
sorry.
before.
I didn't know
I
that.
said
Sorry.
his
Yeah,
name
he
before
has to
you
use
were
voice
listening.
commands because his
But if
hands
he were
are
listening-
disabled.
If he was listening, I said Ryan.
get it. I'm
before
sorry.
said-
Yeah,
Before I said the whole sentence, I said Ryan's name.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
That was a very
Yeah, I'm
good
sorry.
job.
I wasn't paying
It's all love here,
attention.
brother. It's all love here.
Yeah.
We all love
Ryan,
each other.
What was the question you asked me before you got it?
Jesse was given the answer. I mean, or the question to the last.
No, you asked me something about all from Hebrews.
Well, I was on Hebrews 5:8. So
you asked me about all, right?
Yeah, in Hebrews 5:8. If you want me
to
that
all, if you click on Vine's expository dictionary, if you was to click on tool and then click on the concordance number, which is 3956 for all, it'll tell you in Vine's expository that collective terms like Israel.
Wait, the past is it 3956? The word.
Yeah.
I pulled it up. So usage, all, the whole, every kind of.
All can be as a collective term for Israel. And also, if I'm in a wrong,
no, it doesn't say.
Don't trust.
You're not even there.
It doesn't say the Israel there.
You're not even right there, man. How you gonna say what it's saying and what it don't say, man?
I am there,
like
but I have it pulled up on my own screen.
You're still not even there. So what are you talking about?
Well, this is Strong's.
You haven't even clicked on what I told you to click on,
Strong's,
and he keeps saying it ain't there, man.
Defends all, meaning all, but.
Yeah. Okay, so show us where it says on all Israel or whatever. Like,
there's too many verses for you to try to dispute the all, everyone, all mankind. I mean, it really is.
I'll say click on Vine's expository after you click on concordance number.
What's the brother's name? Ryan, what's the brother's name?
It's on the screen. I don't know how to pronounce it great.
Whose name?
It's on the screen.
Gentleman that's speaking with us.
Daniel.
Oh, this is Daniel Allah.
No,
just Daniel Allah. I don't know how to pronounce that.
I have a question for you, brother. Do you agree that Jacob took Esau's blessing?
I believe that the angel came to his mother and told her what the future beheld.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't believe he just up and decided to do it on his own.
My question for you is this.
It played out how it's supposed to play out.
Yeah, but this is my question for you. What are your thoughts about Jacob when he gave Esau back his blessing?
What are my thoughts about it?
Yeah. Genesis 33, verse 11.
When he tried to give him all the cattle back and stuff like that?
No, in the book of Genesis.
Esau was about to kill him?
Yeah.
When he thought Esau was going to kill him?
Yep. And then
I feel about that. I just feel that he felt like he might have felt some guilt, but that don't mean that he was right or wrong in the Most High's eyes.
But he gave Jacob. But brother, did Jacob not give Esau back his blessing?
He just did that out of generosity of not seeing his brother for 20 years. I don't know how it made him feel.
So here's a question that I have for you. Do you think Jacob is going to let you kill his people to kill Esau's people when Jacob reconciled with his brother?
I mean, the Most High told Jacob to kill out of Edom's children in the book of Samuel, didn't he?
Did they kill all
Amalekites? No,
yeah. Did they kill all?
He destroyed nations and people, right, to give Israel the land originally.
Yeah, but here's my question.
Do you think his feelings changed for people back then? I mean, from back then.
Here's the question that I have though. If Jacob reconciled, but let me just say this.
Okay, you can get right back to the conversation in your
all right, brother. Again,
I just wanted. Do you think that the Most High's feelings for other nations changed from what it was back then to now?
Yes, because God says any nation that repents of the evil that they're gonna do, he shall also repent of it.
Where is that?
Yeah, like Nineveh, right? They repented too, and God didn't destroy it.
Before you can continue trying to make ask me questions to make your point. But I like to see
God
that
said any nation that repents, he will repent of the evil he had.
I would like to see that verse too, but
Ryan, because my phone's about to die.
Which verse is that?
Yeah, it starts any nation that repents. It's in the Old Testament.
Okay.
But you don't know the
verse.
I can't think of it off the top of my head, and I can't check my phone because my phone's gonna turn off. But if somebody Googles any nation that repents,
All right,
And
we'll
then
see what.
I'll try to Google it too. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I have a lot of verses prepared
Start
too.
listening.
If we can't find this one, I was
Minimize that.
prepared to go into this
Switch the
tonight.
notepad.
Saying nothing in the KJV, but I could have just added one
6,
word
okay.
and that messes with it. I'll
yeah, just
Oh, I
Stop
found it,
listening.
dude. I found it. It's
all right, read
Jeremiah
it, brother.
18:8, maybe.
Yep. Read
If
it.
that nation against whom I have pronounced turn away
Yep,
their
this is it.
evil, I will
Right.
repent of
What's
the
the
evil
verse?
that I thought to do unto them. It's Jeremiah 18, verse 8.
Yep.
Delete that.
18.
Switch the
18,
passages.
verse 8.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Now
I
read
think I
that.
found it.
Watch.
Okay then. Mouse script.
Well, I'm still not getting it in the KJV.
Cancel.
You messed it up.
Switch
I
the
spelled
Bible.
Jeremiah wrong, probably. Yeah.
Mouse script.
I was
18, verse 8.
68181. Double click.
18:8.
Press Control F as in final. Start typing.
Okay, ready?
One.
There it
This
is.
is it, Brian.
Number
Ready?
8.
At
Colon.
what instant I
1, 2.
shall speak concerning a nation
Stop typing.
and concerning a kingdom to pluck
Stop
and
typing.
to pull down and to destroy.
Close that.
If that nation against whom I have
Scroll up.
pronounced turn from their evil, I will repent
Stop
of the
listening.
evil that I thought to do to that nation.
Where
Jeremiah 18.
Yeah, so it's pretty clear.
that was
isn't
more
it?
than one verse. What you just read? 8 and 9?
No, I read 7 and 8.
7 and 8. And
So what are your
instant
thoughts on
shall
that,
I
brother?
Speak concerning a nation and concerning a kingdom. Shall I speak concerning a nation?
Correct.
Concerning a kingdom to pluck up and to pull down and to destroy you. If that nation against whom I have pronounced turn from their evil, I will repent of the evil that I brought to do them. But
Did
first,
God
before-
promise to do
before-
evil to the nation of Edom?
Well, before I do anything, I will cross-reference it.
Okay.
Try to get further understanding. You know what I'm saying? Ryan
Well,
will tell you that. Like
It's
I don't
pretty
want to just
clear,
read a
but
verse and try to get it
I'll
understanding.
give you a perfect verse to cross-reference. Go to Ezekiel 18.
Is it the correct one though? Is it the
Yeah.
correct?
Watch. I'm going to read it. Ezekiel 18.
oh, it's
The
also
soul-
18. That's interesting.
Verse 20. The
Start
soul
listening.
that sinneth, it shall die. The son shall not bear the iniquity of the father, neither
Start
shall
listening.
the father bear the iniquity of the
Minimize
son.
it.
The righteousness of the righteousness shall be upon him,
Close
and
it.
the wickedness of the wicked shall be
Cancel.
upon him.
Cancel.
God doesn't judge you for
Minimize
what your
that.
forefathers did, brother. He doesn't do that.
Yeah, it
That's
goes on to say everyone shall
Ezekiel verse
be
is that?
punished for his own sins and stuff.
Correct.
Right?
Ezekiel 18:20.
Switch
Yep.
the passages.
No,
That's
I'm
good.
giving you another precept that says the same thing.
3933. Double click.
Yeah,
That's
this is
two
just about
witnesses.
the individual, and the other one was about nation. So yeah,
Double click
correct.
that.
Correct.
Okay then. Mouse grid. 18.
Oh,
through
and
20.
Ryan, this is
Yeah,
an
I ain't got
awesome
that
platform,
cross-reference
Ryan.
either.
This is a beautiful platform, brother.
Hey,
Cancel.
you saw it double.
Minimize that.
It's still small, but tonight we had a pretty big night from those other guys
Click that.
bringing people over, and I'm glad you finally
Minimize
got
that.
on here because I'm learning a lot
Mouse
just
grid.
listening
Likewise, too, brother. Listen,
7,
we've
7,
been
8,
lied
6,
to for
okay.
2,000 years. Everybody's learning, brother. We're
yeah.
all
Yeah.
learning.
to you. Yeah. And,
Does it
and you know,
matter? Can I ask you a question about does it matter who Israel is? Mouse
Of
grid.
course, it matters at the end of the day, but it's a
Cancel.
spiritual matter.
I mean, Paul. Yeah,
Click
Paul
that.
says that in Romans 10.
Mouse
You know,
grid.
when he's talking about the engrafted branches,
7, 8,
and
8,
how
4. Right
you
click.
know, of course, he's talking about how much greater the blessings could be for Israel if
Click that.
the Gentiles are being accepted.
Correct, brother.
Move left 3 times.
If you go to Romans 10, it's right
Mouse
there.
grid.
The
8, 6,
importance
okay.
of the Israelites was the seed of the Messiah was
Move
going to come
speech
from them.
recognition.
That's
Might
what
be
the
Mouse
importance.
grid.
Might be in
2,
Romans
2, 3,
9.
9. Okay.
yeah.
Mouse grid.
Might be Romans 9. Let me check. Right there at Romans 9 or 10, though, it's talking about the
3,
engrafted
2.
branch.
7, 1. Okay. What was the Ezekiel verse again?
18.
It was 18,
18.
20, brother.
Right. Close that.
Listen, I'll tell
Start
y'all this.
typing.
I studied under One West for 3
Left
years,
5 times.
hardcore.
Backspace.
And
Number
what I
2.
ended up learning
Left 3
was
times.
how to deal
Backspace.
with the
1.
verses that One West go to.
Enter.
Because a lot of One West
Stop
people,
typing. It took
they
you
know
3 years,
precept,
bro.
but they never read the Bible for themselves.
Scroll
man.
down.
What the heck?
Yeah, I mean, this
Move
was
speech
about where I
recognition.
was.
Stop listening.
Watch out, because when he asked about Israel, this is about where I was talking about. Paul goes into the how, of course, the blessings
Start
for Israel will
listening.
be just that much greater
Move
by
up one
God
time.
having His mercy and acceptance of the Gentiles. Also, I mean,
Page now.
there's definitely a lot of verses, but yeah,
Stop
like I
listening.
said, you should definitely do more videos like this teaching on your
Oh.
channel because.
Hey, bro, can you? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, bro.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna ask the brother to give me like 3 or 4 verses, and I would love to contact you by maybe in like 12 or so hours with a full explanation of what each verse is really trying to say, and I can really show you how to break down and get understanding of any verse in the scriptures, a way that nobody probably on the planet Earth is really doing, because it was very taxing on me. It took me almost 4 years to set up my notes in order to do it like that. That's why I don't do one verse. I don't like to read one verse and then get an understanding. I'll go deep into the verse, like the way that nobody is doing.
But that verse was very plain and clear. I don't really get like what I do have to think about it for 12 hours.
Well, that's probably why you misinterpret Paul's letters.
Well, I think
you just look at a verse and don't
you get caught up
understand.
in-
No, but we just were read from the Old Testament, not from Paul. That was what was it? Jeremiah 18, right?
What are you talking about? I just asked him to give me a couple verses.
His phone
I'm
just
asking him
died.
for a
His
couple
phone
verses.
just died or something. His phone died.
Oh, he just dropped out.
Yeah. What I would say is the last little paragraph
I'm
in
looking for some
Ecclesiastes.
homework.
The
I
last,
would like or maybe all y'all can give me some verses to overlook. I would love to do that.
well, the last verse in
And I'm not-
Ecclesiastic is just basically saying we got to be careful with overstudying too.
No, I don't study enough.
Ecclesiastes.
No, yeah. The
God,
Ecclesiastes is talking about much studying brings sorrow.
Overstudy,
So
though.
Yeah.
I don't keep my head in the book. Like I'll break down one week I might be on definitions, Hebrew
All right.
definitions
This
of the
is
word.
not in the King James
One word
version.
I might be
but
on precept.
NIV.
One word, like I just don't. One word, one week I might be on the language, learning the language. You know what I'm saying? I'll just keep my head in the book to wait, and then have me overstating situations and comments in the scriptures, right? And lead myself astray. And I don't follow One West, for the record.
You do subscribe to a lot of similar ideas, though. You can acknowledge that, right?
We never even wrote down what my doctrine or what I believe.
You're not going to acknowledge that you're. See, I don't know why we have.
So
to
what do you
argue
believe?
about
Tell
that.
us then.
You're very argumentative with me, man. Like I'm trying to just ask you.
Did I just say that with any tone or any kind of?
But you
Did
asked,
anybody-
you answer it with
did
like a
anybody
yes.
detect-
You did. You
Did
answered it like.
anybody detect, besides Ryan, did anybody detect any kind of tone out of my voice like I just had an attitude?
Yeah, you said like, well, yeah, you're.
I said besides
things
Ryan.
about me. You could
I
have just
guess
answered
that
the
means no,
question.
because you're the only one that keep answering. I guess that means no. And you had
No,
a
it
nerve to
doesn't
talk
mean
about and Ryan. Bro, ever since before I even met you, bro, you've been nothing but argumentative and name calling.
You're crazy,
And
bro.
making racist comments, bro. Come
No,
on.
but
bro.
We're not
even. We're not
But
even.
then we can ask you that. Then
that.
what is your?
I asked y'all for a verse. Y'all just got all riled up. I asked all y'all for verses.
Dude, all I said is the guy said something about One West, and you're like, "Nah, I'm not with One West." And I
He
said,
didn't say nothing about One
said
West. That was Lee talking. What are you talking about?
And I said, "Well, you said it then, bro." And I said, "You admit you subscribe to a lot of their ideas." And then you said, "Well, what do you think? How do you know what I think?"
You
Ryan?
love saying
I'm
that.
asking you a
that
fucking
broad
question,
statement.
man. Just fucking answer it. Stop
Well,
being a guy, whatever the fuck you are.
what I subscribe to
Piss
that
me
they
off.
subscribe to then?
What don't you subscribe to?
All
What
them
don't
need to
you?
subscribe
What
to the
don't?
same
Tell
thing.
us what you
Y'all
don't
love
subscribe to
throwing
that
all
One
black
West
people in one
subscribes to.
pot, bro.
You subscribe to the 12. You
y'all
subscribe
love
to
throwing
the
all
12.
black people.
Okay,
They
you
don't
talk
even-
and then I'll talk. You talk.
all of them don't even agree with the same thing. Y'all just
Okay.
love throwing all black people in one pot, man.
Yeah, we're racist. That's what it is. The
Bro,
people
I
that
but the other guy that was here, he disagreed
Bro,
with
you
you,
act
and
like I ain't got
he's also
You
like
act like I ain't got
followed
proof
the
that
One
you
West or
teach
whatever
some
it's
racist
called.
things.
So I don't know.
Hey man,
Well,
you like to
Man,
argue
listen.
and
like
you
I said,
answer
well,
questions because you
before
don't
I
want to
go,
admit what you're
before I
believing
go,
is fucked up.
before I go, like I said before,
I
I
don't
was talking
care.
to the brother. I asked him, give me like 3 or 4 verses. I would love to get some homework. And
Okay, I'll
see
give
where
you
you
3 or
coming
4
from the
verses
verse.
right now. I got
Nah,
3 or
bro,
4
I don't even want it from you, bro. Because I asked you after I asked him, and you start arguing.
Bro, I started arguing because you have a snide remark when I say, can't you admit? I say it in a very judicial.
Before you said what you said, I said what I said, and I said I'm not a one Western.
You said
Just to
you're
make
not
it clear
one
for
West.
anybody, and you got mad about that.
No, I didn't get mad. I said, well, you can at least admit that your ideas subscribe to a lot of the same ideas. And you have to say, you have to keep talking over people, bro. You're mad rude. You have no decorum.
I'm just trying to get you off your emotional tirades.
Go ahead. You talk.
Once you get angry, bro, you start getting angry, and you get emotional and sensitive. Like, I don't want to go through that. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, you interrupt people, bro. Talk, and then I'll talk. Or run.
I just asked for some verses, and
I'll give you plenty. I got
verses,
70 of them.
You wanted to argue.
You talk over people too much, man. We can't both talk at the same time.
Well, like I said,
when you're done talking, I'll talk.
Can you give me the verses? Then I'm gonna check out.
And then you start talking once I start talking. So I can't give you the verses.
I'm not even talking. You just told me to talk.
Okay, well, Jesse gave you the Jeremiah 18 and Ezekiel 18. So those are 2, and I don't know about the other 2.
Dude does try my patience, man. I ain't gonna
switch to Untitled. Man, I don't care about your patience, bro.
Try to help. You don't care about anybody. You're miserable, and you want everybody else to be miserable, bro.
I ain't never been miserable, bro.
Even people that are trying to help you.
You need a woman to talk to, bro.
And you're too dumb to see it.
You're too dumb to see it.
You have too much hate in your heart because you're racist.
I'm way smarter than you.
No, you're not,
bro.
You're stumbling on the cornerstone. You can cross-reference what the cornerstone is. You don't believe in Jesus Christ as God. What's your problem?
Move left.
You don't believe in the Son of God.
What's the verses again?
Fuck off.
Hey, bro.
You're the
verse.
Man, you gonna watch your fucking mouth when you talking to me.
Go prove black people are God and shit, or whatever you do.
Just like I told you earlier.
Prove how all the white people are going to burn in hell.
When it's about the conversation to start off, black people ain't Israel. When you get too much information, your punk ass run to salvation.
What?
And then you proved it. You proved it with the messenger.
And I don't even know what are we talking about.
He's a racist, man. He's a racist, and he wants to interrupt people and talk over.
Making jokes about
conversation like a man because
making jokes about black people, melanin and shit like that. Like he racist as hell, bro. Y'all don't know, man.
Oh yeah, I'll show every word of our conversation, buddy.
And what about us? What about
everybody can be racist? So what, man?
What about the 5 hour arguments though? What about that?
Who Googles that? This dude Googles how much melanin costs.
Bro,
you
who cares about that?
Because I study melanin, retarded.
No, that is very racist.
And when I proved you wrong about the price of it, you started.
I heard this before.
That's why you're trying to talk loud.
Yeah, sorry, Jesse. I got you.
You won't let me get it out.
That's why people.
Racist, man.
Watch you over time. I'm about to explain the whole melanin situation. I got books on melanotropic peptides, volume 1 through 3. I study.
He's getting muted now because I'm.
Wait, what is he trying to say with the melanin?
Melanin. He's so racist. He Googled how much melanin costs, and I didn't even know that was a thing.
Wait, what is that even? I mean, I know it has to do with the skin color, but
yeah, it's what black people have in their skin. And I literally, I was blown away that for some reason.
I heard that everybody has that, but white people just have less of it in the skin. But what does it have to do with like anything? Like, come on, it's just that
it has nothing to
do. It just depends where you were born or whatever. Like,
yeah, it has nothing to do with anything unless you're a crazy racist person that spends all your time worrying about dumb racist shit. And
yeah, I argue with this with one guy, and he also he's like Indian, but he says that like lighter skin is inferior traits, right? And he said that and I said, like, why would it be though? Like, if you were for example, like if you were born in I don't know, like Siberia, then like wouldn't white skin like that's normal there or whatever. So it has nothing. It just has to do with the
Dude,
like
all
acclimatization to the
all this
climate.
guy does
I
is
guess
he just wants to change every verse. Every time you show him, it says all, everyone, all mankind. He has to go to like some sort of concordance and try to say, well, that word doesn't mean
he just
all.
Well,
overanalyzes
don't ever reach out to me again,
everything.
Ryan. Don't ever reach out to me. You racist
Oh, I'm
bastard.
scared. I really want to scream with a
Stop
racist.
listening. Tell the truth, man, about the melanin conversation.
Yeah, you go ahead and tell it. Who started it?
Okay,
Who
then.
brought?
First of all, everybody.
You're such a liar. You lie like you're. Go ahead, bro.
What's your point with the melanin then, or whatever?
Brings up the fact it's $450 a gram. I didn't even talk. You think between the two of us? Hold on, let me ask this neutral guy. Between us two people, who do you think was talking about melanin? Me or him? Take a guess.
Brought it up first. I don't know if you guys talked about it before. I don't. This is my first time here.
Now let me say what was said. First of all, I study melanin.
Can you read? Shut the fuck up about the melanin, else I'm going to kick you off.
Psycho.
Read the Bible or get out of here.
Bro.
Get out of here or read the Bible. Read this. Therefore, I want you to know that God's salvation is sent to Gentiles, and they will listen. Change that verse.
Don't ever reach
I got 80 more of them.
If I block
Study
you,
those 3 verses. No, shut up.
Don't ever reach out to me again.
I don't care about you.
I blocked you for a reason.
Waste of my time, bro.
Racist bastard.
Everybody. Oh yeah, I'm the racist. The guy who wants white people to not make it to heaven, Asians to not enter heaven, only black people in heaven, calls other people racist and says that's a sin. Maybe you should look in the mirror, you hypocrite.
Go pop a pill, you suicide.
Yeah, you hypocrite. Maybe you should look in the mirror, you
racist
hypocrite.
Bastard.
I don't want to stop any race from getting into heaven. You don't want multiple races to go to heaven. You're the most epitome of racist. That's the most pathetic, disgraceful behavior that you retarded,
bro.
And you can't look in the mirror because it projects.
The boy retarded.
Oh yeah? Read Acts 28:28. Tell me how you're going to change the word in that verse.
That boy retarded.
Genius, cross-reference. Therefore, I want you to know that God's salvation has been sent to the Gentiles, and they will listen. Read the whole book of Acts, man. You want another 10 verses, 20 verses in Acts?
You're a crazy heathen, bro.
All right, I'm going to give you another 20 verses in Acts just to prove the point.
You're a crazy heathen, bro. I'm going to make you cry, bro. If you don't pick me out, I'm going to make you cry,
bro. Racist idiots don't make me cry, bro.
Don't ever reach out to me, bro.
More like give you a headache.
Don't worry. When people reach out to you, this is how you act. Notice how I have a decorum with everyone else on the channel. The entire night except you.
We don't have the same melanin. You got Theo melanin. I got you
melanin. On the channel, I'm muting that idiot because you can pay attention to the fact that I've been doing this stream for 6 hours and I haven't had one problem with one person of the 50 people that have been on.
I finally asked for 3 verses.
All right, now I'm just booting you. Now you want to keep playing games? Now you're just out of here, bro. See you, bro. This kid wants to argue, man. He wants to sit in the bed and argue because he wants only black people to go to heaven. He's a racist idiot.
Well, you talked to him on Facebook?
Listen, man, this guy commented on my video.
Okay.
Any.
No, but he mentioned something about Facebook that he messaged you or something. Well, so you know him from Facebook, correct? Or
yeah, I tried to.
Okay.
I tried when he commented on my video. I tried to get him on my channel to do a video because he said he could show me 5 verses that prove Hebrew Israelites are black. Of course, he couldn't do that. Never did that. And instead, wouldn't do a live stream because every time I was like, all right, we'll do a video. I was like, yeah, we could talk privately or do a video. It was cool. He didn't want to go live. That's fine. I offered to go live when we started arguing like that one time because he was like, set up a debate. I'll debate you. Of course, he didn't want to do that when I actually did it because I was ready to debate him. But no, I try to just build with the dude and treat him like a human being and help him out, man. I broke my neck before and I was paralyzed from the neck down, right? So I know what he's going through, and the fact he's been in that state for 17 years.
Wait, what happened? What happened with the was he in an accident or?
Yeah, I mean,
like a car accident or what?
He was in a car accident. By God's mercy,
wow,
I was blessed. I mean, you can see right here, this arm's paralyzed. My whole right
was
side.
Was it a motorcycle or car?
I fell asleep driving in my car, man, and so I was
paralyzed
down.
That's.
I really thought like, oh man, you know, God.
So did you crash into a wall or something?
I crashed into a guardrail and you know just fucking broke my neck, man. The car flipped a couple times by the time I broke my neck. So, anyways, though, just to
that's crazy, dude. That you were lucky.
Yeah, well, I was paralyzed from the neck down for 2 months.
I mean, not lucky. I'm saying. I mean,
to be able to recover, I was lucky.
Recovered, right? Almost.
Yeah, because I could still be stuck in a bed like he is and having to give voice commands. So I try to, of all people on earth, trust me, I can empathize with the person in that situation more than anyone. You know what I mean? Someone that was like, how many people can actually say they know what it's like to be quadriplegic when I actually lived that too? I had a wheelchair where I was blowing in a straw for 2 months because they didn't think I was ever going to walk again or move again. I couldn't.
I wasn't. I wasn't never in that situation. Yeah, although I did have a car crash, but it was. I didn't have like nothing, no broken bones or anything.
Well, anyways, what happened was, just to give a 5-minute summary, because I might as well give the summary because you asked. The guy comments on my videos, and I'm thinking like, wow, this is like God trying to connect us because we've both been through such a traumatic car accident, or both going through paralysis. This is like God's will. Like, but then when you start talking to somebody and you realize you're trying to break the Bible down with somebody that doesn't want you to go to heaven, and they want to break every Bible verse down to the point where you're not allowed in heaven, yet he is. It's pretty hard.
But what's their proof that like only black people are the it doesn't make any sense.
That's why I said give me 5 verses, and not a single Hebrew Israelite on the planet has done it, because they can't, because there's not 5 verses, not of the 31,102 verses. These liars can't bring up 5 verses to show their Hebrew Israelites.
I know, I because I follow that End Times teacher and some other. Yeah. I know where they go. The Deuteronomy, the whatever, the Egypt that represents America, that the slave trade, whatever. But I mean,
pathetic verses that
still doesn't really prove.
It doesn't prove it at all.
Anything. Like it might prove that, like, yeah, many of the Jews were African or whatever, but not all of them. And so like what it still doesn't make any sense.
I already proved it earlier in this video, man. Even if every single Israelite was black, so was people in Egypt, so were people in Libya, so were people in Kush.
Well, actually, in Egypt, it's they're not really black.
Well, that's debatable, but even
it's debatable, because there was some studies shown that the ancient Egyptians actually had blonde hair. And so, but this is kind of like a little bit debatable.
No. Okay, but the point is this. The point is the population of Israel, just hypothetically, none of us have the exact numbers. Say it's 1 million or 10 million, and they're all black. What's the population of the rest of Africa compared to either, the rest of Africa is at least what, 5 times, 10 times bigger population?
I mean, Israel is.
It's a small country.
It's a small country. Yeah.
Exactly. And
then they were scattered, obviously, but
but the whole point is there's more black people in all the other countries in Africa combined. That's like saying, are there more black people in the state of New York or the rest of the United States combined? Like, it's obvious. You know what I mean? It's like
in New York. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you try to I don't know who this guy is. He seems familiar.
I know him from End Times Teachers Discord.
But man, it's right there. Come on. I'm a little.
That's his name is Jamie, I think. Yeah.
I had to deal with the racist who we're
walking. Can I ask? Are you on the East Coast? Because
I'm on New York. I have just backwards hours, man. So
in New York?
Yeah. Where are you? Where are you at?
Well, I'm in Central Europe, so for me it's about 11:38 a.m. So I am 6 hours ahead of East Coast time. So
Well, it's nice meeting you. I hope you subscribe because you're a cool guy, man. Like,
no, I did already. I did.
Oh, cool. I mean, we had a good show going. We've obviously had ups and downs, but like, what hurts my heart is like when you're actually like.
No, it was interesting show. Yeah. But
like at the very end of it, like me, you, and Jesse, we're trying to help the dude. You know what I mean? like we're trying to help the dude. We're going through the verses and we're trying to show him like, yo, brother, it's not right to hate another man because of their skin color and think that God hates that man because of their skin color. Like, it's such a simple second grade premise. And the same dude will cry and be like, you're racist. And
they always say that. Yeah, whatever.
You're just thinking you're
Just
just
ignore
thinking,
it, man.
I know.
I also were like you, like no, not really like you, but you know, you shouldn't let them get you pissed off. Like
yeah.
just well, you know, because they will. I don't know. I don't even know what pissed him off so much that he was saying like, oh, melanin and you're a fucking racist, fuck off and die
he
and
just
shit.
has to always start shit, man. Like, you know, he says, I'm not one West. And all I try to say is, all right, well, like a real political answer, like I'm a TV host saying it politically, and I'm asking the question. I'm saying, well, you got to admit that a lot of your ideas coincide with one West idea. And he has to respond like a little bitch and be like,
so
how do you know what my ideas are, Ryan? How do you know? Like, how the fuck do you know? Like, he's a little bitch that has his panties up his ass. You know, it's like.
But he didn't even answer. Like, did he even? He didn't even answer. Like,
no, he didn't
was he in the
because
One West or the GMS or one of those other Hebrew Israelite groups?
He's in a.
Right?
I'm not going to get into his personal situation, but he could have just answered the question like a man. Like, he could have just been like, yeah, I'm not one West, but at least, you know, I do agree with a lot of their doctrine, because everything he does agrees with one West, like at least 70% of it. So when I asked that question, just to get him to admit, like, yo, you are similar to one West, man. Like, he could just be a man and say something. Instead, he's got to respond. Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't let him get me out of character, man. But it's just like, it's unbelievable, man. It's honestly.
Sometimes I feel like maybe he's dealing with some other issues like, and he's taking it out on you and whatever.
He's a racist, man. Like, there's no like healthy racism. You know what I mean? Like, that is a problem. You know what I mean? Like, God doesn't view in racist ideas. God is the opposite of that. God shows no favoritism. God loves people. He bases his judgments on the justice, the holiness, the morality, the actions of the person. He doesn't care how brown your skin is.
Yeah, and even the other, what was the Jesse? Wasn't he like also one in the past? He was a part of the Hebrew Israelites, but now he kind of like agreed also with us.
Yeah, no,
about like that it doesn't matter the skin color and all that. So
person, man, because he's been in it, and he admitted the reasons why he was in it and how they tricked him and manipulated him, and now he dedicates his channel to exposing them, because you want to scream it. You know what I mean? It's like something you want to scream. You just want to be like, hey, man, it's obvious you're getting tricked. God isn't saying these things. It's a bunch of wicked men that are saying these things, and they're giving you bad interpretations. You stop trusting in the word of God, and you started trusting in what other men view the word of God. You know what I mean? It's like, instead of seeing the movie yourself, you just listen to somebody that saw the movie, but the person that's telling you what the movie was about is a liar, and they're telling you a bunch of stuff that never happened in the movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, and then your soul's on that, and it's just like, I don't understand what they think they gain. Like,
it's like what Jesse said. Like, they only memorize those verses, and then when we brought up those Jeremiah 17 or 18 and Ezekiel 18, he was like, oh, you gotta give me 12 hours to like make the connections or whatever, because he never really maybe read the whole thing. I don't know, like, why does he need? It was a simple verse, and he couldn't have give us like agree, yeah, that's what it says, because it means what it says. Like, what the hell is so hard to comprehend? Like, he needs some to find some verse. Or he's gonna Google like, no, Jeremiah 18 actually means that God will not like it. Like, I don't get him at all. I don't understand him.
And you were on the stream for a very long time, and if you watch this from beginning to end, like, I had a fine rapport cool with everybody, man. Like I wasn't, but that guy just has a problem with disrespect, man. And it's like the interrupting people is the most obnoxious, disrespectful, like arrogant. Like I have no problem letting somebody talk, even if you're calling me a bunch of names. Cool. But then when you're done talking, just let me talk back and we can argue. But if you're gonna just keep yelling and you want me to yell, like he's still got my voice like raised up because I had to start yelling to talk. And I could have just kicked him off earlier, bro. I tried to like, all right, stop interrupting me. Stop. Let's talk. Like, you're never gonna. I don't know, man. The bottom line is people killed God. Jesus Christ was God in the flesh, and people found a way to kill God when he came to save them. So should I be surprised that some guy I'm trying to help spits in my face and calls me a bunch of names and doesn't want me to go to heaven too and hates me because I'm white? I shouldn't be surprised, but I still am, because it still just boggles my mind that you could be that hateful. Like, how hateful do you have to be to wish that somebody else couldn't go to heaven? Like, how fucked up of a person are you? I've never done shit to you in my life, but you don't want me to be able to go to heaven, but you're going to heaven because you're black. Like, that's the main reason. It's not.
Yeah, their beliefs are really weird.
You know what I mean? Yeah. It's not like you're telling me, oh, I'm a good person, I've helped a lot of people. Like, no, your main reason you're going to heaven is because you're black. It's not because you're talking about your morality. You don't hear him talking about all these good deeds and how he treats people nice and how he worships God great and all this shit. No, it's I'm smart because I cross-reference and study the Bible, and I'm black. So he's caught up in the craftiness that God says, exactly. I will catch them in their craft, the wise and the craftiness. Like, I don't want to get into it too much, man, because it just hurts more than anything, man. It's just, it's so like we were walking those scriptures.
That's why, yeah, I kind of separated like I was on with those guys a lot doing live streams back in around December last year, and then I kind of like it got really heated with me and this one other guy and end times teacher too. Because this one thing like with the like they were always like picking on me with the like I agree with them with some many actually things, but then they said like, well, then you're saying Jesus was not black, and I said no, because you worship and I debunk it from the Bible, like that, honestly, that it doesn't matter even if he was.
Jesus is black. He saved me in the flesh, and I don't want to sound crazy. I've told this story a million times on YouTube. So
Jesus is black. Yeah, but
he saved me in the flesh. He is black. He is. 100%.
Wait, you are saying you saw Jesus Christ?
Yes, and I don't expect anybody to believe it, because why would you? If you told me it happened to you, I would say you're crazy too. So you don't have to believe it. But I
no, I wanna hear that story then. Honestly, if you really,
man, I don't want to tell it again on YouTube because it gets.
Or if you have a video to where I could watch your testimony or something like that.
Well, I'll talk to you some other time in the back chat or something. I'll tell you the whole thing if you want in the back chat. You know what I mean? Like, I don't mind.
Yeah, you can end it and we can talk on backstage.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I just don't want it to. I've already put it out on the internet a few times, but I'll tell you in the back chat anything you want to hear. So that's no problem. You know what I mean? But,
okay, then.
Just so I'll tell you the story in the back chat. But the bottom line is, man, it's just like, I guess nothing. It's just in life, nothing hurts more than like actually trying to help somebody and them wanting to hate you and shit. You know what I mean? I guess that's why we fight with our family and shit the most. You know what I mean? It's like nothing hurts more than like people you love or people you're trying to help. Like, if you just don't care about a person, like, I would have just booted this dude off my stream. Like, I could have saw him, knew how he was with me, and said, like, screw him. Like, I'm in control of clicking the buttons. Instead, what did I do? I put his comment on the screen, so like his comment could be seen. Then what did I do? When you guys were kind of jumping on him on the verses, I was like, nah, let him build. Even though we all know he's going in no direction, because the only direction he's trying to go is like back in time to chapter 1 of the book, because he doesn't want to accept the fact that Jesus Christ has become the salvation. Like that's what all they do is they hit rewind on the movie. It's like, oh wait, you guys are talking about Jesus, so let me go backwards and let me go to Genesis and let me show you in Genesis where this happened, and then that proves that I know the Bible better than you. But you're actually ignoring everything that matters, because everything that God came and did and taught us in the flesh, you are ignoring. So, you know, they don't view Jesus as God. That's the problem. He's the Son of God, so he is God with the Father. Like it says it in a million scriptures. You can watch my Trinity videos. I could give you a million scriptures, but let's put it this way: which it says in a million scriptures, in which we know, if you saw Jesus Christ just walking down the street, and you pointed your finger at him and said, "That's not God," you would do the same thing to the Father. It's not a question, because you're doing it to Jesus. And if you read all the scriptures, it'll tell you Jesus is the exact representation of the Father. Jesus can only do what the Father can do. All these things. And that's the bottom line. That's so simple for somebody to grasp if they just want to think about it logically. But instead, what they want to do is they want to stumble upon, like, okay, the Father gave him this, or Jesus said the Father is greater than I, or certain verses where they don't understand what the words mean. They don't understand that the Father is the one exalting Jesus. I mean, it's the Trinity's mad obvious too, but I don't know, man. God's the one deciding on who gets that understanding or not. So there's a reason God's hardening people's hearts and not giving them the truth. And if you're not getting it, it's for a reason. Because if you don't give a shit about other people, and you don't care if other people burn in hell for eternity, like all those guys don't care if white people or Asian people burn in hell for eternity, then God's probably not feeling you, you know? It's not.
And that's another thing. The eternal soul torture is a false doctrine too, actually. So
I don't agree with that. You don't think you don't believe.
Oh, so you want God to burn people forever, or what?
I mean, it
doesn't make any sense. Plus, there's a parable in the Gospels that, you know, even if you sin, like it's a parable, and he was cast into prison, and Jesus said, "You will not get out of the prison until you have paid the uttermost farthing," which that means until you paid for all your sins. So that's a parable about hell, and it says you will not get out until you pay for your sins. It doesn't say forever. Yeah, but you gotta pay for your sins, so it's not gonna be. What God would torture somebody for all eternity? No God.
Honestly,
God is not fucking real.
I show you in Jeremiah where it says no one is cast off by the Lord forever, so that kind of agrees with what you're saying.
Exactly. So you would agree that you know, the eternal soul torture, that's a false. You know, it doesn't line up with God being forgiving and loving and all that.
Yeah, but. This is the thing. I think at some point, God's going to give us 77 chances, which means God gives us unlimited chances. When they say Jesus gives 77 chances, it means he just keeps giving you chances. Because
it says 70 times 7. That's actually 70 times 7.
That's another verse. You're thinking of Daniel. No,
that's from the Gospel of Matthew. 70 times 7. That's
I'll just type it in.
I'm not good at math, but that's a lot, a big number.
Let me just type in. I don't know. I'm getting
70 times 7. Like you multiply 70 by 7. I know what
you're saying, but I always thought it was 77.
No, it's not, because you read it wrong. Wait, I can Google look it up. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm trying on the blue letter. I'm striking out. Probably because I'm still in these stupid concordance and stuff, because I was dealing with the nut job. I mean, these are all the verses I had ready.
I have it. I looked it up. So it's so it's Matthew 18:22. Jesus saith unto them, I say unto thee, until 7 times, but until 70 times 7. So what is that? That is,
what is it? Matthew 18, you said?
Yeah, 18:22. 18:22, and it says 70 times 7, which is what?
Oh, that's 490. Yeah,
that's 490. That's right. So that's a common
I
like
still can't get it at the Blue Letter
misquoting or
Bible.
not misquoting, but like people think it's 77, but it's not. It says 70 times 7.
Yeah. It's one of
So
those things where you could
490.
read it fast or something. It's Matthew 18:22. You said.
Or maybe in NIV. Again, I would have to.
Yeah, see, I got not 7 times, but 77. See, I do have 7.
No. Okay, pull up.
I'll look in the King James because maybe, like I said, it could be a translation thing for sure, bro. You know,
I knew it, man. Because you don't read from King James.
that's a separate issue. I don't like the King James.
But actually, okay, if we wanna,
what does yours say? Yours probably says the same as me. You're just reading it in your crazy Shakespeare language.
it says 70 times 7. You don't see it?
No, it does. No, it does.
See?
It does.
So that's 490, isn't it? So now you have a proof that NIV is not really correct.
No, it doesn't.
Even in 17th century English, don't tell me that 70 times 7 means the same thing as 77. It does not.
Listen,
correct?
I've been told from an angel in real life 77 times. So I mean, I'm gonna go by that too. But
hold on, let's look at the interlinear then it should tell us the exact in the Greek.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know why people prefer the King James.
Well, it doesn't really matter, but it's 70 times 7, and NIV is not correct in this one, I think. But let me go into the interlinear then. What verse was that again?
Matthew 18:22.
Okay.
Yeah, see, Strong's even says 77 times in the.
Wait.
Okay.
77.
No,
Okay,
it says 70 times 7 times. Never mind.
Wait. I want.
It says 70 times 7.
Yeah, so I was right.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
I mean, not to boast or anything, but I told you so.
Excited, man. You got pretty fucking excited.
I know, sorry, but I mean, like we were more than just me. We're telling you that the NIV is corrupted. So, and here's your little proof. Just this thing, and this I didn't even know before. Actually, this thing I didn't know that the NIV.
The problem is I don't trust Strong's either, so we got issues there. Like if you look at Strong's in certain spots, it's definitely wrong. Like the virgin birth, like that's how the Hebrew Israelites try to like discount the virgin birth. They'll use Strong's concordance where it'll say like virgin, and it doesn't say like born of a virgin, like a miraculous birth.
I'm not really sure what you mean, but
you know how Jesus is born of a virgin?
Yeah, it's yeah. What about it?
So if you go to the Strong's Concordance and try to look up what the word virgin means, it doesn't tell you like what the Bible is trying to tell us.
Yeah. Like what?
Well, it would just I'll do it right now just to show you like
but I mean this is clear. You just the Greek word in Matthew 18:22 it says not 7 times but up to 70 times 7. That's clear. That's 400. That's multiplication 70 times.
No, there's a difference. I agree.
Yeah. But okay, so like about I'm not really sure what does it say in the Strong's
with the virgin birth, like.
Right. Well, we can look into that if you want.
All right. I guess it's Matthew 1, not even Matthew 2. Got ahead
but the virgin birth, yeah, that's a big issue. Also, I know that like some Hebrew Israelites don't subscribe to virgin birth, and some.
Yeah,
or most of them, yeah, I don't know.
None of them do. And if I said that,
none of them, okay, yeah, that's what I. But
pretty much, none of them, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, they believe that, but they are wrong with that because not that it really matters that much, but it does. Like Mary, if you look at her genealogy, she goes back to David too. So that's they are saying that the genealogy is corrupted there. So I guess that's their argument. But
yeah, they have to twist and manipulate so much scripture just to.
oh yeah, the virgin that that it means young woman. Okay, I heard this argument before. Yeah, I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah. You know what I mean? And it's just like you got to be careful just clicking on the concordance. You know what I mean? Because it's
So what does it
tell you? Like
the virgin in Greek is the what is that? Pantheos?
I mean, a virgin, a marriageable maiden, a woman who has never had sexual intercourse with a man. I mean, this is giving us a good definition, so maybe they cleaned it up a little. I don't know.
Wait, so this
I don't know if
yeah,
that's the strong. No, that might not be. That is that Strong's. Yeah, I mean, maybe they cleaned it up a little. Oh no, here's the Strong's definition. That's
no, but the Strong's is wrong. You just gotta read the exact definition words, and some of them are like opinions of the scholar or whatever.
Yeah, here's the Strong's. This is the actual Strong's definition: an unknown origin, a maiden by implication, an unmarried daughter, virgin. So it's saying in Strong's it's an
yeah, but the Strong's exactly, man. The Strong's is not a good place to
it's from,
like interpret shit.
Yeah, because these are other definitions from other things. The Strong's.
Those above, yeah, these are correct.
Yeah, this is the Strong's. But my point being is like the Strong's is a guy from 1820 to 1880, and he obviously didn't have the internet, and he did the best job he could. But I've also had some strange encounters in my life that I won't get into. But the fact of the matter is, why would you trust that one man in 1820 to 1880 in America? He lived like right by me, like miles from my house. How could he translate the entire Bible perfectly? You know what I mean? It's like, of course he's going to make some mistakes. You know what I mean? He's not going to have Hebrew and Greek perfect. So why wouldn't you take somebody from, say, our time 200 years later with the invention of the internet and a bunch of computers, and you know what I mean? Like every scholar on earth can share their opinions on the same verses. Because when he did it, it's just one guy doing his homework, doing it. But with the internet, and 200 years later, we're all linked together. That's everybody on earth being able. That's reputable. That's a scholar being able to do it. So of course, we're gonna have a better understanding than what he did. But it's just popular because I mean it's obviously going to take a lot of time for anybody to go through the Bible.
I use a different website for that, the Bible Hub, and then but it has also the interlinear, which is the same thing. And in the Strong's concordance, it says a maiden virgin extended to men who have not known women. So the definition is a virgin, a maiden. So I mean, this is still clear. Like maiden, what is the definition of maiden? That's basically the same, right? Virgin.
Yeah. What I don't get is
a maiden. Okay, maiden definition: archaic, a girl, or a young woman, especially an unmarried one. So I guess if it was maiden, then that it says especially an unmarried one. I don't know.
Yeah, who knows? All I know is that they just ignore the entire paragraph or two paragraphs that tell you that Mary was a virgin, and they'll just tell you that Jesus was born by Joseph having sex with Mary. And that's the type of stuff, like, if you're in one of these cults and you just, like, start believing that, it's just like I said, you're just listening to the guy that watched the movie and listening to a bunch of lies. You're not going and reading the scriptures yourself, because you'd have to ignore like the entire verse. You'd have to ignore the prophecy where God says the sign will be Emmanuel, will be born of a virgin. Emmanuel means God with us, you know what I mean? So that's why they said Emmanuel.
And, that comes from the Isaiah 9, right? Isaiah chapter 9, that's the prophecy.
Yeah, or 9 or 7, right around there. One of
9,
those.
9. But yeah.
All right, I gotta check because I think it's 7, but you can't. You might
No,
be,
it's definitely 9.
you might be
It's
right
definitely
on me
9.
again. You just beat me last time on the what the King James said. I thought it
No,
was
this
6.
is no. I'm just saying it's a famous chapter.
Scoreboard's evening up, my friend. What does it say there? The sign of Emmanuel, chapter.
Oh, it's 7. Okay, maybe
All
it's
right.
7-9 that verse.
Hey, maybe
I don't know.
it's 7 times 9.
It doesn't really matter. I knew I like
I
I knew
know,
it.
I know, I
I'm
know.
not like I'm not like ETT that remembers like every chapter and verse, but
That guy's an interesting cat, man. Like he commented
yeah.
on my video and he kind of like interviewed me and he was like the interrogator. Not today.
Yeah, dude. We call him me and my because I know him for a long time, and me and some other guy we call him like a detective because he kind of does like an interrogation, right?
Oh yeah. He
was
he comes at you like he's a homicide detective.
And he does that even with like his not trolls, but like he made a video about 2 Liter J. He was on the panel here earlier, right?
Who did
and he was like,
about?
What?
Who do you make?
2 Liter J. You don't remember? He was here.
2 Liter J.
That guy that was arguing with J-Man.
Yo, man, I already know that other Sakari camps and Israelite camps are gonna cut up that video of what he said earlier. And
but I was gonna say that ETT he made this was like a year or 2 years ago. He made a video and it was like a detective saying like, see, this is 2 Liter J, and he calls himself also. He goes by to Sacramento Truth Movement, but this is his other page, and you can see that they are divided. You know, his Pastor 2 Liter J and Pastor Ridge Nibbler. Like that video is funny, and he's like a detective, like talking about that Jay had a channel with this other guy, and they had both like they say. Yeah. Anyway, he just sounds like detective on that video, and on many videos.
What I'll say is like when 2 Liter J was like getting at the end of the conversation, and it was just like a couple of us, like he started like not wanting to be a Hebrew Israelite as much because we were just showing so many scriptures that it was just like, yeah, I don't want to go down with that ship. You know what I mean? It's like what do you gain? I don't get it, man. I mean, it's a messed up world.
No, 2 Liter J is just he loves to mess with people. I know him for a long time too.
Man, he's a young kid. He was mad cool. I'm just saying, like,
he's very cool, but he can he loves causing drama.
Yeah,
so
at the beginning of the conversation, like it was just me, him, and Andrew or ETT, and they both said they were Hebrew Israelites. That's all I'm saying. Is they both told me when it started was like, "Hey, we're both Hebrew Israelites." So I was just looking at it.
No, he was just saying he agrees with about 60% of what they're saying. Jay, I mean, I don't know about ETT.
He's got a pretty good channel, so he's doing something right, man. He's 22 years
old.
old.
Yeah, he does a lot of. I know his channel very well. He does, and he has like 6,000 channels, but that because he's a troll. But
he's got mad channels too.
No, he himself he is a troll. But anyway,
no, I know, but I'm saying he's got multiple channels.
Yeah, so many. You like active. Actively, he says he's checking only about maybe 100, but all in all, he had like 6,000. He told me that, and I believe because I've seen him under so many names.
He's doing channels. He's doing something right because he's got 13,000 viewers on the channel.
Yeah, he has over 13,000 subscribers. But that's not even his first
like
channel.
You're saying like 12,000 of them are him.
And no, but that's not even like if you combine all his channels, then he has more.
Yeah, no, he does that though. He subscribed. That's smart if he figured out a way to do that. You know.
He is smart with that, but he's still struggling because of the like he might not have a lot of views. So he's saying that he's shadow banned. This is like a trend that people say. But it might be true. I'm just saying that like people overuse it, like, I'm shadow banned because of whatever.
Yeah, because he boosted his own stuff.
Maybe it's just because people are not really interested.
Yeah, like he literally did pull some scam where he boosted his own like subscribers, but then the views just aren't adding up.
Yeah. But yeah, it's
whatever.
He's just a young guy, and he like seeks fame on whatever.
Yeah, man.
I don't
it's
really
all
care for
good,
that.
man.
But
He was wowing out earlier, though. I can tell you right now, there's definitely going to be some Hebrew Israelite camps going to town chopping that thing up. I'll tell you that much. I know how the internet works. So
yeah, well,
I was cringing.
it's entertainment, so.
Yeah, I was trying to keep you from jumping out the window. It seemed like you were trying to stick your head out the window for a half second there. And
How do you mean?
I
How
don't
do you
want to
mean?
get it. I don't even want to talk about it again. I'll talk to you about it in the back
Oh,
chat.
with the yeah, you
Yeah,
mean
we'll
with
talk
the.
about it in the back chat. I'm not
Now,
trying to.
I've been down that road many times before. Like,
I'm sure you don't care. You're in Russia and you're just
no, I'm not in Russia. I just said I'm Central Europe, not in Russia. But
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Sorry. We're
yeah. I mean,
we're dumb
Czech
Americans.
Republic.
Man. We think.
Yeah, you. No, because Jay
one
said I'm
country
Russian,
shit,
and
you know?
again, like, people never because this is what I do. That people can never guess where I'm from based from just my accent. So somebody will, and I go along with that. Like somebody said, like, "Oh, are you like Middle Eastern?" And then Jay will say something. Yeah, he's from Saudi Arabia. So that's why. Well, this time he said I'm from Russia, but another time he also said I'm from India because somebody
you
says like,
sounded
"Hey,
like
you
sounded like
India."
a Hindu or something. I thought you were Indian when you first came on. Honestly, I thought you were like a.
That's weird. Also, more people think that some have said also like Middle Eastern. But
you sound
but
like.
I'm from. That's not the case.
Well, the
I'm
more
from,
I talk to you, the more you sound European. Like now that it's just me and you having a conversation, you sound European now. But when
I don't get the Indian like reference. Like
you definitely got that high pitched voice that sounds Indian at times. So
because I have for some reason I do have high pitched voice. But I mean that's not just an Indian thing. But
I know
whatever.
We're just all like programmed to have our own dumb stereotypes. You know, I don't know why.
Yeah, it's like Jay. Like I used to think that, and many people have thought that he is actually black because of his like accent, but it's just because he's been around like, in the hood and stuff, whatever. No, 2 Liter J, that guy.
He's not black.
Well, no, he had a profile picture. That was him on the photo. He's white. I mean, he's kind of mixed, but he's definitely not black. He's white.
He looked mad black.
What? No. Wait.
Sure about that?
What are you? Wait. Go to his channel.
I'll go some other time. I mean, he looked light skinned, but I thought he was a black guy, especially the way he was bugging out with the word. So I thought he definitely had a,
No, he's okay. No, he's actually a Cherokee part. He's mixed basically, but not. He doesn't have like African American in his or African in his. I think he talked about it like that his ancestry. He talked about it in actually one of my live stream podcasts a few months ago. But yeah, he's not black.
Yeah.
So.
Anyways, but man, I'm probably gonna wrap this up. I could vibe with you all day. You're a cool dude, man. Thanks for subscribing.
Yeah, it was cool, and
we'll do this again for sure, right?
It's 6 a.m. It's you probably should get some sleep, right?
Well, it's just I don't know what else. It's just like me and you having a normal conversation right now. I mean, there's not much else to say. I mean,
no, but you said you were gonna tell me about that in the backstage about the encounter or whatever.
Yeah, sure. If you want, just stay backstage.
I said I'd like to hear it, but you said you don't want to make it public.
I'll talk to you backstage. I'll talk to you backstage. So I'm ending the stream. Just talk to you backstage.
All right.
All right. Bye.